Why not make both twins girlfriends? Volume 2 by Shirai Mukyu, translated by Hiroith at Hiroith Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Takayashiki Sakuto has been seeking out deserted places after finishing lunch lately, the reason being the fact that the three of us are dating will be kept a secret. Although this should be a mutual understanding, in reality, he found himself in a situation where he couldn't help but be sensitive to his surroundings. Choosing under the stairs on the first floor of the East Building? I guess not many people pass by here. Just the two of us. No, we can spend time quietly. Just the three of us. And there they were, two identical faces. It's only natural since they're twin sisters, but their expressions and gestures are completely different. Bringing us to a place like this. I wonder what you want to do with us? Pressing in with an air of composure and a mischievous smile was the older sister, Usami Hikari. On the other hand, the younger sister, Chikage, seems less composed. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. Oh, of course. Something like flirting. Maybe? With eyes full of anticipation, they gazed at him, and Sakuto said just one phrase, a reflection meeting. He said it with eyes as lifeless as a dead fish. The two blinked in surprise. It seemed that the twin sisters had no clue what they had just done in the cafeteria. All right, let's reflect on it together, Sakuto said with a sigh as if admonishing a small child. That thing at the cafeteria earlier, that was definitely no good, okay? You were wrapping your arms around me, and Chikage, you were feeding me with our gestures, and we definitely attracted some stares. It was mostly resentment towards me. But well, that's not the point. Then Chikage made a sad face. Is it really not okay to do in the cafeteria? Yeah, it's not okay. You said before, I won't do I'll endure it, didn't you? Chikage groaned with an ugh and slumped her shoulders dejectedly. You remember? Of course you remember, your Sakuto-kun. It seemed that Chikage had somewhat reflected on her actions. On the other hand, Hikari showed no signs of remorse. In fact, she kept smiling cheerfully. Wrapping arms around each other should be just barely okay, right? When eating, we're both right-handed, so wouldn't that be annoying for one of us? But I want to be close to you. I feel lonely otherwise. Is that not okay? No. Then Hikari took Sakuto's right hand and rubbed it against her left cheek. The only way to soothe the fatigue from the morning is like this. I said you can't be spoiled too much. That's not fair. Sakuto-kun, you're doing that for Hai-chan. Please do it for me too. Then come here, Chi-chan. Don't increase the number of participants. And it end up like this. Unfortunately, these twin sisters were just too brazen. Under the rule of keeping it a secret from others, it had been about a month since they started dating. Recently, the line between playfully teasing and flirting had become blurred. It had become Sakuto's role to adjust it to just the right level. But still, Sakuto is puzzled. Could it be that to others, he simply appeared as a boy being playfully teased by the friendly twin sisters? While it was a situation to be envied, it was still troubling. Sakuto let out a deep sigh that had been building up. Please hold back a little. I'm happy about your feelings, but what if we get caught? As he was about to say that, Hikari cut him off with a "Don't worry. It's not like we haven't thought about it, you know. We're paying close attention to everything." That was incredibly hard to believe for him. Plus, the system we used in the cafeteria earlier was super innovative and practical. Chi-chan and I thought it up after a good night's sleep yesterday. Thought it up? It didn't really come across like you'd put that much effort into it, but let's hear it. Hikari begins to explain with full confidence. First, I'll grab Sakuto-kun's right arm tightly. Then Sakuto-kun can't use his dominant hand. That's where Chi-chan comes in. She'll pick up the side dishes with chopsticks and then, it's Nan. We call it the no-hand twin eating system, NTES. I see. Where to even begin with this? Turning everything into acronyms might be questionable, but indeed, it's an innovative and rational system. This way, Sakuto can just sit back and have his meals fed to him, enjoy a little thrill from not using his dominant hand, and also fulfill the cute desires of the twin sisters at the same time. A perfect system, killing two birds with one stone. No, 3 birds with 2 stones. Brilliant. How about it? Our system that we've been thinking up. Okay, Chai-chan, the usual line. Course clear. System all green. Launch whenever you're ready. Takayashiki Sakuto. Launching. That's not going to happen. Why not? That's because this NTES has a major flaw. And that is, it's not something we should do in the school cafeteria. And with that, Sakuto, who attends the private Harishiyama Academy High School, found himself in an unexpected situation of dating 2 girls at the same time at the beginning of June. The partners in question were the stunningly beautiful twin sisters, Usami Hikari and Usami Chikage, whose beauty was so apparent that the moon would hide behind the clouds and flowers would wither in embarrassment. Thanks to these twins, Sakuto's daily life, which had once been as inconspicuous as classroom supplies, had transformed into something noisy yet fun by the end of June. Previously adhering to the principle the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, it was just the other day that Sakuto declared he would become an upside-down nail. He had decided to stop living inconspicuously and go all out. It was all for the sake of them, the girls who supported him. He is trying to confront his girlfriends earnestly with his whole heart and soul. Such a serious attitude of his was steadily conveyed to the twin sisters, and they had grown to like him so much that they could have easily put him in a comfortable situation at any time. However, he couldn't simply content himself with that. Although there was agreement and understanding about the current relationship between the parties involved, others might not see it the same way. Therefore, a secret was born between them. Ultimately, it was an unspoken lie. If the relationship is exposed to those around them, it will end. This thought sparked a certain sense of mission in Sakuto, to protect the smiles of the Usami sisters at all costs. However, sacrificing himself would only sadden them. There, Sakuto began to search for ways to date without arousing suspicion from those around him. On top of that, he spent his days exploring how to satisfy both of the girls in a well-balanced manner. However, contrary to his remarkable efforts, the Usami sisters' fierce lovey-dovey onslaught was intensifying. Comparing their situation to a scene from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was like the Battle of Fan Castle. It's as if Hikari, playing the role of Guan Yu, initiated a flood attack. Seizing the opportunity, Chikage, in the role of Jangf, charged toward the firmly closed gates on a banana boat, though such a scene does not exist in the actual Three Kingdoms. Thus, Sakuto's solid reasoning was being pushed to the brink of collapse by the twin sisters' fierce onslaught, almost bringing him to the point of thinking, maybe it's okay if we get found out? The sole reason the girls were pressing Sakuto so hard was, because we really love you. That was their sentiment, the unstoppable feelings of these twin sisters. In a word, it was serious love. While that was very much appreciated, Sakuto was left in distress. These twin sisters were very cute, and on top of being very cute, they were extremely cute. But what made Sakuto admirable was his ability not to be swayed solely by their cuteness, which was also his slightly dull point. He genuinely appreciated the twins' affection. However, Sakuto had to restrain himself as it would be terrible if others found out. But then the twins would collaborate to express even more affection. No, they'll found out, and what's with this nts? In such a manner, an enviable chain reaction continued. Well, I like you both too, you know, but still. Kayu-un. Don't Kaya-un right now, just listen to me till the end, okay? Anyway, let's be mindful of TPO, alright? Also, don't say Kaya-un out loud. Normal people don't say that. Probably. Yes. And there they are, the Usami sisters happily entwined themselves around Sakuto's arms. Somehow it is. He even started thinking that it might be easier to just openly admit and say, the three of us are dating, rather than tormenting himself over it. Just as Sakuto was thinking this. There you are. Footsteps pattered toward them. Instantly, Hikari and Chikage swiftly let go of Sakuto's arms, and the one who came was a petite girl, still with a trace of childish innocence. Hikari-chan, is now a good time? I have something to talk about. Ayaka-senpai. Hikari made an unusually awkward face. Sakuto made eye contact with Chikage, but she shook her head. It seemed she didn't know the girl. Sakuto glanced at the girl called Ayako-senpai. Compared to the Usami sisters, she was slender and short, probably about 150 centimeters tall. Her light, fluffy hair looked like it might be dyed, but it was probably natural. Her figure was modest where it should protrude, and remained retracted where it should, appearing untouched by gravity or air resistance, as if she could float away into the air at any moment. She exuded a soft and gentle aura. Her demeanor was resembling that of a young lady, Ojaozuma, from a good family. If she were dressed in white and given wings, she would look like an angel. Senpai implies she's older. Sorry, please wait a moment, Ayako-senpai. Let's talk over there. Saying that, Hikari and Ayako moved away from Sakuto and Chikage. Sakuto was surprised by Hikari's mature response. However, he didn't miss the brief, uncomfortable expression she had shown. Is there a reason she can't talk about it here? Hikari and Ayako began to talk about something. If anything, Ayako was doing most of the talking. Hikari's expression seemed somewhat gloomy, and Sakuto started to feel a bit uneasy. Chikage, does Hikari have connections with a lot of senpais? Who knows? Well, Hai-chan might look like that, but she's quite sociable. Hearing that, he vaguely remembered their encounter at the arcade. Hikari, even when she wasn't coming to school, wasn't without external connections. She's approachable, and with that smile and her likable personality, she's well liked wherever she goes. However, Hikari usually spends her time quietly. She never talks about friends. She maintains shallow, non-committal relationships and only behaved innocently when with Sakuto or Chikage. But to think she knew someone at school. Surprising? Yes. Only 2 or 3 senpai from our junior high school went on to Arashiyama Academy, and that Ayako-senpai doesn't seem to be from our middle school. I see. As he and Chikage were having that conversation, Hikari finally came back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hai-chan, what were you talking about with that senpai? No, it's nothing important. Hikari brushed it off as if it were nothing. However, Sakuto couldn't shake off a certain feeling of discomfort. Hikari's eyes when she was with Ayako were overly formal, as if she wanted to keep a distance from others. Those eyes that she doesn't show when she's with him or Chikage, eyes that seem to push people away. Was it because the person was a senpai she rarely spoke to? Or is it actually someone she knows from online, and she suddenly approached her in real life today? It was pointless to speculate. Really? You're not in trouble or anything? I'm fine. I'm managing things so that won't happen, Hikari said with a smile, cutting off the conversation. It was a sign not to pry any further. Anyway, more importantly, Hikari grinned. Sorry for making you wait, Ugh. In that moment, Sakuto deftly dodged to the side. Continuing with her momentum, Hikari hugged Chikage instead. Missed, but it's soft so it still counts as a hit. Hey, don't just start squeezing mine like that. Hai-chan, what do you mean by mine? Boob. Hey, what are you making me say in front of Sakuto-kun? Just say boobs normally. Besides, Chi-chan, you know. While the twin sisters were playfully bantering, Sakuto was glancing around restlessly. I wonder why he's dodging me. I wanted to hug him tight. Sorry, but... He felt someone's gaze. Sakuto closed his eyes. In the darkness, his animal-like eye movements were trying to recall something he had glimpsed for just a moment. Rewinding the footage, he went back to around the time when Ayako-senpai had arrived. However, no one is visible in the footage. Out of sight, that is, in the blind spot. If someone was watching from a position not within Sakuto's field of vision, even he wouldn't be able to follow them. Maybe it's just my imagination. Thinking that he might be overly sensitive to his surroundings, Sakuto opened his eyes again. At that moment, the bell rang, so the 3 of them returned to their respective classrooms. And so, Sakuto, Hikari, Chikage, the fact that these 3 are dating is a secret to those around them. On the other hand, it seems that Hikari also has something she can't tell Sakuto and Chikage. And another thing. TSK. Outside the school building, a girl with her hair tied back in a single bundle clicks her tongue and hurries away. Unbeknownst to the trio, something threatening their relationship had begun to stir. Chapter 1, Something's Off. At the beginning of July, They stopped by a cafe in front of the station on the way home from school and the conversation turned to the upcoming summer vacation. It's the long-awaited summer break, so I want to finish my assignments early. Really? I'm the type to pile them up and then do them all at once at the end of the vacation. Chikage and Hikari were chatting happily in front of Sikuto. If you say that, then I won't help you out this year, okay? That's mean. Oh, but if Sikuto-kun helps me, I guess it'll be okay. What did you say, Sikuto-kun? You mustn't spoil Hai-chan. Imagining the end of the summer vacation in the Usami household, Sikuto couldn't help but give a wry smile. Arashiyama Academy seems to have a lot of summer assignments, so you might want to get started on them as soon as possible, right? That's true. It looks like it's going to be a summer vacation soaked in assignments. Then how about the three of us have a study session? I want to finish early and have plenty of time to play. Agreed. Sikuto-kun too. Sikuto-kun. Sikuto was glancing out the window. Beyond the window glass, he could see people coming and going. You've been fidgety for a while now. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Sikuto hurriedly put on a smile and said no after seeing the puzzled faces of the two. If it's your hairstyle, I think it looks as cool as usual. No, I'm not the type to be so self-conscious that I'd worry about how my hair looks reflected in the window glass. Sikuto replied to Chikage with a look of dismay, but his attention was still drawn outside the window. Lately, he had been feeling someone's gaze. It started around the time he got first place on the proficiency test. He felt as if someone was following him, and he noticed more and more often. If this was just his imagination, that would be fine, but he just couldn't shake off his discomfort. He knows he has already drawn attention to himself, so the fact that he was concerned about his surroundings might indeed be a sign of being self-conscious. While he was preoccupied with the surroundings, the conversation had moved on without him noticing. You know, how about the three of us go on a trip? Maybe for 2 nights and 3 days? A trip with just the 3 of us. Does that means? Chikage's face suddenly turned red. Sikuto-kun, what do you think about my suggestion? A trip? What's the reason for making it an overnight stay? As he asked back, Hikari began to speak excitedly. It would be nice to go somewhere where we don't have to worry about the eyes of others and can have fun. Plus, having more time means we can enjoy ourselves more as a trio, right? I see. Just as he was about to be convinced, he turned to look at Chikage. Sleepover. With the 3 of us, enjoy ourselves more. Which means, enjoy ourselves more as 3-person, muttering to herself as if casting a spell. Her face flushed red, so Sikuto couldn't help but let out a stifled "uck." It was that usual thing, she had entered her delusional mode. The content of her thoughts was probably obvious, but Sikuto just made a wry face and chose not to voice it out loud. Instead, Hikari looked at Chikage with a sly grin. Chie-chan, I wonder what kind of fantasies you're having? Chikage snapped out of it and started to panic. I am not fantasizing anything. I'm not that kind of dirty girl. I'm definitely not having any lewd fantasies. Not at all. No one had mentioned anything about her being dirty girl or lewd. But you are, aren't you? Sikuto added that retort in his mind. When was the last time I went on a trip? After leaving the store with the 3 of them, Sikuto suddenly thought of this. Looking back, the last time was during May of his 3rd year in junior high to Kyoto, Osaka, and Nara for a school trip. Back then, he was still a robot, just following the schedule and moving along with everyone else. He had no particular attachment or strong impressions and it was just a trip where he went and came back. That was Sikuto's school field trip. However, the 2-night, 3-day trip that Hikari had suggested sounds like a lot of fun. What would a trip with her, or rather them, turn out to be? It would surely be fun. But he had one concern about what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if I can go on the trip until I talk to my mom and aunt. Aunt? Oh, right. Sikuto-kun, you're living at your aunt's place now, aren't you? Walking to his right, Chikage said as if she had just remembered. Yeah, I'll talk to my aunt first, and I should probably inform my mom as well, but of course, his worry-wart aunt might not give her permission if he mentioned going on a trip with his girlfriend, 2 of them. He's not sure if he should tell her that he's going with 2 girls. He felt reluctant to deceive his family, but maybe it would be better to say he's going with male friends. His mother might agree quite easily. His mother, who showed great understanding towards him, trusted that he wouldn't do anything foolish and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. With the stance that parents would take responsibility if anything happened, she always told him, "Do what you want. If Sakuto-kun is okay with it, then all that's left is for us to get permission from Papa and Mama." Walking to his left, Hikari beamed with a smile. Chikage seemed a little troubled. "Hi-chan, are you really going to tell Papa and Mama that you're going with your boyfriend?" "I think that would be fine, but maybe it's better to say he's just a friend," Hikari said, placing her right index finger to her lips and looking up at the sky. How to tell her parents? The fact that the three of us are dating will be kept a secret. With this rule binding them, they couldn't be honest with their families. An unexpected revelation to the parents was not what any of them wanted either. Perhaps they should relax the rule a little for this situation. The trip is for 3 days and 2 nights. Being minors, they couldn't just go wherever they wanted without parental permission. I wonder if Papa and Mama will be shocked if they find out that Hai-chan and I are dating the same person. Rather, they would probably oppose it. Even the usually composed Hikari had an embarrassed look on her face. Papa will probably be okay with it, but Mama, well, yeah, Mama, well. The twin sisters on neither side of him sighed in unison. I wonder what kind of parents do they have? He only has a little information. When I visited the Usami family, Hikari cheerfully talked about her father, who had given her a home planetarium as a gift. When he asked Chikage, she said he was somewhat laissez-faire kind of person, but that he trusted Hikari. From this, he infers that her father is a kind and wonderful person who understands Hikari very well. On the other hand, he thought that their mother might be a strict person. "By the way, what kind of person is your aunt, Sakuto-kun?" "Her name is Kaisazaki Mitsumi-san, and she's 7 years younger than my mother." "She's a lawyer." Chikage and Hikari's eyes widened at that. Is she the kind of person who says objection? Do you think she really says, "I'll pay you back double"? Well, I've never heard her say those lines at home. Also, Hikari, isn't that a line from a banker? Maybe Hikari is mixing it up with dramas. Well, both character plays roles related to the legal profession in both shows. She's someone who would help you out if you got into trouble, right? Well, why is it assumed that I would get into trouble? Hikari stopped in her tracks, deliberately placing her hand on her flushed cheek and acting embarrassed. The reason being, as they talked, they had just arrived at Yukisigura Station, a place with intense memories, where Sakuto had made a blunder. Understanding why Hikari was acting embarrassed, Sakuto's face also turned bright red with shame. "Did you forget how you suddenly hugged me and kissed me here? That was just a misunderstanding. If it hadn't been me, I wouldn't just do that to anyone." It was a mistake that happened because they were twins. But of course, he wouldn't just suddenly embrace and kiss anyone. He'd probably get banned from Marujuyama Academy if he did something like that casually. Then Chikage puffed up her cheeks. "That's right. Originally, it was supposed to be me. I'm sorry." Sakuto hung his head apologetically. "Well, it's also my fault for pretending to be Chie-chan. Then you should reflect on it a bit more." Sorry. Chikage was sulking, and Hikari responded with a wry smile. Nevertheless, mistaking Chikage for Hikari and kissing her was a blunder he'll never forget. It's probably going to be a major incident that will stay in his memory for a long time, making this place one with such a memory for Sakuto. Hikari likely brought up the subject in front of Chikage on purpose to stir up her jealousy. "But Chie-chan, you got a romantic hug and kiss on the Ferris wheel the next day, right?" "Why yeah, I did, but it's a shame we couldn't take a rest at the hotel on the way back." "Huh?" "Hey, Hai-chan." Chikage turned bright red with embarrassment, and Hikari laughed merrily. It was a classic case of knocking someone down only to lift them up again. Sakuto was amazed at how well Hikari, the older sister, handled her younger sister. "Oh, by the way, what did you and Sakuto-kun do in your room the day after your date?" "Hai-chan, I saw you hugging him in your underwear." Hikari and Sakuto exchanged glances, both blushing furiously. What's with that reaction?" "What happened? It wasn't that nothing had happened. But there was no need for Chikage to overreact. In fact, it was more tame than what she thinks. Hikari had simply kissed Sakuto on the cheek several times while they were on the bed. Nothing more than that. Ugh. At that moment, the image of the twins in their underwear vividly flashed across Sakuto's mind, probably because Chikage had just mentioned it. He had indeed seen Hikari in her underwear, but since he had also been present for Chikage's changing scene before, that made them even? Probably. However, Hikari chuckled and looked at Chikage with her cheeks still flushed. "Eh? What happened, you ask?" "I didn't tell Chie-chan, but it was quite something. An excited Sakuto-kun pushed me down on the bed and then, hee. What happened after that?" Wait, Hikari, that's malicious. "I didn't push you down. I was trying to stop you." Hikari chuckled, clearly enjoying Chikage's flustered reaction. As expected, Hikari found it amusing to press Chikage's delusional, runaway switch. "Hi-chan, tell me the details in detail." "Chikage? That's like saying my headache hurts. Are you okay?" When Chikage goes into runaway mode, her Japanese gets weird. In such cases, it's necessary to calm her down first, or she'll just keep running out of control. Well, getting back to the trip, Sakuto abruptly steered the conversation back on track. "Do you two have any particular places you want to go?" "Of course we do, right, Chie-chan?" "Yeah." "Planning for a trip is what you'd expect of summer." Sakuto watched the two sisters converse cheerfully with a oh and a right. Indeed, the close twin sisters seemed to want to go to the same place without even saying it out loud. "Shall we announce it on the count of 3? "Sure." "Ready, set." "The beach." "The mountains." Sakuto inadvertently let out a whoa in response. "Oh, so even twins have their differences." Section. Facing Chikage, who is sulking, Hikari returns her gaze with a somewhat strained smile. In a corner of the bustling train station filled with the clamor of the rush hour crowd, a tense atmosphere began to emerge. "Hi-chan, did you just say beach?" "I did, but did Chie-chan say mountains?" "Yes." "Because when you think of summer, it's all about the mountains." "TSK, isn't the beach is more classic?" As Sakuto chuckled wryly, "Sakuto-kun, what do you think?" Me? Caught off guard and overwhelmed by their intensity, Sakuto took a step back in surprise. "We're going together, so we want to hear Sakuto-kun's opinion too. It's the mountains, right?" "That doesn't sound like you're really asking," Sakuto thought. "I was thinking of showing Sakuto-kun my super sexy swimsuit, though." "Now that's an interesting proposition." Sakuto began to ponder. "Hi-chan, that's cheating." Sakuto-kun, you're more into sweat-soaked support tights than swimsuits, right?" "Chikage, I don't have such a specific preference. Besides, we're getting off topic." "Beach or mountains, honestly, either would be fine." Not that he didn't care, but if the three of them were going on a trip together, surely any destination would be enjoyable because, wait a second. Sakuto stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Depending on how you think about it, perhaps it's possible to combine both opinions into one solution. Indeed, it's not good to deem something impossible from the start. Our predecessors who were called geniuses in the past never gave up in the face of difficult situations and pursued possibilities, leaving behind great achievements that had never been accomplished before. It is said that the renowned inventor Thomas Edison failed 10,000 or even 20,000 times before developing the incandescent light bulb. The material he used for the filament was Madake bamboo from Mount Otokoyama at the Iwashimizu Shrine in Kyoto. It was a moment when two countries, separated by an ocean, America and Japan, were connected through the hands of a single genius. "I see, so it's about combining." In other words, this beach or mountains dilemma can be solved by connecting the dots and drawing a straight line to the answer. "Swimsuits or mountain gear, if you combine them." "Ah, I've got it." A light bulb flashed above Sakuto's head. It was indeed a 1% stroke of genius. "How about wearing swimsuits in the mountains?" "That's weird." "Then, how about dressing as a mountain girl at the beach?" "That's weird." "Or perhaps, wearing support tights under the swimsuit." "That's also weird." It seems it's weird, after all. In a sense, It was unprecedented. Or rather, the conversation was all over the place. Let's set aside those unique preferences for now and decide whether you, Sakuto-kun, want to go to the sea or the mountains. Of course, other options are also on the table. We'll go along with whatever you decide, Sakuto-kun. Sakuto thought it might be best to go to both the sea and the mountains, but he couldn't think of a place that offered both, nor could he come up with a third option. Before coming to a conclusion, he decided to ask this question: by the way, are you two on Team Bamboo Shoot or Team Mushroom? Team Bamboo Shoot. Oh, you agree on that? For the record, Sakuto was on Team Mushroom. And so the twin sisters were adamant, one for the sea and the other for the mountains, showing no signs of compromise. Sakuto himself wanted to make this 2-night, 3-day trip with his lovers the best memory for each of the twin sisters. Therefore, he was having quite a struggle trying to reconcile both opinions and find a middle ground. Without reaching a conclusion, they decided to discuss it again on another day and disbanded for today. Section. The next day, during lunch break, Chikage had apparently been called out by Takabana-sensei again, and she had sent a message online asking to have lunch without her. Hikari was, for some reason, unreachable. Since there was no read receipt online, Sakuto gave up and headed to the cafeteria alone. Well, days like this happen. While it couldn't be helped that Chikage's meeting with Takabana-sensei was of unknown duration, Sakuto wondered what had happened to Hikari. As he walked with these thoughts, he saw Chikage's figure down the hallway. Huh? Ah, Sakuto-kun, hello. You're heading to the cafeteria, right? Shall we go together? She smiled cheerfully. Is it okay to ignore Takabana-sensei's request? Weren't you called out? Yes. I thought I'd give her the cold shoulder. You can't do that. Takabana-sensei will get angry if she hears that. I thought she might be the type who likes being ignored. Ah. What's with that prejudice? Sakuto scratched the back of his neck in exasperation. I mean, what are you doing, Hikari? Phew. How silly. What are you talking about? Oh ho ho. I've never seen Chikage laugh like oh ho ho. Nor anyone else. It was indeed Hikari. Hikari was wearing one of Chikage's favorite ribbons instead of her usual hair ornament. Her speech and laugh were quite suspicious, but her walk and behavior were similar to Chikage's, and she wasn't wearing the headphones she usually had around her neck. At first glance, some students might mistake her for Chikage, but there was one thing that was unmistakably not Chikage. So, what are you up to, Hikari? Planning another prank on me? Sigh. How did you figure it out? Well, that's because, Sakuto pointed awkwardly towards her chest area, the only person who would wear their clothes so disheveled was Hikari. If it had been Chikage, it would have been a cause for concern for her. Oh, right. It seemed Hikari had realized it too, as she hurriedly tried to fasten the buttons on her chest, fumbling quite a bit. Whether it was due to her bust being too big or the shirt being the wrong size, it was clear she was struggling to button it up. Unable to just silently watch, Sakuto averted his gaze and waited. Finally, she finished buttoning up. Now, the transformation into Usami Chikage was complete. It's not quite perfect, is it? You still have a lot to learn, huh? Hikari giggled as if she had been caught playing a prank. Sakuto wondered why she was pretending to be Chikage. After all, she had been scolded by Chikage herself for it before. So, what's all this about? Actually, oh no. Hikari quickly straightened up and cleared her throat with a cough after noticing something behind Sakuto. Curious, Sakuto turned around to see. I found you. Usami Hikari, approaching with a fierce look, was a girl with twin tails. She was a first-year student, and although Sakuto didn't know her name, he had seen her around the school a few times. They were in different classes and had never spoken. In his memory, she was a girl with twin tails. Paying no mind to Sakuto's presence, the twin-tailed girl confronted Hikari, who was pretending as Chikage. Listen, today I'm going to cough. Excuse me, I am Usami Chikage. Do you need something? Usami Chikage? As soon as Chikage's name was mentioned, the twin-tailed girl became visibly flustered. Perhaps she had a fear of Chikage as she stepped back 2-3 paces while her face tensing up. That's right. If you have the wrong person, Then perhaps you should be on your way. Sakuto listened in amazement to the words of the fake Chikage, unsure if they were meant to sound refined or not. This disguise would be seen through in no time, or so he thought, but the twin-tailed girl seemed completely convinced that she was indeed Chikage. Her earlier momentum had vanished, leaving her shaken and pale. Having made a mistake himself once, Sakuto could somewhat understand how the twin-tailed girl felt. Then, pop, swoosh. Ow! What was that? The twin-tailed girl panicked and clutched her forehead. Then something rolled towards Sakuto's feet and stopped after hitting his shoes. Picking it up. A button? Oops, that's not good. He looked towards the source of the voice. Chikage's, or rather, Hikari's, shirt, which had just been buttoned, had burst open at the chest, revealing a cleavage. The three of them froze for a moment. But then, ahahaha, my button popped off. Seeing Hikari laugh, that reaction. Hikari, it was you? The twin-tailed girl finally realized. Oops. Sakuto-kun, I love you, Hikari whispered in his ear at the last moment, leaving behind a mischievous smile as she breezily ran away. Wait. Hikari, the twin-tailed girl shouted as she chased after Hikari, who started to run away with Ian. Holding the button he had picked up, Sakuto watched the scene in amazement when, Sakuto-kun, have you seen Hai-chan? Chikage, the real one, arrived just as Hikari had left. Yeah, she was here a moment ago, but she went off somewhere. Upon closer inspection, Chikage seemed to be in a foul mood for some reason. What's wrong? Did something happen with Takabana-sensei? It's not that. I was about to go to the staff room when Hai-chan suddenly snatched my ribbon and ran off somewhere. Seriously? Ah, I see. That makes sense. Feeling exasperated, Sakuto offered Chikage the button he had found. Here, take this. Could it be Sakuto-kun's second button? Chikage's eyes suddenly sparkled. Being the closest to the heart on the uniform, the second button is often equivalent to a confession of love. This custom typically happens after high school graduation ceremonies in Japan. Don't make me graduate alone. It is a second button, but it belongs to someone else. Then I don't need it. Her mood plummeted just as quickly. She is very easy to understand. No, you might need it soon. By the way, you haven't had lunch yet, right? Want to go to the cafeteria together? Huh? Why yes, let's go. Yay! Chikage cheerfully bounced off to the classroom to get her lunchbox. But why was Hikari being chased? Sakuto tilted his head in confusion, unaware that he was already entangled in the unfolding events. Chapter 2, Usami Hikari and the Newspaper Club. So, what's going on? Why were you being chased and pretending to be Chikage? Hai-chan, I won't get mad, so can you tell us? I'll get mad if you don't. After school at the Western-style dining canon, Hikari sat across from Sakuto and Chikage, offering a sheepish grin as they pressed her for answers. While Sakuto remained relatively calm, Chikage's frustration seemed to grow with each passing moment. Her patience wearing thin as Hikari hesitated to speak. You're pretending to be me again. Didn't you learn your lesson after what happened with Sakuto-kun? Hikari groaned with a and hung her head like a scolded child. That's because, I'm sorry. Although Chikage's anger was understandable, Sakuto was more curious about the reason behind Hikari's actions. If she was in trouble, he was even more eager to help her. Chikage, let's stay calm. If we question her like this, Hikari might not tell us the truth. You know? Sakuto's soothing words seemed to throw Hikari a lifeline, and her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at him. You shouldn't spoil her. Honestly Sakuto-kun, I think you're too soft on Hai-chan. No, I think I'm pretty lenient with Chikage too. I'm reflecting on it as well. Well, it's true that Sakuto-kun is very good at spoiling others. Chikage's moment of affection was short-lived. Don't try to change the subject. Her voice rose in volume, torn between anger and affection. But, you know, I thought maybe we should ask her more gently. That's not good for Hai-chan. We need to be stricter. Is that so? Well, if you say so, I'll leave it to Chikage. As Sakuto and Chikage exchanged words, Hikari watched them closely and then suddenly smiled. Don't you think you two sound like a couple arguing over parenting strategies? Hey, Hai-chan, I'm angry, so don't make light of it. Right, Papa? That's right, Hikari. Wait, Chikage. Did you just call me Papa? Sakuto looked at Chikage in disbelief, but she just glared at Hikari, still upset. For now. Hikari, please stop pushing Chikage's weird buttons. Despite feeling a bit conflicted, Sakuto wanted to move the conversation forward. Anyway, Hikari, why were you pretending to be Chikage and running away? And who was that girl? Hikari furrowed her brows in distress. The girl chasing me is Higashino Wakana-chan. She's a classmate. In April, Wakana-chan from the newspaper club asked me to join. Don't tell me you said okay? Sakuto asked, anticipating her response, and Hikari nodded with a troubled yeah. The newspaper club was short on members, and Wakana-chan was the only first year. I told her it didn't have to be me, but she really wanted me to join, and I couldn't refuse. So you reluctantly agreed? Hikari nodded again. I just want to join in name only. Do I look that free to you? Yes. Both of you are terrible. I'm using my brain a lot. I'm not free. It might sound like an excuse when someone who looks free claims they're busy thinking, but maybe that's not the case with her. Hikari is what people would call a genius. She has self-taught herself in various fields such as physics, chemistry, biology, ergonomics, and psychology, and by the time she was in junior high, she had already made significant achievements in various disciplines. Though she might appear idle, her thoughts are likely always whirling rapidly. However, even such a genius has her weaknesses. Take the girl named Wakana, for instance. Persistently pressed by Wakana's insistence, Hikari probably found herself unable to refuse her request. Was it just to make up the numbers? Or is there another reason? Sakuto was particularly curious about why Wakana was so insistent on having Hikari. I wonder why now? What's the reason that Hikari has suddenly become necessary? I don't know the details, but Wakana-chan has been very persistent lately. What about the newspaper club circumstances? Haven't you asked? I did, but I got responses like, you are a member, so please help, or we need Hikari right now. It wasn't just the reason for wanting Hikari that bothered him, but the phrase right now seemed particularly troubling. There had to be a reason why they were dragging Hikari, who hadn't been to school for a while, into club activities. If they explained the situation properly, he thought Hikari would consider it. Since when have you been chased around? I guess it's been like this since the beginning of the month. Sorry for not telling you. After a moment of silence, Chikage spoke up. It's probably because there's the first term club activity audit this month. Having ghost members could lead to negative points during the audit. Negative points? What's this audit about? Arashiyama Academy has 24 clubs and 12 clubs of sports and culture. An audit is conducted twice a year to distribute the club activity budget fairly among them. The first term audit takes place in July, and the audit committee reviews the activity reports, and so on. Chikage's explanation went back about 10 years. Initially, the distribution of the club activity funds at Harashiyama Academy was entrusted to the Student Council Executive Committee, which allocated funds to each club with the approval of the Club Advisors Council. Although there had been no cases of embezzlement, there was a dispute between clubs over the allocation of activity funds 10 years ago. As a result, the Student Council Executive Committee and the Club Advisors Council mediated the dispute, and after lengthy discussions, it was decided that the Student Council Executive Committee would conduct fair audits of each club. By entrusting the activity reports to a third party, they aimed to maintain fairness based on objective facts. However, there was a shortage of personnel to conduct the audits. With limited time to conduct proper audits, the Student Council Executive Committee alone was insufficient in numbers. Thus, the Club Activity Audit Committee was established. The Club Activity Audit Committee is an independent organization from the Student Council Executive Committee, composed of individuals who use the Student Guidance Department as their banner of honor. In other words, if anything goes wrong, they use the threat, if you have a problem with us, we will call the teacher, to force them to make a fair and cold-blooded decision. These ruthless auditors, who seemed to lack both blood and tears, were sometimes referred to by some students as the dogs of the Student Guidance Department. Wow, You sure know a lot. Sakuto was impressed, but Chikage awkwardly brought both hands to the top of her head, making pretend dog ears. Woof woof, just kidding, ahahaha. Seeing Chikage's wry smile, Sakuto couldn't help but groan. Could it be? You've become a dog? Yes, I've become a dog. Come to think of it, Takebana Fuyuko, the math teacher, is also in charge of student guidance. So that's why Takebana-sensei called her. At her request, Chikage had become the dog of the student guidance department. Couldn't you say no this time either? No, it was Takebana-sensei who asked me, but this time I'm rather positive about it. What do you mean? After the incident last time, I felt inadequate, so I wanted to take revenge. This time, I want to do my best with the tasks given to me without relying on Sakuto-kun or Hai-chan. I see. Chikage was still concerned about the Hydrangea festival in June. Back then, Sakuto had taken Hikari with him and managed to make the event a success, but Chikage regretted not being able to handle it on her own. It was quite characteristic of the earnest Chikage. Sakuto smiled. If Chikage wants to do it, I'll support you. Good luck, okay? Woof. You don't have to actually become a dog. Really? Sakuto imagined Chikage would be wagging her tail if she had won, and at that moment, both he and Hikari realized something. Chikage, just to make sure, I want to ask. Before he could ask, Chikage made an awkward face. Did you notice? Yes, the club I'm auditing is the newspaper club that Hai-chan belongs to. Whimper. You've got to be kidding me? Hikari, you don't have to start to become a cat too. Sakuto was exasperated by the anthropomorphizing twin sisters and wondered why that was the case. It's hard to believe this is a coincidence. The club Chikage was about to audit was the newspaper club to which Hikari belonged. Sakuto furrowed his brows as he pictured the person who was trying to forcibly bring the twin sisters together. Section. Takebana-sensei, good morning. Good morning, Takayashiki. It's hot again today. Yes. So, what are you scheming this time? The next morning, shortly after arriving at school, Sakuto asked Takebana Fuyuko, who was pruning hydrangeas in the flower bed next to the school building, close to the staff parking lot. Takebana let out a silent chuckle. How rude. I'm not scheming anything. I simply asked Usami Chikage to do a job, that's all. Just as I thought, Sakuto mused. He hadn't even mentioned Chikage's name. Rather than being perceptive, Takebana must have anticipated that Sakuto would come asking like this from the start. It was always helpful how quickly she got to the point, but what exactly was she planning? You assigned Chikage to the newspaper club because Hikari is there, right? Takebana, without affirming or denying, simply continued to prune with a faint smile. It didn't seem like there was any particular meaning to the way she cut. She wasn't aiming for a neat shape. Well, setting aside any schemes, the newspaper club is in a pretty tough situation right now. Are they being driven to disbandment? You're quick to catch on. That was just a guess, but if there is a problem, I think it's inevitable that the club might be disbanded, right? It's the opposite. It's troublesome because we have to keep it. Takebana let out a sigh and put her scissors away in a leather case. You see, club activities aren't something you can just easily crush. If you disband one, there will be demands from students, parents, the community, and supporters to upgrade other associations to a club or to create a new one. That sounds complicated, huh? Oh, it's very complicated. People tend to think it's trivial, but creating a new club causes friction and discord. It's not easy for the teachers when adults are involved. Takebana gave a wry smile. That's the reason why we leave any club that has even one active member. If everyone leaves, we take the form of a suspension to prevent the creation of new clubs. But something didn't sit right. What was the point of a club that was just a shell in form only? Wouldn't it be wiser to create a new club with people who are motivated? However, the newspaper club is currently on the verge of disbandment. Its former glory was fallen, and it has been unable to publish even a single issue for a while. Moreover, well, there are various complicated circumstances. Takebana held her head. Those complicated circumstances must be the source of her troubles. Nevertheless, the circumstances of the newspaper club didn't matter, for Sakuto. What was important was Hikari and Chikage, whether or not they would be negatively affected. Tachibana-sensei, by the way, Takayashi-ki, do you know why the color of hydrangea flowers changes depending on where they are planted? Why? It's because of the soil properties. If the soil is acidic, the flowers are blue. If it's alkaline, they're pink. But what does that have to do with anything? Correct. You're well informed, aren't you? Well, that's what I learned. It's like the reverse of litmus paper. While gazing at the hydrangeas, Tachibana smiled. To be precise, it's about the pH of the soil. Originally, hydrangea flowers were pink. The pigment called anthocyanin is inherently pink. However, when it absorbs aluminum, it reacts chemically with the anthocyanin and turns blue. Tachibana crouched down and pinched the soil with her fingertips. Aluminum dissolves easily in water in acidic soil and is less soluble in alkaline soil. We use this property to bring out the color we want, though it also depends on the variety. What is she trying to say with all this? Is she trying to evade the topic with irrelevant stories? No. It's about time to steer the conversation back. That's interesting. So, about my question. The point is, it's about the soil. That's what's important. Tachibana glanced at her watch. Oops. I can't be late. It's time for the morning staff meeting. Sensei, we haven't finished talking. Well, since you're here, why don't you try helping out the newspaper club? I'd like to see how far someone serious like you can go. With that, Tachibana quickly headed toward the school building, leaving the conversation in a haze. She escaped. But I see. She wanted to draw me out. I think I've got a pretty good grasp on Tachibana's intentions, Sakuto thought. He's using the Usami sisters as bait, hoping he'll do something to save the nearly defunct newspaper club. However, even if she says she wants his cooperation, Chikage has declared she'll be auditing alone this time. On the other hand, Hikari is technically a member of the newspaper club, but she has no motivation whatsoever. Rather, what's more important now is how to deal with Hikari and Chikage. The point is, it's about the soil. Essentially, if the current state of the newspaper club can be changed, then it's possible that Hikari, who belongs to it, can also change. That's probably what Tachibana meant. Change Hikari? I think she's fine as she is. Hikari has been going to school cheerfully, and other than being chased around by the newspaper club's Higashino Wakana, she doesn't seem to have any particular problems. As someone who's unrelated to both the audit and the newspaper club, it seems there's no need for him to interfere. Wait, hold on. This time, it's less about Hikari and more about... At that moment, Sakuto began to rapidly understand. A troubled newspaper club that might be disbanded. If Chikage, as the student guidance department's dog, was sent in and performed her duties actively and faithfully, the responsibility for disbanding the newspaper club might fall on Chikage's shoulders. That's not fair to her at all. Sakuto hurriedly turned towards the school building, but Tachibana was already nowhere to be seen. What's the matter, Sakuto-kun? Startled, he turned towards the voice to find Chikage looking at him with concern. It was lunch break now. Hikari was away again today. Sakuto had been sitting on a bench in the courtyard with Chikage and having lunch, but he couldn't get this morning's exchange with Tachibana out of his head. You haven't made much progress with your lunch. Are you not very hungry? Chikage, who had finished about half of her meal, asked Sakuto, who had only taken a bite of his sandwich from the school store and then stopped. No. Indeed, he had little appetite. Perhaps he was internally debating whether to tell Chikage about this morning's events. Sakuto stared at Chikage with a serious expression. What is it? It's embarrassing when you stare at me like that. Oh, or rather, it's kind of hot today, isn't it? Chikage fanned herself with her hand, looking away from Sakuto. Hai-chan isn't here, so it's just the two of us, right? I wonder if Hai-chan is being chased by Higashino-san again today? Maybe? She still hasn't read my message online yet. Probably so. Sakuto checked his smartphone and then put it back in his pocket. It's tough for Hai-chan. Hey, Chikage. Oh, Right. Have you talked to your aunt about the trip yet? My papa and mama are okay with me going with friends. Have you decided where you want to go? I'm not really confident in my figure, but I want to wear a swimsuit, so. Chikage continued to speak rapidly. More than usual. With Hikari absent, she was probably more nervous. They had always been together as a trio recently, so she might be unsure what to talk about when it's just the two of them. Sakuto found Chikage's behavior adorable. She might be getting involved in problems without knowing anything about them, yet here she was, blushing, flustered, and showing so much affection for him. He simply cherished her all the more. Suddenly, he remembered his junior high school days. He was well aware of how he was being ridiculed and called names by those around him. Such things as, Takayashiki is kind of like a robot, huh? Like he's got AI or something. Unlike me, who had developed a resistance to slander and contempt, Chikage was not the same. I think standing out isn't necessarily a bad thing, but there are times when it scares me. I do worry about how I'm perceived by others, you know? In that case, the audit of the newspaper club would only be a negative for Chikage. I don't want Chikage to go through the same things I did. If the newspaper club were to be shut down, she would end up drawing unwanted attention. It might be an unfounded worry, but Sakuto couldn't shake this ominous feeling. Chikage, could you listen to what I have to say for a moment? Chikage looked back at Sakuto with confusion as he gazed at her with unusual seriousness. What is it? Do you have some kind of worry? Facing Chikage's concerned expression, Sakuto gently began to speak. I want to protect you. Chikage exhaled as if relieved. Is that so? So what Sakuto-kun was concerned about was, huh? Chikage froze for a moment, not comprehending what had just happened. What's going on all of a sudden? Chikage began to panic, clutching her chest. My heart's pounding. It's like thump, thump. Hey, Chikage, people can hear you, so calm down and take a deep breath. Yes, huff, ha. That's the Lame's technique, you know, the one for when labor starts. He retorted with a sigh, but Chikage was still flustered. This is totally a heart-melting situation. Heart-melting situation. Heart-melting situation. I can't calm down at all. Oh, really? What can I do to help you calm down? Say it again. Please repeat what you just said. If you say it twice, the effect should wear off. I need a second serving. I want to protect you. Chikage's body swayed as if she was about to lose consciousness. It was a critical hit, perhaps the first time. It had scratched her chest armor, and the second time, it had pierced right through. No way, no way, no way. To hear the third most desired phrase from Sakuto-kun twice in one day. I'm curious about the first and second most desired phrases now. But seriously, what's with you all of a sudden? Are you in a particularly giving mood? That's like the special combo that comes with a hug and a kiss right now. What's with that super value happy set? Sakuto sighed in exasperation, shook his head, and then returned to a serious expression. It's not that. Chikage might be unwittingly involved in a big problem. That's why I want to protect you. A big problem? Chikage returned to her usual self. Yes. Well, to explain the situation a bit, Sakuto recounted the exchange he had with Takabana that morning, the facts, and the scenario he had deduced from them. Apart from Hikari being a member of the newspaper club itself was facing some sort of issue and was in a very delicate position. And, though it was only a possibility, Chikage's audit might somehow affect the future activities of the newspaper club. Takabana-sensei doesn't seem to want to shut down the newspaper club. I don't think Chikage's audit results will have a direct impact, but what if the club's budget is cut or, in the worst case, if the newspaper club is disbanded? There's a chance Chikage might be blamed by others, and you could even be resented by the members of the newspaper club. The possibility was not out of the question, because she was Usami Chikage, the top-ranking external student. Sakuto knew that what is right might not always be accepted as such. I know that Chikage is motivated to do it, but if it tarnishes your image, I just can't overlook that. Thinking about the repercussions that might also affect Hikari, who was a member of the newspaper club, he felt, I'm still against Chikage being on the spotlight. Is it too late to back out now? Chikage smiled faintly with an affectionate look when he spoke his mind clearly. I understand how you feel, Sakuto-kun. Is that why you've been down lately? You were thinking about me. No. You were thinking about Hai-chan too. Yes, that's why. I'm so happy. I'm glad to be your girlfriend, Sakuto-kun. Chikage interrupted Sakuto. Her cheeks flushed as she placed her hand on her chest. Knowing that both my sister and I are so dearly cared for by Sakuto-kun makes me feel warm inside and gives me courage. Chikage. That's why I'll be fine no matter what happens. And if anything happens to Sakuto-kun or Hai-chan, I'll protect both of you, so leave it to me, okay? Sakuto decided not to say anything more. He fully understood that Chikage was a natural hard worker and a person of integrity. Trusting her was part of his duty as a boyfriend, and he decided not to impose on her the worst-case scenarios he had imagined, which might just be needless worries. But if something did happen? But if I run into trouble, may I come to you for advice? Of course. Anytime. Thank you. Seriously, I'm really glad you're my boyfriend, Sakuto-kun. Their conversation paused, and then they looked into each other's eyes. What? Right now, I really feel like being spoiled. Just for a little bit. Somehow, they both sensed that was the mood. The distance between them, who had been sitting apart, gradually closed. Their hearts beat fiercely, yet neither could nor wanted to look away from each other. The two blushing faces gradually drew closer, their breaths mingling, eyes closing, and then, they're about to kiss. Startled, the pair instantly parted, reseating themselves at opposite ends of the bench. The voice belonged to Hikari, who had popped her head up from behind the bench's backrest. Hikari? Since when have you been there? Seriously, I'm really glad you're my boyfriend, Sakuto-kun. From around there? I mean, you two do realize this is school, right? There are people around, yet you just can't hold back, can you? Hikari teased them in a playful tone. Sakuto and Chikage's faces turned so red it seemed like steam might start pouring out as they hung their heads in embarrassment. Chapter 2.5, Twin Talk 1. Preparing for summer. At night, in the Usami family's living room, Chikage was doing push-ups with a desperate look on her face. Chai-chan, are you working out? For summer. Aiming for diets. Daiitsu instead of daieto. Why the plural? Chikage collapsed with her face turning bright red. Hikari settled herself on the sofa next to her and casually began eating the soda-flavored after-bath Karakari-kun snack. Come on. Don't eat ice cream in front of a dieter. Dieter? A dieter? Huh. Hikari offered the Karakari-kun in her hand to Chikage with a smile. Do you want a bite? Here. Okay. Wait, no. I said no. Oh, reason prevails at the last moment. Because it's all for the love of Sakuto-kun. What do you mean? Chikage then smoothly handed Hikari a special issue of the women's fashion magazine, The Secrets of Making a Beloved Body That Captivates Him. Hey. With this, I should be able to achieve the perfecto body by summer. Okay. But it's already summer, and more importantly, your English pronunciation is really good. Hai-chan, you should train too. Chikage inadvertently groaned as she looked at Hikari who had just come out of the bath. She was wearing a camisole and shorts underneath, but her wet hair, flushed soft skin, and the slight reddish hue of her entire body were so alluring that it made her involuntarily swallow some saliva. Despite claiming she never exercises, Hikari's body was perfectly toned and curvaceous in all the right places. It was hard to believe they were twins, as Hikari's body was once again perfect today. Why? Where do my genes differ from Hai-chan's? What do you mean? As Chikage sat dejectedly with her hands on the ground, Hikari casually examined her body. Without even needing to train, Chikage's proportions seemed perfect. Her bust size was one size larger than her own, and while she was well-fleshed, she was by no means fat. Chikage just lacked confidence in herself. Rather, Hikari thought that she might be the one who was overweight, considering she had popped the buttons off her shirt recently. By the way, you were about to kiss Sakuto-kun during lunch break, weren't you? Chikage jerked her head up with a start. You're getting bold when I'm not around, huh? It was just the flow of the moment thing. The flow? I only saw part of it, so I'm curious. Tell me about it. Chikage suddenly remembered. My heart skipped a beat when he said, I will protect you with all I have. He didn't say it that much. Half of it was her own fantasy about Sakuto. What's that? Did Sakuto-kun really say that? I've never had him say anything like that to me. Right? I was surprised at first too. If Sakuto had been here, he probably would have been the most surprised of all. What else? What else? The rest just happened as it happened. It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. Chie-chan. This is important. As Chikage blushed crimson with embarrassment, Hikari excitedly fluttered her hands beside her. And then from where Hai-chan was watching, we were gazing into each other's eyes. Yeah. And as we moved our faces closer, and then, Hai-chan interrupted us. Seeing the sadness in Chikage's eyes, Hikari turned as pale as Karikari-kun. I'm so sorry. Shall we have some ice cream? Oh. It's a winning stick. Chapter 3, The Love Letter Predator. July 7th, Tanabata. According to the forecast, it seems that the clouds will persist from this evening through tomorrow. After all, the probability of clear skies on Tanabata is only around 26%. Rainy season. Perhaps the weather gods are considerately hiding Orihime, Vega, and Hikoboshi, Alter, as they enjoy their once-a-year rendezvous behind the clouds. Sakuto was on his way to the cafeteria while pondering such things. Along the way, he joined the cheerful Chikage, and the two headed to the cafeteria together. She had a face as bright as a clear starry sky. Did something good happen? Yes, I've been so happy thinking about yesterday. Yesterday, you said to me, I will protect you with all I have, Sakuto-kun. Well, I didn't say that. Why are you portraying me as some kind of wild character? Whether it was her ideal image of a boyfriend or some kind of mental embellishment, Sakuto couldn't tell, but if his words and actions were going to be exaggerated 15-fold, he thought he might need to be more careful about what he said and did from now on. By the way, I wonder if Hikari is being chased again today? Lime still hasn't marked my message as read. I hope Hai-chan is okay. As they were talking and descending the stairs, they reached the first floor landing when Sakuto-kun, Chie-chan. Hikari was dashing down the stairs that they had just descended. Hikari, are you being chased by Higashino-san again? Whoa. Sakuto and Chikage were suddenly yanked by the arm. Wait, Hai-chan, talk later. I just need you to run with me for now. It sounded like a line straight out of a movie scene. Why do Chikage and I have to run too? Wait, Hikari. Section. Dragged along by Hikari, they ended up on the connecting corridor between the classroom building and the clubroom building. It was a perfect place to hide during break time since it was deserted. So, why do Chikage and I have to be involved? Panting, Hikari was met with a bit of dissatisfaction. We haven't been able to spend lunchtime together recently. Well, yeah, but suddenly involved in this and now on the complete opposite side from the cafeteria. They pondered what to do next. The closest place was the school store, but what now? Hai-chan, why don't you stop running and have a proper talk with Higashino-san? But she doesn't listen to anything I say. If she's the stubborn Chikage type, it might be better to sit down and talk it out. Exactly. Have a good talk. And Sakuto-kun, did you just say something weird? I'm just really hungry. He tried to brush it off with a wry smile, but Chikage frowned and puffed out her cheeks. Anyway, running away isn't going to solve the problem. So should I step in and mediate? That would be great. But do you think she'll listen? Why not just submit a resignation from the club if she's not willing to listen? I've thought about that, but Sakuto wore a somber expression. Hikari has had experiences of frequently missing school after struggling with interpersonal relationships in the past. Therefore, it was also important to pay attention to the relationships surrounding Hikari when offering her advice. It was perhaps a mistake to have casually brought up the topic of submitting a resignation from the club. If Higashino Wakano was her classmate, he had to consider the aftermath of her quitting. But maybe you're right. I'll pick it up after school today while I'm at it. Relieved to see Hikari's smile, Sakuto felt a bit more at ease, but then, what do you mean, while you're at it? I've been called by the homeroom teacher. I've been absent for a while, so I have to take some supplementary lessons. I didn't take the midterm tests either. Hikari scored perfect marks in 3 subjects on the recent proficiency test. Such supplementary lessons seemed unnecessary for her, but they were apparently going to be taken into account for the final term tests and would contribute to her grades for the semester, so it would be better for her to attend. Actually, I have a meeting of the audit committee after school today. Then you'll be busy after school too, Chikage? Yes, it will probably take about an hour. It'll be about the same for me. Will Sakuto-kun go home ahead of us? No, I'll wait somewhere until you both finish your business. Without much thought, Sakuto said this, and the expressions of the twin sisters brightened instantly. That's what we really love about you, Sakuto-kun. Huh? What? Why? Confused and feeling a bit embarrassed, Sakuto turned his face away from the 2 girls. However, his gaze then landed on a person who was looking around restlessly. Wow! Oh, it's Higashino-san. What should we do? She looks like she's coming this way. Should we head to the club building? Hikari spoke in a flustered tone while Sakuto and Chikage waved their right hands with a calm and smiling face. Goodbye, you cold-hearted people. Even if it was a joke, Hikari was genuinely panicking. Should we flee to the club building together? She thought. But that would mean moving away from the store and the cafeteria. At that moment, Sakuto's eyes caught a large cleaning locker. Huh? I'm sure they went this way. While looking around, Higashino Wakana arrived at the spot where Sakuto and the others had been just moments before. That's strange. I wonder they go towards the club building. As Wakana stood pondering nearby, inside the large cleaning locker. This is a complete disaster. Sakuto was filled with regret. He had taken Hikari and Chikage into the cleaning locker, but it was more cramped than he expected. In other words, what was happening was, it's so tight, it's dark. Why do I have to be in here too? SHH. Chie-chan, you can't make any noise. The situation had turned into quite the predicament. Both of you, don't move. In the dimly lit, humid space, the 3 of them were stuck together. Sakuto-kun. Did you just? It's because Hikari pushed me. There. That's for trying to abandon me earlier. Now it's wait, that's not okay. It's not me. Hikari, you shouldn't be messing around. Sakuto was sandwiched between the twin sisters, who tightly pressed their chests against him. If he moved back, he would be pressed against Chikage. If he moved forward, he would be pressed against Hikari. Sakuto tried to stay perfectly still in this situation, but his plan was naive. Hikari was deliberately pressing her chest against him. If he backed away, Chikage's chest would press against his back. Moreover, the floral scent emanating from both of their hair was so enchanting that he almost forgot they were inside the cleaning locker. Now, he couldn't even understand for whose sake they were hiding together like this. Why could Hikari joke around in this situation? In the first place, wouldn't it have been better to just shove Hikari into the locker alone? If they were found in this state, wouldn't strange rumors start to circulate? In other words, it was a complete disaster after he had cornered himself completely. While Sakuto was caught in this soft sandwich. Did this locker just move? Wakana stared at the locker with surprise. Something seemed suspicious. She cautiously approached the locker and reached for the handle when, Wakana, what's wrong? Suddenly, someone from behind called out to Wakana. Maitri-senpai. Kazuka Maitri, a second-year student, the vice president of the newspaper club to which Wakana belonged. Maitri was tall and slender, with her long hair tied back in a single ponytail. She had a lively aura that made her seem like she belonged in the track and field club, but in her hand was her own SLR camera. Are you heading to the club room now? Yeah, I've got some errands to run. Wakana, want to come to the club room with me? Well, okay. Actually, I have something I want to discuss with you, Wakana. It's not your usual nonsense, is it? How rude. I am, you see, very kind to my kuhai. Anyway, you are. And with that, Wakana was led away by Maitri. The 3 inside the locker quietly waited for the 2 sets of footsteps to fade away. Finally, when the sound was gone, The three of them quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Phew. It was so hot. I'm all sticky with sweat. Geez, Hai-chan. How could you take advantage of the situation like that? Did it make your heart race? Of course it did. Also, you touched my butt, didn't you? Sorry, that might have been me. Well, that's okay then. Hai-chan, you can't do that kind of joking around again, okay? It's okay if it's me, Sakuto thought with a sigh as he looked at Chikage. But you know, getting all excited made me hungry. So, let's go to the cafeteria. Wait. Hai-chan. Before Chikage could scold her, Hikari took off running again. Watching her, Sakuto thought he had had enough of cleaning lockers for one day. And then, the incident occurred after school that day. The end of day bell rang, and Sakuto stepped into the hallway along with the other students leaving the classroom. Maybe I'll go to the bookstore and wait until their errands are done. Thinking this, he went to change his shoes at the entrance. What's this? As he opened the door of the shoe locker to change his shoes, Sakuto found it. On top of the neatly arranged shoes was an envelope. Picking it up, he saw a somewhat childish but cute envelope with the round writing, "To Takayashiki Sakuto-kun." He tried to recall his memory. Chikage had been practicing calligraphy, so her writing was round but firm. It was more similar to Hikari's handwriting, but the stops, flicks, and sweeps didn't match hers. Then, who is it from? Turning it over, he saw it was sealed with a heart sticker, but there was no sender's name. This might be what's called a love letter, but, if that's the case, it's quite risky. Considering the possibility of it being spread on SNS or posted on the hallway bulletin board, it was a risky move. Of course, he had no intention of doing such a thing, but he decided to check the contents anyway. Peeling off the heart sticker, he pulled out a folded letter. It read, "Please come to the back of the club buildings after school today." Again, there was no name of the sender, and the intention behind the invitation was unclear. Was the sender planning to confess her feelings to him? "I've liked you for a long time, Sakuto." The faint voice of Kizunagi Yuzuki from junior high school seemed to echo in his ears. But this is too sudden. After school today probably meant right now. Was the sender waiting for him behind the club buildings right now? With girlfriends like Hikari and Chikage, not going was also an option. However, if he didn't show up, the sender might end up waiting until the end of the school day. I hope it's just a prank, but if it's serious. Reluctant as he was, Sakuto headed to the back of the club buildings after much deliberation. As he approached the back of the club building, sure enough, he could see the figure of a girl. Sakuto braced himself and approached the familiar twin tails he recognized from somewhere. Upon noticing Sakuto's footsteps, the girl timidly turned around. "Thank you for coming, Takayashiki-kun. I'm Higashino Wakana from Class 5. The girl waiting for him was the one who had been chasing after Hikari. Surprise and a question mark popped up at the same time. They had never really spoken before, and he had no idea why she would call him out. Wakana's cheeks had been flushed ever since he arrived, and she stood there while rubbing her knees together, looking anxious and fidgety. Could it be a confession? No. Maybe she's holding in a need to use the restroom. No. Maybe she called me out because of Hikari. No. Or maybe, there's no use in guessing. For now, Sakuto put on a small smile while trying to gauge the situation. "So, what do you need from me, Higashino-san?" Takayashiki-kun. "Do you have a girlfriend right now?" "No, if you mean girlfriends, then yes." "But you're close with Usami-san's sisters, right?" "Well, after all, I am dating them." "Do you want to date either of Usami-san's sisters?" "No, I want to date both of them." "Not either, and I actually am." Wakana seemed relieved as she exhaled. Sakuto thought it was a rather painful evasion, and he also felt uneasy, having roughly guessed the intention behind her calling him out. Looking at her like this, he thought she was cute. Not as much as Ayaka, whom he met the other day, but Wakana was also delicate and shy. Feeling curious about it now, he wondered where she found the courage to chase after Hikari. With a Wakana took a deep breath and then made a determined expression. Then there's no problem. No problem with what? With what I'm about to do. While slightly embarrassed, Wakana gently reached for the ribbon at her neck. Her hand trembled and stopped for a moment, but then, with trepidation, she removed the ribbon and then reached for the buttons on her shirt. After a slight pause, she began to unfasten them, one by one. As the third button came undone, a rather mature-looking pink bra adorned with black lace was revealed. It wasn't as big as Hikari's or Chiki's, but rather, it was a pair of small and nicely shaped twins. To sum it up, they were breasts. What are you doing all of a sudden?" Sakuto exclaimed, hastily averting his eyes. Rather. I'm surprised you've been silent and watching until now." "Sorry, I'm a guy too, but still, aren't you embarrassed?" "Of course I'm embarrassed." "Then why do you take off your clothes?" "This is the only way. It's for a greater cause." "I wonder what kind of greater cause justifies showing your own breasts." "When Hikari was being chased around, I thought she might be a bit of an odd girl, but this might actually be a seriously dangerous situation." Confused, Sakuto steps back, but with her face flushed red. Wakana keeps advancing closer. Suddenly, she grabs his left wrist with a grip stronger than he expected and pulls him forcefully toward her chest. "Go ahead, please. Do as you like." "Sorry, I'm right-handed." "That doesn't matter in this situation. It's not entirely irrelevant, but that's not the issue here. If Hikari or Chikage find out about this and it turns into an accusation of cheating, that would be a real disaster." He still doesn't understand why Wakana is doing something like this, and it scares him. What does she mean by a greater cause? No. More importantly than that, stop. Let's not do this. Regardless, Sakuto pulls his hand away. "Please, cooperate with me here." But Wakana doesn't relent. She pulls his hand toward her chest again. "Why are you going this far? For what purpose?" "It's for the sake of our newspaper club." "Stop." "Huh? Newspaper club?" "If it's come to this, then I, Higashino Wakana, am going for it." Before he knew it, Wakana had stopped pulling Sakuto's hand and stepped forward with a swift motion. If pulling doesn't work, then push. The determination in that step, doesn't reach him. Instead, with his left wrist still in her grasp, Sakuto counters by grabbing Wakana's wrist. Then he forcefully pushes both her arms towards the ground with his right hand as well. This is a technique called gotegashi, wrist lock twist, in Aikido. It's also learned as a form of self-defense. Sakuto moves behind her while twisting Wakana's arm. It's like when a criminal, cornered by a detective, finally takes a hostage. Ouch, ouch, ouch. "Wait, what are you doing?" "That's my line. Come out." "You're there, aren't you?" Having subdued Wakana, Sakuto shouts to the surroundings. Then, from the thick bushes rustling, "TSK." Just a little more and I would have had it. Out comes a girl with a single ponytail, holding a single lens reflex camera. Since she's not a face he has seen in the first year, she's probably an upperclassman, someone from the newspaper club. "And you are?" "I'm Kazuka Maitri, a second year." "Maitri-senpai?" "I'm sorry, it's fine." Takayashiki. Sakuto, please let go of Wakana. In exchange, you can do anything you want to me. Maitri bit her back teeth in frustration. On the other hand, Sakuto decided to be true to his own feelings. "I have absolutely no interest in you." "I'm sorry, but it's impossible." "That's terrible." "I mean, I'm one of the good-looking ones." "Don't apologize." Maitri was shocked by the blunt rejection. Indeed, she wasn't. Not good-looking, no. "Now, let's exchange it for that camera." "Put it on the ground and step back." "Hurry." Maitri let out a frustrated TSKL under her breath. It seemed she had been filming the interaction with Wakana all along. "TSK. Taking a hostage is cowardly. You were the one who tried to set me up first, right? Come on, hurry up." It seemed as if a stalemate would continue, but then, "It's not like that." "Maitri-senpai isn't bad." Wakana trembled her shoulders as if she were a tragic heroine. "I told Maitri-senpai to film from there. I'm sorry." "Protecting your friend is pointless, okay?" "I won't be swayed by tears or anything like that." "Eek, that's a villain's line. Anyway, who's the real mastermind?" It's Maitri-senpai. Wakana? You planning to betray me? To an outsider, it was no longer clear what was just and what was evil. Eventually, Maitri seemed to give up, removing the strap of the camera she had been wearing. This desperate expression might be a sign of her desire to protect her kuhai. All right, I'll hand over the camera, but please let her go. Wakana's flat BR. Wakana's breasts have been exposed this whole time. Please. Understood. I also feel sorry for her current No, I mean, her current state. So let's make the exchange, Sakuto replied with a serious face. Don't diss my breasts, you guys. I do have them, to a certain extent. Still holding Wakana's arm, Sakuto cautiously moved forward. Maitri slowly placed the camera on the ground and took 3-4 steps back. Sakuto approached the camera, and as he let go of Wakana's arm, he picked up the camera. Immediately, Wakana ran to Maitri. Maitri-senpai. Then, I'll be erasing the camera's data. Maitri grinned slyly. I've got it. I was also recording with my smartphone. She took out her smartphone from her breast pocket and laughed triumphantly. Even the usually composed Sakuto was irritated by this. As expected of Maitri-senpai. No. Well done, Wakana. And with that, we've got a scandal about Takayashiki Sakuto, the top student in our grade. If you don't want this video to spread, hey, what are you doing? Sakuto was staring at the ground with lifeless eyes, swinging his camera high above. Whoa. Wait, just wait a minute. That's my precious Canon-chan. It's super expensive and I bought it with the money I earned from so many part-time jobs. And? So what? Please, don't break it. You can do whatever you want with Wakana. Maitri-senpai? That's the worst. Takayashiki-kun, if you're going to do as you like, do it with Maitri-senpai. Are you planning to sell out your senpai? Takayashiki. Wakana is ripe for the picking right now. Both of them were beyond salvation. How ugly could you two be? Gathering all the ugliness of this world, concentrating and reducing it to a pure 100%. These people were just that, Sakuto thought to himself. I see, so this is the newspaper club. Everything clicked into place. All right, on the count of 3, say your goodbyes to your precious Canon-chan. Ready, set. Please, I'm begging you, just don't do that. Maitri's desperate scream echoed behind the school building. Chapter 4, Various Pinches. Sniff, sniff. I'm sorry about before. In the dim and damp newspaper club room, cluttered with stuff, the sound of Kazuka Maitri sobbing is mixed with surprise. Is this not the right place? Wait. Don't touch that. It's important. I see, so it's here, and if I do this. Stop, please stop. Don't go any further. Maitri-senpai, was it? I'm just fiddling with the camera, so please stop making those strange noises. Sakuto looked at Maitri with exasperation. In front of Maitri, Sakuto was toying with her precious Canon-chan. I'm so sorry. Please give me back my Canon-chan quickly. Where had her earlier bravado gone? Maitri was now pleading with tearful eyes. It was surprising that she was the vice president. Sitting silently beside Maitri, Wakana seemed quite taken aback by her senpai's fallen state. About 20 minutes after moving here from behind the school building, the already narrow and dim room at the end of the first floor of the club building was enveloped in an even more gloomy atmosphere. Still, you have quite a nice thing here, right? It's amazing. You see, in my class, No, I'm not talking about you, but the camera. The impressive thing was not Maitri, who was striking a pose that seemed somewhat sexy and triumphant, but the digital SLR camera from the popular manufacturer Canon. It was part of the cheekily named Hug series, an entry-level model priced around 100,000 yen. For a high school student to carry it around, it felt like a bit too much, but given her attachment to it, there must be some commitment beyond the price tag. Phew, that should do it. What did you just do? I reset it, memory and everything. You should set the time and date later, okay? Are you a demon? There were still photos on there that I hadn't transferred to my PC. Do you know the phrase you reap what you sow? You should be grateful it's not broken. Here, I'll give it back. With a thud, he placed it on the table, and Maitri quickly snatched it up and hugging it to her chest. Welcome back, Canon-chan. Did it hurt? It must have been tough. I'll return your smartphone too. This one? Don't tell me you reset this one too? It has all my contacts and apps. Seeing Matori turn pale, Sakuto let out a sigh. No, just the photos and videos on the device that seemed related to this incident. Phew. That's a relief. If it's only that, I also deleted the photos and videos that were synced to the cloud. What? Who goes that far? I do. The reason for her frustration was that the data of all photos and videos of Sakuto and the Usami sisters, which had been recorded on her smartphone, were also deleted. I mean, how could she go that far? It seemed that they had been secretly photographed over several days, and there were numerous pictures of the three of them together. Other than walking arm in arm, there wasn't anything that could decidedly serve as evidence of a relationship, but still, it was creepy for him. Having roughly figured out the newspaper club's intentions, Sakuto looked at Matori, who was on the verge of tears. This demon, this brute, it's not like you're going to lose anything, so what's the big deal? No, it's no use. This person is beyond saving, Sakuto thought as he turned his gaze to Higashino Wakana. Anyway, is it about time you tell us why you did this? I'm sorry, Wakana bowed her head in remorse. But I thought there was no other way. So you were that desperate? I want to hear about that but part. You've been chasing Hikari around as well. Don't tell me that was also at Matori-senpai's instigation? That's not it. The thing with Hikari has nothing to do with this. She didn't seem to be lying. Matori also shrugged and shook her head. However, it was hard to trust these two given their past behavior. If you're going to play dumb, I'll just have to format all the PCs and hard drives here, okay? What did you say? Then I'll begin. Everyone, say your farewell. With that, Sakuto began operating the PC with an expressionless face. Stop. I'll do anything but that. I'll do anything too. Please, just stop it. Wakana and Matori clung to him in a panic. Hey, both of you, let go. And why are you trying to take your clothes off? This is all we can do. Look, we'll even go out with you now? How about that? I don't want it. I've told you, you're not my type. That's so mean. At that moment, the club room door was flung open. What's all this noise? Huh? Sakuto-kun. Chikage? What are you doing? Chikage was in shock. And then, another person arrived a bit later. What's wrong, Chie-chan? Is Sakuto-kun here too? Hikari as well? Huh? What's going on here? Can someone explain? Hikari was smiling brightly, but there was an aura of anger behind her. There seemed to be a "G-R-R-R-R" sound of anger. It was a face Sakuto had seen before, the face of Hikari genuinely angry. In this situation that could only be described as a battlefield, perhaps even the gods felt pity, for they sent an angel. Huh? What's with this number of people? What's all the commotion? Ho-ee-ee-ee. The serene expression of the angelic figure crumpled like monks the scream. Upon closer inspection, it was the angel-like girl named Ayako-senpai who had come to see Hikari the other day. Naturally, the three people who arrived later were taken aback by this incomprehensible scene, their surprise and anger plainly visible. Why were there two girls crying? And why were their clothes disheveled as they desperately clung to Sakuto? With a composed face, Sakuto calmly opened his mouth to speak. Why are Chikage and Hikari here? I came to greet you as an auditor. And then Sakuto-kun. By the way, this is not my fault. What about Hikari? I was invited by Chie-chan to say goodbye if I was going to quit the club. I just got the resignation form. With that, Hikari pulled out the resignation form from her bag. Seeing this, Wakana couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, Hikari, you're quitting?" Well, I was basically just a ghost member, and I thought I wasn't really needed. No way. It's going to be a serious problem if Hikari leaves. Sakuto let out a sigh of exasperation. For now, could someone please explain the situation with the newspaper club section? The clubroom, which had settled down for a moment, was now filled with an even more gloomy atmosphere. After the Usami sisters took their seats on either side of Sakuto, the three members of the newspaper club faced the three of them across the table, but it was hard to describe the situation. It was as awkward as going to a restaurant in a good mood. cuddling with your girlfriend, and being told by the staff it's full, but you can share a table other people, only to find out that the group of 3 you end up sharing a table with are all your ex-girlfriends. The angel sitting opposite Sakuto opened her mouth with a heavy heart. I'm Uehara Ayaka, the president of the newspaper club. I'm truly sorry for any terrible inconvenience our members may have caused you. Ayaka looked so downcast that it looked a bit pitiful. Aren't you going to ask what those two did to me? Well, I can guess. It's not the first or second time this has happened. Somehow, he was beginning to feel sorry for Ayaka. Anyway, I'd like to move the conversation forward. What's happening with the newspaper club now? About that, actually, the newspaper club is pretty much obsolete now. To summarize Ayaka's story, it went like this. At the beginning of April, the newspaper club was actively engaged in its activities, which seemed unbelievable given what he had seen of their activities today. Originally, the club wasn't well known within the school, and with only a few members, it was the kind of club that people would say, the newspaper club, we had one of those. Nevertheless, the members still enjoyed their time together and worked diligently. The situation changed around that time. The broadcasting club, which was about the same size as the newspaper club, had made a significant shift in its activity direction. Since the start of the new academic year, the broadcasting club has been actively expanding its activities, quickly disseminating useful information about Tarajuyama Academy through the tablets distributed to each student by the school and using YouTube to promote the school. Their content was interesting, and now the YouTube channel Arigaku CH had become popular enough to monetize in less than 2 months, boasting a significant number of subscribers and views. It seems to have gained popularity even outside the school. Their efforts were recognized throughout the school, and the broadcasting club was now treasured within Arajuyama Academy as the influencer club. Amidst all this, what about the newspaper club? They were diligently working on the school newspaper, upholding the tradition passed down from their senpai. Or so it seemed. However, compared to the rapidly updated video content, the newspaper, which was published on a monthly basis, clearly wasn't as popular with the students. As for the general opinion on the newspaper club, school newspaper? Oh, I don't read it. Actually, I've never read it before. Not interested. I'm subscribed to Arigaku CH. And that's enough for me. Besides, considering the SDGs, isn't it a waste of paper resources? SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, global set of goals designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. That was the sentiment. In short, the newspaper club was on a steady decline into obsolescence after being overshadowed by the broadcasting club. Damn it. Starting in May, the newspaper club decided to pivot to publishing scandal-based articles. Maitri, who joined the explanation midway, summarized it rather crudely. No, that's a huge mistake, that change in direction. Just to be clear, when you say damn it, you're referring to yourselves, the newspaper club, right? You were trying to write scandalous, or rather, fabricated articles. And why target me in the first place? Targeting someone as insignificant as me is a bit. Why? Because you're top of our grade. And the Usami sisters are also at the top, right? There's definitely something fishy going on there. Ayaka started to explain while Sakuto's hands were tightly gripped by the Usami sisters under the table. Sakuto thought to himself that Maitri was an idiot but had sharp intuition. For the record, the Usami sisters and I are just good friends, nothing more. So please, don't target us anymore, okay? Sakuto said with exasperation, and Maitri opened her mouth to retort him. I'm sorry about that, but it's mostly not our fault. It's because freedom of speech isn't being respected, and the school keeps rejecting our newspaper publications. It's censorship. Well, of course, the school is being reasonable, Sakuto thought. Maitri seemed to want to argue a point that sounded like a valid argument, but she probably didn't understand the meaning of freedom of speech correctly. She should learn the word human rights before attempting to fabricate scandals. Besides, directing her anger at the school was misguided. The school was making sound decisions. It was the newspaper club that was in the wrong. Then, About that thing from earlier? Sakuto was at a loss for words, thinking there was no saving them. We thought that was the only way left to us. What do you mean by that? And what about the scandals you mentioned? I'd like to know too. What are that and scandals about? The Usami sisters looked at Sakuto with puzzled expressions from both sides. Yeah, about that. However, he hesitated to speak out loud. Maitri-senpai, please explain. So, Sakuto deferred to the main culprit. Well, actually. What? Chikage's shout echoed outside the clubroom, reaching every corner of the clubroom building. The astonished brass band club stopped playing mid-performance, ignoring their conductor, while the calligraphy club made such an overly forceful brushstroke that they ruined their work. The president of the Card Battle Appreciation Club even played an incorrect hand and said turn end. Now, show me your true power. With such conviction that it was clear he was caught up in the moment. Meanwhile, Chikage was trembling with rage, her fury reaching the heavens. Glaring at Wakana and Maitri with a face like a demon, Hanya. Even the usually composed members of the newspaper club huddled together, pale-faced, exclaiming, "Eek! Calm down, Chikage. How can I calm down?" Sakuto-kun's virtue was at stake here? Well, surely it wasn't that bad. And then, DD doing something like that. You're so perverted. Let's take a deep breath. It seems like there's more to the story. He understands that she's angry on his behalf, but their relationship might be exposed if she gets too angry, giving the newspaper club material to hold over them. No matter the reason, I simply cannot overlook this incident. As a member of the auditing committee, I will report this to Takabana-sensei. Disbandment is the only option. It's decided right here and now. It seems futile to say anything now. Then, Ayaka, who had nothing to do with this mess, tearfully said to the two club members, Maitri-chan, Wakana-chan, what have you done? He could understand why Ayaka, who knew nothing, would be shocked. On one hand, Chikage's anger was completely justified, and the idea of disbandment she blurted out in the heat of the moment was correct. I'm so sorry, Ayaka-senpai. I was led astray by Maitri-senpai, and look what I've done. That's right. Wakana just did what I told her to. So, it's all Wakana's fault. How does it end up being my fault? It was Maitri-senpai who came up with the idea. So you're the one at fault? It's because you chickened out partway through. If you had just pushed through and, maybe there's not enough to push. Stop it. Don't make fun of my chest. There's nothing uglier than watching despicable people try to shift the blame onto each other. It's unfortunate for Ayaka, the club president, and Takabana-sensei, who didn't want the newspaper club to be disbanded, but it's better for the school to disband such a club sooner rather than later. However, Sakuto felt a vague sense of unease. So, what will you do if this incident leads to the club being disbanded? He asked. Just to be sure, Maitri, who had been arguing with Wakana, spoke up. If that happens, we'll just have to start a new newspaper club as an interest group. We won't get club funding, but we really do love the club, you know. It seemed they had a solid plan for the future. It's fine to have a passion, and we'll write gossip articles with all our might so we don't lose to censorship. This is hopeless. Sakuto exchanged a look with the Usami sisters, who both wore expressions of disbelief. After leaving the newspaper club's room, Sakuto and the Usami sisters all had troubled looks on their faces. Let's just disband it. Before that, I think I'll submit my resignation. The twins spoke decisively. Hold on, both of you. As you heard them, they haven't learned their lesson. Even if the newspaper club becomes an interest group, it's going to lead to trouble if we leave them be. What's the problem, Sakuto-kun? Sakuto recounted what he had seen when he took the camera and smartphone from Maitri. There were suspicious photos that seemed to implicate the Usami sisters in the scandal involving Takayashiki Sakuto. In other words, it might eventually come out that we're dating if we leave things as they are. Do you think so? After this incident, maybe they'll reflect on their actions and stay away from Sakuto-kun and us. No, you saw that twisted passion, right? I'm sure they'll pull something again. Definitely. With that thought, Sakuto's heart was far from calm. The fact that the three of us are dating will be kept a secret. If it were to be exposed, they wouldn't be able to continue their school life as before. He needs to do something before it spreads throughout the entire school. Then there's the matter of Chikage. Even if she were to drive the club to disbandment, Chikage herself would surely say with pride that she did the right thing. However, rumors that Chikage was involved in the disbandment would likely spread. Maybe they should just be banned from school forever, Hikari said with a hint of venom. That's quite harsh, but it might be the best solution. Like the saying, a cornered rat will bite the cat. He can't ignore the possibility that the cornered newspaper club might pull off something big at the end. So, do we just have to be open about it all? No, I don't mind what people think of me, but I want to avoid you two suffering if it gets out. HNNGGHR, That's probably not the right timing. I shouldn't say it out loud. Sakuto refocused and returned to the topic at hand. For now, I think we should wait and see. Disbanding them doesn't seem effective, so about what to do next. At that moment, an idea struck Sakuto, and he looked back and forth between Hikari and Chikage. Chikage, how long is the audit period? The final exams are next week, so it's until the meeting after the closing ceremony on the 20th, the week after next. So the deadline is after school on the day of the closing ceremony. With the test period in between, there are less than 2 weeks. Sakuto pondered and envisioned the best possible scenario for everyone involved in this situation. All right, let's do this, Sakuto muttered to himself. What will you do? Sakuto raised his index finger. We'll keep an eye on the newspaper club while doing them a favor. Hikari nodded in understanding. So we'll get on their good side to avoid being targeted by scandals. Exactly. We'll tie them up from the inside and out to prevent them from getting any strange ideas. But we'll stay cooperative and work on resolving the issues with the newspaper club. Now it was Chikage's turn to raise her hand and say, question. So, what should I do? Chikage, I want you to continue with your audit work as you are now. In fact, I'd like you to be quite strict about it. Is that okay? No problem. I'll handle it, and, though you might not like it, maybe Hikari will help us out too? Of course. I don't mind if I'm with Sakuto-kun. Section. After Chikage returned to the auditing committee, Sakuto and Hikari headed back to the newspaper club's clubroom. Chikage-san. No, Chikage-sama, how is it? The one who timidly asked was Wakana. For now, I've asked Chikage to hold off on disbanding us or reporting to the student guidance department. Does that mean we're not being disbanded? Amazing. Thank you, Takahashi-kun. Wakana's face lit up with relief. No, wait. I said for now because what comes next is important. It's not immediate disbandment, but we have an audit period until the 20th, and the newspaper club has been tasked with the condition of publishing a proper newspaper by then. I'll leave it at that. I see. Wakana let out a sigh of relief, but the problem was merely postponed, and the situation was far from resolved. There was a little less than 2 weeks of reprieve. During this time, a proper newspaper had to be published. The next issue to solve was the shortage of staff. Ayako-senpai, how many other members do we have besides these 3? Plus Hikari-chan, that makes 4 of us. 4, huh. So, how much progress have we made on this month's newspaper? Well, overall, about 20%. Usually, we'd be working on a special feature on the sports clubs for the summer tournament around this time of the year. Ayaka looked at Wakana. I've done about half of the interviews. Maitri-senpai was taking photos, right? Then Maitri looked at her precious Kanon-chan with a sad smile. She disappeared earlier. Or rather, she was erased. Sakuto thought about what he had done, but he had no regrets. In fact, he felt it served her right. I've transferred about half to the PC. But for the rest, I guess we'll have to retake them. Maitri sighed, but there was no other option than to retake the photos. Then Hikari raised her hand and said, question. Did you save those photos that disappeared on the camera itself or on an SD card? SD card, but what about it? Hikari smiled brightly. Then, could you lend me that SD card? Sure, but what are you going to do with it? I can't guarantee it'll be perfect, but I'll try to recover the photo data. Really? You can do that? Yes. Seeing Hikari answer so confidently, Sakuto let out a relieved breath. So, it looks like Hikari is going to withdraw her resignation from the club for now. Yeah. I've been asked by Wakana-chan for a while, and after talking with Chie-chan earlier, I thought I might try participating in the newspaper club's activities. Thank you, Hikari. Wakana's expression brightened with joy once again. Sakuto, seeing the two senpai as happy as Wakana, gently opened his mouth to speak, and I'll be helping out this time too. I won't join the club, though. Eh? But, is that okay? Isn't Takayashiki angry with us? Sakuto gave a wry smile. Of course I'm angry. That's why I'm the watchdog. We can't have incidents like today happening all the time. Well, I'm already aboard this ship, so I'll help as much as I can. Matori also smiled dryly and looked at Ayaka. It seemed that the final decision was left to the club president, but there was only one obvious choice. Then, Takayashiki-kun, Hikari-chan, please take care of us. For now, it could be considered a successful infiltration. By offering to cooperate at this stage, it seemed they had managed to create a debt of gratitude. With Chikage's silence secured, they were likely able to curry some favor. However, the real challenge starts now, with Sakuto and Hikari keeping a watchful eye from the inside and Chikage, the auditing committee member, doing the same from the outside. They might be able to correct the club's misguided direction. The school would probably allow the publication of a decent newspaper, and if they receive proper funding for their activities, the newspaper club should no longer pursue scandals, and the secret about the three of them would remain safe. For that to happen, there was a mountain of tasks to be done. Matori-senpai, if Hikari has restored the photo, what happens to the front page that was supposed to feature me? That way of putting it. Well, it'll be about the summer tournament, featuring interviews and photos of the sports clubs on the front page. So, we just need to finish the rest of the interviews and cover the remaining items. Pretty much. Club activities will be restricted starting next week due to exams, but if we use the 3-day weekend with Saturday, Sunday, and Marine Day on Monday, we should be able to manage somehow. When is this month's issue due? On the last day of school, the 20th. It's fine as long as the printing is done by the 19th. I see. The timing was perfect. The audit would be finished on the 20th, so they needed to show that they were actively working until then, submit the completed articles to the school on the 19th, and if they could publish on the 20th, there would be no issues with the report to the auditing committee. As long as we can publish the newspaper. Suddenly, Sakuto looked at Wakana. She had a worried look on her face. Noticing Wakana's gloomy expression just like Sakuto did, Hikari spoke up first. Wakana-chan, what's wrong? Do you have any concerns? Wakana looked down with a somber expression. I wonder if people will actually read the newspaper we've worked so hard on. Sakuto realized something important. It was likely not just Wakana but a point of concern for the entire newspaper club. It would be a shame if the newspaper they've worked so hard to create ends up unread. Perhaps that's why there was a temptation to resort to scandal stories to attract attention. No, never mind. I've been given a chance, so I have to do it. Wakana tried to act cheerfully, but Sakuto and Hikari felt reminded of the importance of the situation. After all, they might just end up repeating the same situation as this time if they don't make a newspaper that gets read. What do you think about that, Hikari? The headlines, content, and layout all depend on our creativity. For starters, I'd like to read through the back issues of the newspaper. Oh, okay. After that, Wakana brought over the files containing the back issues haphazardly. Hikari began to flip through the files. Hikari, are you actually reading that? Feeling something was off as if Hikari wasn't really reading, Wakana timidly asked. I'm reading it. I want to concentrate for a bit. Without stopping her hands, Hikari continued to flip through the files seriously, then picked up the next one. It seemed like she could be trusted with the task. Then, shall we get started too? With that, Ayako and Matori immediately stood up. If we're going to interview the sports clubs now, if you need a camera, I'll come along too. As the two senpai showed their enthusiasm, Sakuto gave them an untroubled smile. Let's clean the club room with everyone except Hikari for today. The air is bad in here. Chapter 4.5, Twin Talk 2. A dream room. It was the night after the Usami sisters visited the newspaper club's clubroom. The sisters were taking a bath together. Naturally, their conversation revolved around the newspaper club, but then, what's wrong, Chai-chan? Chikage was furrowing her brows for some reason while soaking in the bathtub. I just remembered. I can't believe they were after our scandal. Well, it can't be helped if the top 3 students in the grade are good friends. They seemed suspicious but haven't found out we're dating, right? So it's probably fine. That's true. But setting a honey trap for Sakuto-kun is utterly despicable and the lowest of the low. Nah ha ha ha. That last idiom is a new one for me. Besides, Sakuto-kun isn't the type to fall for something like that, you know. Hikari finished washing her back. Then the twins faced each other as they soaked together in the tub. So, how about the auditing committee? Is it like during the Hydrangea festival? It's fine. We have second and third year senpai and more people this time. Don't overdo it, okay? Sakuto-kun seems to be worried about you, Chai-chan. I know. I'll make sure to do it properly this time. Chikage was filled with determination, but the subject of the audit was the club her sister belonged to. Sakuto had asked her to be strict in the audit, but she felt anxious about whether it was really okay to be thorough. Chikage sometimes tended to go too far. How about you, Hai-chan? What happened with the newspaper club? The other 3 members were working hard on cleaning and organizing the clubroom. For now, I have read back issues from the past 5 years. Why? Hikari smiled smugly. The origin of the word learn is to imitate, right? I thought I'd refer to what kind of articles the newspaper club had written in the past. Sakuto-kun had probably looked at about 3 years worth too, or rather, maybe he remembered them. That's amazing. To remember everything after just one look. I definitely can't imitate that. Sakuto-kun is amazing. He is my boyfriend. After all, he's my boyfriend too, okay? And so, the Usami sisters looked at each other and smiled. By the way, why did Sakuto-kun start cleaning? Maybe it's the broken windows theory? After all, the environment can affect people's moods. Plus, it's better to have a spacious area if you're going to work on something. Chikage listened with admiration but then remembered her own room. Maybe Chai-chan should tidy up her dream room a bit more? Wow, I clean it properly. Not that, all those stuffed animals, they're too cute to throw away. Prone to emotional attachment, Chikage just couldn't bring herself to throw her things away. Her room was overflowing with stuffed animals because she had kept things from her childhood. With a hint of sarcasm, Hikari called Chikage's room the dream room. Sakuto-kun's room must be really clean and tidy, I guess. Yeah, probably only the bare essentials are kept there. I wonder what kind of room it is. If he's living with his aunt, it might be really tidy. Plus, it is stylish and filled with Sakuto-kun's scent. Imagine having a home date in such a wonderful room. Chikage was lost in her fantasies, while Hikari, who had been watching her with a wry smile, actually liked Sakuto's scent just as much as Chikage did. Should we finish up? Chai-chan, you're getting too carried away with your fantasies that you're turning into a boiled octopus, you know? Chai-chan, what exactly Chikage got carried away with was unclear, but afterwards, Hikari ended up taking care of her. I'm sorry, Hai-chan. Ugh. How embarrassing. Ahahaha, just take it easy for now. While saying this, the thought of the newspaper club was on Hikari's mind. If Sakuto-kun wasn't with me, I would have. Certainly, she wouldn't have gotten involved with the newspaper club's issues. She felt somewhat relieved with Sakuto around, but she wasn't confident about getting along with the unique personality members of the newspaper club. That's why she had decided to keep her distance from the newspaper club. But now that she has made her mind to help, she felt she had no choice but to go through with it. For now, I can leave the club afterward as long as I get the newspaper done. Chapter 5, A Kiss in the Club Room. The night after Sakuto agreed to help the newspaper club, he returned home later than usual. At the entrance, he found his aunt Kaisazaki Mitsumi's pumps neatly arranged, indicating she had returned before him. The scent of dinner wafted to the entrance. It seemed like meat was on the menu tonight. I'm home, Mitsumi-san. Welcome back, Sikuto. Mitsumi's smiling face appeared from the kitchen. Despite being in her mid-30s, she still looked very young. Her voice is husky, which is calming and pleasant to the ear. However, while Sikuto liked it because it sounded mature, she seemed self-conscious about her voice not being cute. Late today? Did you make a detour? No. I was just doing some club activities today. I helped with a big cleanup in the club room. Mitsumi looked puzzled. Did you decide to join a club? Not join. More like helping out. I'll explain later. With that, Sikuto headed straight to his room. After changing into his casual clothes, he returned to the living dining area, where Mitsumi had prepared a spread of dishes that seemed more luxurious than usual, or perhaps it was just his imagination. What's the occasion today? Is there something to celebrate? Well, just sit down. Sit down. Sikuto took a seat across from Mitsumi while feeling a bit suspicious as she continued to smile and gaze at him. Then, Itadaki monsieur. Yes, please enjoy it. Mitsumi was indeed in a better mood than usual. While that was a good thing, something still felt suspicious. She didn't eat herself and instead watched Sikuto with a beaming smile as he had his dinner. What's going on? You seem to be in a better mood than usual. Well, let me ask you directly. Do you have a girlfriend now? It was nothing unexpected. Sikuto had anticipated that this day would come. For now, he wanted to gauge Mitsumi's reaction. Without confirming or denying it, Sikuto just gave Mitsumi a wry smile. Why would you ask that all of a sudden? It's a woman's intuition. You've been spending more time taking care of yourself, and you've been looking at your smartphone more often. Ah yes, speaking of your smartphone. You've started placing it face down on the table, and you even take it with you to the bathroom. So, I thought maybe there's something you can't tell me even though we're living together and all. Her intuition sounded more like she had conducted a detailed investigation. Could the smartphone really reveal so much? Sikuto thought. Perhaps he should be more careful in the future. And then there's the talk of going on a trip during the summer break. Suddenly wanting to go on a trip. I wondered what got into you. Well, that's because I wanted to go with 2 of my classmates. I can see it. I can see it. Sikuto, there's an increasing amount of pink aura behind you. Oh, have you suddenly awakened to spiritual abilities? Sikuto asked, half in amazement, and Mitsumi laughed, saying, just kidding. Actually, I happened to see you returning home with 2 girls at the station today. What? You went to a cafe in front of the station arm in Ulm, huh? Oh, to be young, you fufu. He felt as if he had been dealt with a finishing blow. However, it was too early to give up. At this stage, he could still make the excuse that he had merely stopped by the cafe with a pair of close twin sisters. Even so, Mitsumi seemed to be having fun as she gazed at Sikuto's face. Those twin girls were super cute. Huh? Is one of them a potential girlfriend? No. They're not candidates for a girlfriend. He couldn't say that both of them were already his girlfriends. Is that so? That seems like such a waste. Mitsumi pondered while resting her chin on her hand. For the time being, it seemed she was satisfied with the idea of her nephew being sandwiched between the twin sisters. So, who exactly are those twin sisters? They're called the Usami sisters in schools and they are really smart kids. They have different personalities but are kind, serious, and reliable people. Then Mitsumi grinned. Their eyes were like those of girls in love when they look at a boy they like. Is that so? Oh my, being oblivious is not good, you know? Pretending not to know when you do know isn't great either, especially with twins. You might hurt their feelings if you get their names wrong by mistake. So be careful when interacting with them, okay? For Sikuto, who had mistaken not only the person to respond to a confession but also the person to kiss, Mitsumi's words stung his heart. Sikuto thought he had to be grateful for Hikari and Chikage's tolerance. As for that, well, it's okay. I made various mistakes at first, but I won't make any more mistakes now. Hearing this, Mitsumi chuckled. That's what's good about you, Sikuto. You don't lump people together. You try to look at each person and talk to them properly. Maybe that's why the twin girls like you. Is that so? Yes, really. So, what are the names of those twin girls? The older sister is Hikari, and the younger one is Chikage. They're both in the same year and they're in different classes from me. But Sakuto felt that it was not a good idea to talk too much about the Usami sisters. Mitsumi is a lawyer who argues logically in court. If he carelessly blurts out something, she might reach the truth. He need to try to be very careful in choosing his words as they speak. That being said, he feel like he might slip up someday. It's time to change the subject. By the way, why are you in such a good mood today, Mitsumi-san? I've finally finished a case I was working on. It's a celebration for that, and also a celebration for Sakuto-kun making two cute friends. Thank you. Looking at Mitsumi's smiling face, he felt a twinge of guilt. He couldn't tell Mitsumi, who always worried about him, that they were his girlfriends. He felt bad for lying that they were just his friends. That's right. Can't we invite Hikari-chan and Chikage-chan over to our house, huh? I'd like to meet and talk with them. What do you think? Mitsumi said happily. In fact, Sakuto also had his reasons for wanting to introduce Mitsumi to his twin sisters. First, I wanted to talk about something with you, Mitsumi-san. Section time rewinded to about an hour ago. As the end of the school day approached, Hikari had just finished reading back issues, and Sakuto and the others had finished cleaning up. It was then that Kazuka Maitri made a suggestion during their meeting to discuss future plans. Me? Write a career interview article? Yes. Since we have the opportunity to collaborate, I was wondering if you could take on that role. According to Maitri, the Arigaka newspaper published by the newspaper club always features a career interview article, which is filled by asking the club members' parents or acquaintances for help. But, well, if you're talking about adult acquaintances. Sakuto's mother was busy and hardly had time to spare. The only person that came to mind was, oh, Mitsumi-san. Who's Mitsumi-san? She's the person I'm staying with, my aunt. What does she do? She's a lawyer. Maitri's expression brightened at that. Then that's perfect. There are students from Arishiyama Academy who want to continue and study law. Maybe a lawyer could give us what we need to write a great article. Thus, Sakuto was tasked with conducting the career interview. But then came the problem. It happened after Hikari left the clubroom and met up with Chikage. Section. So the newspaper club has finally started to function properly? Chikage, sitting across from him at a cafe table, seemed a bit relieved. Well, yeah. We've managed to ingratiate ourselves for now. Chikage, you can go ahead with a strict audit just as planned. All right, leave it to me. Chikage was brimming with enthusiasm when Hikari, now sitting next to Sakuto, started to speak. By the way, about the career interview thing. Yeah. What about it? I want to interview Sakuto-kun's aunt. Yes? Hikari smiled brightly. Her eagerness was a good thing. But, why? I got interested after reading the back issues. The interview articles were so interesting. I see. I'll make sure to write an interesting interview article myself. Is there a reason you don't want us to meet your aunt? No, there's no reason. Well, not exactly. It's just, introducing a family member felt somewhat embarrassing for him. That's why Sakuto felt hesitant about it. As someone who was just staying with relatives, should he really be bringing a girl home? But it's Mitsumi-san, after all. Mitsumi would surely agree and might even say she wants to meet her. But still, he can't just casually tell her about it. Nevertheless, if he invite a girl over to his house, he can't help but think about the hassle that would follow. I'm going to. Startled by the murmured voice, Sakuto reacted with a jolt. Chikage? It's not fair. Only Hai-chan gets to meet Sakuto-kun's aunt? No, it's not a matter of being fair. In the first place, I haven't agreed yet. Chi-chan wants to meet Sakuto-kun's aunt too, right? Yes. Meet. And maybe then. It seems like another strange switch has been flipped again, Sakuto thought. If I were to meet Sakuto-kun's aunt, naturally the story would reach Sakuto-kun's parents too, right? Yeah. Not just naturally, I think it would go instantly. Which means Chi-chan has realized it too? What does that mean? As Sakuto was puzzling over this, Hikari opened her mouth with a smile. Sakuto-kun, do you understand what it means to meet a boyfriend's relatives? No. What does it mean? Hikari waggled her raised index finger from side to side. Have you ever played the game of telephone? Well, when I was in elementary school, meeting the relatives means that whatever happens, some form of message will be conveyed to Sakuto-kun's parents. It's like a variable telephone game where our impression can be conveyed for better or worse. Variable? Certainly, when playing the telephone game, the message doesn't always get conveyed accurately. Ah, I see. If appearance and personality are conveyed verbally. Finally, he understood what the two were trying to say. If Mitsumi-san gets a very good impression of us, it would be conveyed as an objective opinion to your mother. There's also the trust between relatives. So if Mitsumi-san says it, they must think it's accurate. Exactly. Conversely, if we give a bad impression to your aunt. Hikari stopped there, and Chikage's face fell into despair. Oh no. The pressure. Now I'm getting nervous. Wait, I haven't said anything about doing this for real. I'm not confident about my miso soup. This taste is quite different. Wouldn't it be better to go back and train from scratch? What if I was told something like that? I'm not sure why it's come to making miso soup, but you don't have to worry. Mitsumi-san isn't that picky about taste. Also, why the Kyoto dialect? As Sakuto looked at Chikage with dismay, Hikari gazed up at Sakuto with puppy eyes. Hey, do you really not want us to meet your aunt much? No matter how cutely you ask. No. But still, if it were just Hikari, Mitsumi would probably ask him a lot of questions later on. But, if Chikage is also with them, maybe they can fool her and just say they're close friends. The structure of a close relationship between a twin sister and her nephew, as long as he keeps that narrative intact, surely Mitsumi wouldn't guess that the three of them are dating. All right, then, how about on Saturday? Mitsumi-san mentioned she has the day off from work, but I'll have to check if she has any plans. Yeah, we're good to go. Then Chikage started to panic as she looked at her smartphone. Oh no. There are only 2 days left. What should I do? I haven't made a reservation at the beauty salon. Plus, I need to do my nails, go to the spa, and get barium and x-rays too? Isn't that last part going in a completely unrelated direction? Besides, I think she'll be looking at your inner qualities, not your internal organs, so you can relax. Health is important. I see. That's true, but Chikage's wild fantasies were starting to run wild again. Then, suddenly, a breath brushed against Sakuto's ear, and Hikari's voice resonated like a whisper of affection. I'll do my best to make sure your aunt likes me. Hikari chuckled and stepped away from Sakuto with her usual bright smile on her face. She seems so composed and always seems to enjoy regular situations, Sakuto thought. Conversely, it made him wonder if she found her daily life boring. Perhaps she was seeking something more thrilling. Then Sakuto's hand, which was on the table, was gripped tightly. Sakuto-kun, please hold my hand like this when we meet your aunt. Please. Don't let go. That might be impossible in front of Mitsumi-san. Section. And with that, Sakuto decided to bring up the matter with Mitsumi while feeling awkward. So the thing is, Hikari and Chikage want to come over this Saturday if possible. What do you think? That's perfect. Now that it's decided, I'll have to prepare to welcome them with enthusiasm. But wait. The thing I wanted to talk about is the newspaper club. Sakuto explained about the career interview. I see. So I just need to answer Hikari-chan's questions, right? Yeah. Is it okay? Of course. I'm happy as an alumna of Aragaku. Gaku here is Gakyun. What? Mitsumi-san. You went to Aragaku, huh? Didn't I tell you before? I graduated from Aragaku, and then from the law faculty at Yuki University. It really takes me back. I studied so hard back then. Mitsumi-san, I heard from Mom that you had pretty good grades. Well, yes, but I was always second best. There was someone I liked back then, and no matter what, I just couldn't beat that person. Sakuto smiled fondly as he watched Mitsumi reminisce, realizing that she too had experienced love. And you know, I met that person again as an adult. It was by chance through work. So where is that person now? Have you been in contact? He's on probation. I was his defense attorney. Oh, okay. I don't want to ask any more questions, and I don't want to know. It seems there are reunions like that too. Section. The next day, he met up with Hikari and Wakana in the hallway after school. Thus, the three of them headed to the newspaper club's room together. When Sakuto opened the door, the club room, which had been dim and damp until yesterday, was now bright and tidy. Ayako and Matori were already waiting for us. Hello. Thank you for your hard work. Now that everyone's here, let's start today's activities. Also, once again, Ayako spoke in a calm tone, then looked at Sakuto with an apologetic face. Takahashi-kun, I'm sorry about yesterday. I promise not to let such a thing happen again. No, I don't mind about it anymore. How can I ever thank you enough for cleaning the club room and for your cooperation for this club? Then Ayaka turned to Matori. Matori-chan, you can't keep causing trouble for others, okay? Come on. Apologize. I know. Sorry about yesterday. Takahashi. I'm sorry too. Wakana also bowed her head. No need for apologies. Let's just focus on finishing the newspaper. And Sakuto gave Hikari a look. Hikari rummaged through her bag and pulled out an SD card. Matori-senpai, I was able to restore the photos from yesterday. Whoa, really? So awesome? But I've made sure to delete any data related to me, Sakuto-kun, and my sister, so it can't be restored. Ahaha. You're the same type as Takahashi. Huh. Matori gave a wry smile, while Hikari offered a superficial smile in return. After things had settled down, Ayaka clapped her hands with a smile. Okay, let's decide on our respective assignments and go out to gather information. Sakuto thought she seemed like an elementary school teacher from an anime or manga. If she were a real elementary school teacher, he had a feeling her class would probably be in chaos. The newspaper club until yesterday was exactly like that. So he was likely right in his guess. All right. Then Wakana, shall we go? Yes. I look forward to working with you, Matori-senpai. Matori and Wakana left the club room first. Despite everything, those two seemed to get along well. I'm sorry, but I'll stay in the club room. There are still some things to tidy up, and I'd like to organize the materials thoroughly. Understood. Then, Takahashi-kun, please take care of organizing the club room. Hikari-chan, I'm also counting on you. Yes, I look forward to working with you. After seeing off Ayako and Hikari, Sakuto immediately began tidying up the club room. But within a few minutes, Hikari returned. What's wrong? I forgot something. Suddenly, Hikari hugged him tightly. Hikari? As her arms wrapped around his neck, Hikari stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. It was so sudden. Surprised, Sakuto could only blankly stand there with his eyes wide open. Once the kiss ended, Hikari slowly relaxed her grip and took a step, then another step back. What was that all about? That was a see you later kiss. With those satisfied words, Hikari quickly left the club room. What was that all about? Left alone, Sakuto stared blankly at the door Hikari had exited through, but then he shook his head, reminding himself to focus, and resumed tidying up the club room. Still, he couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. Did Hikari come back just for that? Was she simply curious about kissing in the club room? Or was there another reason? Am I overthinking Hikari's actions too much? The air conditioning wasn't working well, and he began to sweat. Deciding to clean the air conditioner filter first, he climbed onto a pipe chair. That's when he happened to see out the window. The school grounds spread out in front of the club room building. He could see Hikari and Ayaka near the soccer club area. For some reason, Hikari's figure seemed smaller at that moment than Ayaka's. Chapter 6. At Boyfriend's House. Coming up on Saturday, July 9th. The intercom rang around 11 o'clock while Mitsumi and Sakuto were spending time in the living room. When Sakuto opened the front door, the Usami sisters were standing there. The moment had finally arrived. Hey, Sakuto-kun. Thanks for having us today. Hello. Sorry for intruding. Hikari was all smiles while Chikage seemed a bit tense. The sisters' outfits for the day were somewhat reserved, giving off a modest and neat impression. They had probably toned it down a notch to meet Mitsumi. Then Mitsumi arrived. Nice to meet you. I'm Sakuto's aunt, Kaisazaki Mitsumi. Just call me Mitsumi, okay? And nice to meet you. Hello. The twin sisters looked taken aback. And no wonder, Mitsumi was dressed to the nines. Her makeup and hairstyle were on point, and she was adorned head to toe with brand name items. Confronted with Mitsumi's adult charm, the sisters couldn't hide their surprise. Sakuto felt somewhat embarrassed because he knew what Mitsumi was usually like. She was typically dressed more plainly and focused on functionality, but she somehow had gone all out today. According to Mitsumi, she was dressed up because she would be photographed for an interview and wanted to look presentable as Sakuto's aunt. Indeed, she looked more beautiful than usual. The atmosphere tensed for a moment, but then Hikari broke the ice with her friendly smile. "I'm Usami Hikari, the older sister, and this I'm Usami Chikage, the younger sister." Chikage was still not quite calm. On the other hand, Hikari was impressive, whether she was not nervous at all or just good at hiding it. She had a nice smile on her face. "I've heard about you two from Sakuto, and you're both really cute." "Right, Sakuto? Ahahaha. Yeah." Sakuto was sweating bullets while slowly getting a bad feeling about this section. It felt awkward to keep standing at the entrance, so he led the two sisters into the living room. They sat down on the three-seater sofa, and Sakuto, who would normally sit between them, chose a dining chair instead. While preparing tea, Mitsumi struck up a conversation with the Usami sisters from across the kitchen counter. "Sakuto never talks about school at home." "What's he usually like?" Chikage swallowed nervously and exchanged nods with Hikari. They have agreed beforehand to stick to harmless topics. "He's super cool." "What?" Both Mitsumi and Sakuto were taken aback. I mean, he's better at studying and sports than most people, and he's also been helping out with the newspaper club activities." "I wanted to say that those things make him kind and cool." Sakuto couldn't help but feel anxious as Chikage hurriedly explained. Mitsumi seemed pleased with the high praise her nephew had received. "I see." "Sakuto, isn't it nice to be told you're cool?" She turned to the wryly smiling Sakuto. "Ahahaha. I wonder." When he looked at Chikage, she blushed deeply and looked down. It was an extremely obvious reaction, but being too obvious today was especially bad. It might be better not to say too much. "Hikari-san, what do you think of Sakuto?" "Well," as Chikage said, "he's cool, but I think that's definitely because he lives with Mitsumi-san. And what does that mean?" "He's polite in the way he interacts with girls, and it's comfortable to be around him. That's why both Chikage and I end up getting spoiled by him." Sakuto thought to himself that she was indeed skilled at conversation. He even wondered if she could be a little more adept if she pretended to be Chikage. Wow, to be doted on by two such cute people. It must be nice. Sakuto? Ahahaha. I guess so. Once again, Sakuto gave a wry smile. "So, which one is your type, Sakuto?" Ahahaha. What? Caught off guard by the unexpected question, Sakuto turned red. "Oh, I'd really like to know that too. Could you tell us, Sakuto-kun?" "Which type do you prefer, Sakuto-kun?" Hikari probably joined in on Mitsumi's question on purpose, but Chikage leaned forward over the table to ask. Chikage's reaction is going to give us away. Sakuto took a moment to calm down and then spoke softly. "Mitsumi-san, that's a little difficult to answer." When he replied seriously, Mitsumi and Hikari chuckled. "That was just a joke. I was just testing your reaction, Sakuto." "I didn't expect you to take it seriously." "Sorry for teasing you, Sakuto-kun," Hikari said while laughing along with Mitsumi. It was a joke." Not only Sakuto but Chikage blushed with embarrassment and looked down after hearing that. That's pretty bad. Normally, she might have realized it was a joke, but her composure was certainly off today. "Well, anyway, I think I understand." "Hikari-chan and Chikage-chan like Sakuto, right?" Exclamation mark. Just as Sakuto wondered if it had been a mistake to bring the two together. "Yes, we like him. Both Chikage and I really respect Sakuto-kun." Hikari skillfully shifted the conversation from a romantic like to a platonic like for a person. "Oh, does Chikage-chan like him too?" "Why yes, I like him from the bottom of my heart," Chikage answered honestly. Even though Hikari had tried to change the subject, it felt as if Chikage was determined to bring it back to where it started. I mean, I respect him. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. Fufu, I see. It must be nice to be so admired. Ha, Sakuto. Ahahaha. I guess so. He felt as if he wasn't really here. Hikari was handling the situation well, but Chikage didn't seem quite cut out for this sort of thing. So, what about Sakuto, do you respect? Mitsumi asked, and before giving Chikage time to think, Hikari spoke up first. I used to miss a lot of school, but thanks to Sakuto-kun, I've been able to attend regularly. How should I put it? Both my sister and I have been helped by him so much that Sakuto-kun is like a savior to us. That's why I want the three of us to continue to be good friends. Then, Chikage also began to speak calmer this time. I've admired Sakuto-kun since junior high school. He's good at studying but doesn't boast about it. And he really helped me out during an event recently. He's reliable when you're in trouble. And I enjoy being able to spend time together like this. Hikari nodded with a smile as Chikage spoke. The way they spoke could be interpreted as either romantic or platonic, but there was a sense of truth in their words. Mitsumi must have wondered how to take it. For now, Sakuto's face was lit with a smile. Thank you, both of you. It's because of you two that I enjoy going to school every day. I've been supported by you far more than you think, so I'd be grateful if we could continue to get along. Then Mitsumi giggled with an understanding look. Just watching the three of you makes me happy. By the way, Chikage-chan and Hikari-chan, what were your plans for lunch? Mitsumi-san, we were thinking of eating somewhere with Sakuto-kun after the interview with you. We talked about having a study session together since it's right before the end of term tests. Hikari replied immediately. Then, I'll prepare something, and we can do the interview after that. Since we're all here, you might as well have the study session at my place, Mitsumi said cheerfully. The Usami sisters seemed to have won her over, so Sakuto felt relieved for the time being. Section. First, please tell me what inspired you to become a lawyer. Well, I was influenced by a drama I saw a long time ago. After lunch, the interview with Mitsumi from Hikari began. Sakuto was surprised by Hikari's different manner of speaking, but she communicated well, occasionally interspersing questions with light-hearted banter. She seemed like someone used to this kind of thing, and Sakuto felt as if he was seeing a new side of Hikari. On a whim, Sakuto headed to the kitchen. Chikage had volunteered to do the dishes, so with nothing else to do, Sakuto decided to help. I said I'd do it later. Don't worry about it. I'm used to housework, and I like it. Is that so? But still, I'd like to help. Sakuto took a dishcloth and stood next to Chikage, taking the items she had washed and began to dry them. Hikari looks like a different person. Isn't it surprising? She's always like that with adults. Compared to her, I am just hopeless. Seeing Chikage's dejected expression, Sakuto laughed to cheer her up. It's not that you're no hopeless. You were just nervous, right? I'm just envious of Hai-chan, who can speak without getting nervous. That's true. But Chikage, you're kind of cute when you're nervous. Wow. Taken aback, Chikage almost dropped the plate but managed to catch it in a hurry. Sakuto-kun, now's not the time for those kinds of jokes. It's not a joke. Your reactions are so expressive that it's easy for me to tell. I like that. GGs. Please say more things like that. Yeah, I was expecting a different response. The two shared a chuckle at the joke when suddenly they heard Hikari's exaggerated voice. What's this? What's this? It seems like there's a nice atmosphere over there, huh? From this angle, they look like a newlywed couple. Hikari and Mitsumi were grinning. They giggled mischievously after seeing Chikage turn bright red, clearly enjoying teasing her. Isn't my little sister cute? She really is adorable. Plus, she's serious, and I bet it's never boring being with her. But Hikari-chan, you're cute too, you know. Eh? Really? Thank you so much. Hikari responded like an adult. It made one wonder if her usual innocent and childlike demeanor was actually intentional. Shall we move on to the next question? What kind of consultations are most common at the law firm where Mitsumi-san works? Well, Mitsumi paused thoughtfully. The most common are infidelity issues, like affairs, and then divorces. Those kinds of disputes between men and women. Wow. Tension shot through Sakuto, Chikage, and Hikari. There are cases that don't just end with civil issues. Recently, there was a case where two women were involved with the same man. I think we're going to skip that. We can't write about specific cases. Hikari hastily put a stop to it. Sakuto thought it was bad for the heart. Section. Mitsumi had to leave for an appointment with friends after Hikari's interview was over, so Sakuto and the Usami sisters saw her off at the entrance. It was really nice to meet both of you. I have to go, but feel free to stay as long as you like. Will you come to visit us again? Of course. Fufu, surrounded by two such cute girls. My nephew is really lucky. Mitsumi chuckled. But then she looked at Hikari as if she thought of something. Hikari-chan. Yes? What is it? Hikari flashed her a charming smile. Aren't you tired? The next time we meet, you can relax a little more, okay? What do you mean by that? Your heart will become weary if you don't express your feelings. You don't have to force yourself to match me, just like how you are with Sakuto. It's okay to let your guard down more. Okay? Show me the real you next time we meet. With those words, Mitsumi smiled warmly, causing Hikari to show a flustered expression. Mitsumi-san, I didn't mean to deceive. Fufu, I know. You're a lot like Sakuto. I'm like Sakuto-kun? Yes. That's why you don't have to hold back. Try expressing your feelings more openly. Well then, Sakuto, please take good care of them. Leaving those words behind, Mitsumi walked away. She saw right through me. I still have a long way to go. Hikari said this with a wry smile and looked down. Sakuto, watching Hikari out of the corner of his eye, thought about Mitsumi. She's a lawyer, and besides, Mitsumi-san loves people. That's why she observes others carefully, and maybe she felt something was off while talking with you. Hikari? Yeah, maybe. But I'm still really glad I could talk with Mitsumi-san. Hikari murmured as if relieved. Seeing this, Sakuto took a glance at Chikage. Chikage's nod accompanied by a smile surely meant she felt agreed with her. That was Hikari's genuine feeling. He believes she genuinely felt relieved. Then, Hikari stretched out her body grandly. I was so serious in my responses that my shoulders are all stiff. So, Sakuto-kun, could you give me a massage in your room later? Sure. That's fine. That's not fair. Sakuto-kun, please give me a massage too. And so, the three of them returned to their usual selves and headed towards Sakuto's room. So this is Sakuto-kun's room. It's exactly as I imagined. While watching the twins look around happily, Sakuto thought to himself that he never expected to show them his room. He seated the two in the middle of the room by the low table as they looked around curiously. Is it always this clean? Did you tidy up thinking we were coming? Well, I just vacuumed a bit. I try to keep only the most essential things. Chikage groaned softly. It kind of reminds me of Hai-chan. Oh, it does seem a bit like Hikari's room. Chai-chan's room is full of stuffed animals, right? Hai-chan, you promised you wouldn't tell Sakuto-kun? Oh? Why not? Sakuto tilted his head in confusion. Because I don't want you to think I'm childish. Chikage's face turned bright red. Suddenly, Hikari moved behind Chikage and playfully lifted Chikage's chest from behind. Hey, Hai-chan, how can you possibly be considered childish with something this big? We're talking about hobbies right now. Mufafu. Oh? Did they get bigger again? Stop it already. Chikage tried to resist Hikari's teasing with their face flushed red. Unable to look at the two of them directly, Sakuto said, I'll go make some tea, so please make yourselves at home. And quietly left the room. It might be a perk of being the boyfriend of twin sisters, but this kind of situation was still quite awkward. Section. Phew. I'm tired. After about 2 hours of study session, Hikari stretched out grandly. Sakuto-kun, can I borrow your bed? Sure. Hikari staggered towards the bed and dove face first into the pillow. I can smell Sakuto-kun. Hikari, it's embarrassing, so please stop. Hai-chan, switch with me. Look, Chikage is saying the same. While they were exchanging these words, Hikari stopped moving altogether. Ahahaha. Hai-chan seems to have fallen asleep. What? So quick? Indeed. The sound of Hikari's breathing indicated she was asleep. It was surprisingly fast. Hai-chan is quick to fall asleep but also wakes up early. She's always been like that, only needing about 2 or 3 hours of sleep. A short sleeper. How does she maintain that energy level? She's a genius, Chikage said with a wry smile. Her expression was more one of amazement than sarcasm. Let's let Hikari sleep. But what about you, Chikage? Then, I'd like to take a little break too. Chikage gently rested her head on Sakuto's shoulder. Sakuto couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat as a sweet floral scent reached him. What's wrong all of a sudden? It's payback. Did I do something to you, Chikage? He wonders what she means by payback. I know you and Hai-chan have been whispering about something from time to time. Oh, you noticed? Of course I did. I can't help but feel a little sulky when you show it off like that. She rubs her head against him even more as she says this. She's basically not seeking revenge. She's trying to express her jealousy. I want to be paid more attention by you too, Sakuto-kun. Oh, if that's what Chikage wants, that's not it. I want to know what you want to do with me, Sakuto-kun. She's being unusually spiteful, different from the usual Chikage. Not that he just likes it though. It's not so much that I want you to pay attention, but more that I want to be like this with you. Specifically, Chikage glanced up at Sakuto with a serious look. Right now, well, Hikari is here, so, it's okay. A little noise won't wake her up. It was like a conversation between a couple after putting their child to sleep. The sound of the analog clock's hands, the rustling of clothes, and Hikari's breathing could be heard. They might even hear Chikage's blinking or her heartbeat in this moment of brief silence. But that silence was quickly broken. Sakuto and Chikage kissed. Chapter 7, Cultivating the Soil. I've done my research. This spot is safe from prying eyes. On the Monday following the weekend, Chikage led him to the front of the hydrangea flower bed that Takabana takes care of after lunch. Sakuto-kun, you were troubled because you couldn't find a place where we could flirt in peace, right? That's right. That's why I, Usami Chikage, have conducted thorough research. I've pinpointed where people gather depending on the season and the weather and where the blind spots are with utmost detail. Wow, that's amazing. Sakuto exchanged a glance with Hikari, thinking to himself that Chikage might have gone a bit overboard, but Hikari just chuckled awkwardly. Take a look. Chikage then took out her tablet and showed them a map of the grounds. The places marked with pink hearts were, could it be? Yes. These heart-marked areas are our oasis on campus. I call them lovey-dovey spots, or love spots for short. Tada. Sakuto and Hikari both held their heads in dismay, but Chikage was oblivious to their reaction, proudly setting her face in a triumphant expression. Well, it's true. The three of them had been searching for places on campus where they could be together without standing out lately. So, today's love spot seems to be right here. Sakuto and Hikari exchanged a look of disbelief once the map information was shared to them. So, basically, this is a place where we can flirt without worries? No way. Isn't that not good? It's right in front of Takabana-sensei's cherished flower bed. So we'd probably be cursed. Sakuto and Hikari decided to thank Chikage anyway, with gentle words like thank you and wow, that's amazing. Then they began today's discussion after regaining their composure. Mitsumi-san suggested a place for our trip last night. Sakuto shared the summer vacation trip with the two. When I mentioned we hadn't decided on a destination yet, she offered to introduce us to a nice villa located right between the sea and the mountains. Mitsumi had met someone through work who owned a villa and said they were welcome to use it anytime. The villa is located at the foot of a mountain. It's within walking distance to the sea and also conveniently close to mountain trails. Although it hasn't been used in a while, the place will be cleaned and prepared for them if they provide the dates. And here are the photos. When Sakuto showed them the pictures of the villa, both of their eyes lit up. It's natural. After all, the living room had glass walls on three sides designed to enjoy the four seasons, offering views of both the sea and the mountains. The interior was elaborately decorated with expensive-looking furniture. The spacious yard had a barbecue grill and a dog run. If they had a dog, they could play ball together there. By the way, the owner apparently has two large dogs. What is this place? It's amazing. This location is perfect. I want to go here. I also want to go to this place. It was a location that simultaneously fulfilled the wishes of the twin sisters. Above all, the fact that they could borrow it for free was a blessing for students. Moreover, they were told they could freely use anything available at the villa. So, it's decided then. I'll talk to Mitsumi-san about it. Did you tell her you're going with us? No, I haven't gone that far. I just mentioned I'd be traveling with 2 of my male friends. Of course. There was a pang of guilt for lying. But he was also curious about Mitsumi's reaction. Mitsumi would start grinning mischievously whenever the talk about the trip came up. Yet she wouldn't ask more questions about it. Could it be that she knew who I was going with? This thought made Sakuto even more nervous. It kind of feels like we're doing something wrong. Chikage chuckled softly. The sight of an honor student like her looking mischievous was unexpectedly thrilling. Well, maybe so. At least the sea or mountain dilemma for the trip was now settled. But there was still a significant issue at hand. Well then, I have some business with Takebana-sensei, so I'll be heading over. That, Sakuto-kun. Hikari called out to stop him. What's wrong? No, never mind. Take care. Sakuto was sent off with Hikari's smile, but he ended up wondering what she had wanted to say as he left. Upon arriving at Takebana's, Sakuto was quickly guided to a consultation space inside the staff room. As usual, they sat across from each other at a low table, and Takebana immediately opened her mouth. It seems you've been helping the newspaper club. I appreciate it. Well, it's somehow just happened, and there was also a suggestion from you, Takebana-sensei. Still, I didn't expect it to be that bad. Sakuto glared sharply, and Takebana responded with a wry smile. In the end, what did you want me to do with the newspaper club, sensei? Well, what I wanted from you is to cultivate the soil, so to speak. In other words, to create a place where you belong. For me? It seemed like an odd thing to say. After all, he had never established a place for himself at school. That sort of thing would be more appropriate for someone who stands out and is a natural leader. At least, if Takebana had looked into his background up until junior high, it wouldn't be strange for her to understand that. It was definitely not his role. Yet, Takebana continued with a nod with a smile. I believe that club activities can be another place of belonging. Even students who feel suffocated in the classroom can find a second space where they feel at ease. I understand, but there are also people who feel suffocated by club activities, right? I can see your point, but unlike the classroom, you can quit it if it doesn't fit you. If the new club is a good fit, that's fine. And if club activities aren't for you, then being a go-home club member is also fine. Go-home club isn't a club activity. Takebana chuckled and said, well, I guess. Ideally, it would be great if that place could become a refuge for students or a catalyst for self-improvement. Experiencing hierarchical relationships is valuable. It's the perfect place to meet someone different from yourself, share a purpose, rejoice together, or perhaps grieve together, and learn empathy with others. That's what I think club activities are about. I see. Sakuto understood. I get your ideal, sensei. What do you think about the newspaper club? The club president, Uehara Ayaka, is kind but timid, and at this stage, she's not strong enough to unite the other unique members. The vice president, Kazuka Maitri, has such a wild personality, and the first year Higashino Wakana is serious but inflexible. Sakuto thought of the behavior of the 3 and couldn't help but smile wryly. In essence, the club is fragile. It wouldn't be surprising if it collapses at any time. I can see that. Then there's Usami Hikari. She's troublesome in her own way. She hardly ever reveals her true feelings. As someone who has already established a relationship with Hikari, Sakuto believed he has touched upon her true feelings several times. It certainly might be difficult for others to understand her. However, the reason she doesn't reveal her true feelings is a matter of relationships, and he has never felt the kind of difficulty Takebana imagines. She's always smiling, aloof, free-spirited, lively, and yet he has seen her occasionally get down or troubled, but he has never once found it bothersome. Her frequent physical affection and sometimes unexpected behavior might indeed be troublesome, but, well, It seems that she already has a place with you. What? Never mind, let's get back to the topic. So, we have these 4 unique individuals gathered, but ultimately, the newspaper club lacks someone who can take the initiative. I can't say this to you, Ihara Ayaka, but the newspaper club as it is now is hardly unified at all. You're saying the club need to develop a leader? Takabana replied. That's part of it, but I told you the important thing is the soil, foundation, right? Yes, well, the direction of the club as a whole, that is, they can get along just fine if the 4 have a clear common goal. This is my personal belief, but something called an organization that doesn't move without a leader is no good. Things will move and they don't stray from their direction if we place the right people in the right positions according to each individual's personality and abilities. It seemed to make sense, but Sakuto was not yet convinced. Isn't it the leader's role to determine the direction? Then, who decided the current direction of the newspaper club? Who? Sakuto realized that it was none other than himself. However, he had no recollection nor intention of taking the leadership. He had merely made some comments from the sidelines. Perhaps someone like you should be called a consultant. Thanks to you, I assess that the newspaper club is currently moving in a good direction. Indeed, I've seen the students of the newspaper club conducting interviews with enthusiasm. They are returning to their rightful state. No. Sakuto's purpose was not to rebuild the newspaper club but to protect the secrets of the 3. It was personal, but helping the newspaper club was merely incidental. Whatever the reason, your impact on the newspaper club is significant. The soil is now in a state where you can manipulate it as you like. It can be dyed pink or blue. Therefore, I think the responsibility lies with you. What do you think? Sakuto sighed. I don't want to take on such a responsibility, and I'm only going to cooperate for the rest of the summer vacation, just 10 more days. That's enough. I'm satisfied to hear such reassuring words. Takabana smiled, but it was probably sarcasm. What about the advisor, then? Who was the newspaper club's advisor again? It's Yoshinaga-sensei, who is currently on maternity leave. The assistant advisor is Nakamura-sensei from the art club, but she's too busy with the art club. Then why don't you take over, Takabana-sensei? Then Takabana broke into a smile. I'm busy too. After all, have you forgotten? It's because you and the Usami sisters secured the top spots in our grade that I've had more work with the joint junior high and high school projects. Therefore, I'm entrusting the matter of the newspaper club to you and the Usami sisters. The rest is up to you to work hard on. It's quite the handoff. On the contrary, I actually don't dislike that approach. While thinking that anything he said would probably be in vain, Sakuto stood up. By the way, Takahashi-ki, have you come to understand that when this oil is cultivated, a place for one to belong will emerge? Well, I've grasped about half of it. What you're doing is for the sake of Usami Hikari. Yes? It's not just for the sake of Usami Chikage. Don't forget that. Saying this, Takabana let a slight smile play across her lips once more. So, which will you choose? Blue or pink? After pondering the meaning of those words, Sakuto furrowed his brows. Am I really the one to choose? Just as Takabana was about to say something, the bell rang. Oops, I must prepare for class. Please take good care of the newspaper club. Then, if you'll excuse me. Sakuto bowed and returned to the classroom while feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Section. After school. The last meeting before the exams took place in the newspaper club's room. We will reconvene after school on Friday. Everyone, please do your best, announced the club president Ayaka in gentle tone reminiscent of an elementary school teacher before dismissing the meeting. And so, the ones who left the clubroom were the trio of first-year students, Sakuto, Hikari, and Wakana. The second-year students, Ayako and Maitri, stayed behind in the clubroom, saying they would study together. As the 3 of them headed towards the entrance, Wakana let out a sigh along the way. I'm in a bit of trouble with this term's finals. Is that so? I have to go home and study. Sigh. Right. Hikari's responses were somewhat indifferent. Wakana didn't seem to notice, but Sakuto, who was listening to the conversation from the side, felt a sense of discomfort. It was different from when Hikari talked with him or Chikage. The conversation seemed mechanical, a one-way street from Wakana with no emotion from Hikari involved. Hikari was smiling, but her responses were non-committal, as if she had built up a wall around herself. "Ha, that's surprising," Sakuto chimed in. "I had the impression that you would be good at studying, Higashino-san." "I barely passed the internal exam, you see." The internal exam is for students moving from the junior high to the high school division within the same school. However, the exam content and schedule are the same as those of external students. This means that she took the exam on the exact same level as external students like Sakuto and the Usami sisters, and barely passed to enter the high school section of Arashiyama Academy. "Ha, that's unexpected." "So Higashino-san, you're an internal student?" "Yeah, believe it or not. I've been here since kindergarten, a bona fide internal student." "By the way, Ayaka-senpai and Matori-senpai took the same route. Despite that, you're actually having a proper conversation with us external students." "Huh? Of course, there's really no need to discriminate. Well, there are some people who give off that kind of vibe. You know, that kind of atmosphere? It's been around since junior high school." Wakana showed a slight look of disgust on her face. She seemed to be someone unaffected by that kind of atmosphere, which was reassuring and somehow comforting. "Still, Arashiyama Academy is mainly about studying, right? In the end, it all comes down to whether you can study or not. The hierarchy that rises from that creates unnecessary barriers between internal and external students. I find that kind of thing boring, personally." "Huh, I didn't know you thought about it that way. Higashino-san, what about you, Hikari? What do you think?" "I don't really know much about it. I'm not even interested in where this is or anything like that," Hikari replied with a wry smile. As expected, Hikari seemed detached. She didn't seem eager to delve deeper into Wakana's thoughts. Perhaps she wanted to keep her distance because she knew too much. But that atmosphere, don't you feel it, Hikari? Ever since she scored first place in the June proficiency test, the atmosphere Wakana mentioned seemed to intensify. Internal students whispered among themselves while looking at them, and external students were still hesitating on whether to interact or just observe the situation. Hikari probably sensed it too, but she dodged the question. "I don't really get all that," she said evasively. Sakuto decided it was best to change the subject, sensing the conversation wouldn't go any further. "By the way, why did you join the newspaper club, Higashino-san?" "Well, actually, I've wanted to join since junior high school," Wakana said with her eyes narrowing in nostalgia. "I read the school newspaper distributed by the high school division when I was in my second year. At that time, they had won a major award at a national competition, and I thought I wanted to create a newspaper like that. Indeed, 2 years ago, there was a significant achievement, a Sada newspaper award. The club was thriving back then, but now it had declined to a shadow of its former self for various reasons. In the end, I was the only one who wanted to join in my first year. I thought it was in danger, so I tried my best to get the first years to join. And that's why you chose me?" "Yeah, at first, I just wanted to secure members, but then you started missing school frequently, and when you did show up, you were top of the grade. That made me curious, so I looked you up and was surprised to find your name online with all those amazing awards." "Digital footprint." Sakuto chuckled as Hikari said this with a look of distaste. "Don't talk about your brilliant achievements like that." "That's right. I think Hikari is amazing." Hikari looked puzzled as if she couldn't quite believe it. "Me, amazing?" Without hesitation, Wakana affirmed. "Yes, you've won so many incredible awards. It's kind of enviable. I'd be happy if you could now use that talent in the newspaper club." "Happy? Why?" "Because I want to see you do something amazing up close, Hikari." Sakuto felt the same way. He wanted to see what Hikari, who was called a genius, would do. He had never mentioned it before because he thought it would put pressure on her, but Hikari seemed somewhat flattered when Wakana said it without any hesitation, though a bit embarrassed. "Besides, we're the only first years, so having Hikari with us is reassuring." "I mean, it's not like..." "Or rather, didn't you just invite me to the newspaper club because you wanted anyone?" Wakana made a surprised face and said, "Hikari, did you really think that?" "Yeah, Is that not it? I wanted to be friends with you, Hikari. We're in the same class. And you seemed easy to talk to. To be honest, you were so dazzling and attractive. Me? Yeah. I invited you to the newspaper club because I wanted to spend time with you and become friends. I found out later that you were really amazing. That's how it was, Wakana said. I feel kind of embarrassed while blushing, but Hikari just stared at her with a surprised look on her face. I see. It wasn't just because Hikari is a genius that she was invited. It seemed that Wakana's desire to have Hikari in the newspaper club was based on purer feelings. A simple wish to be friends. It appeared that she had been overthinking things. That's why, Hikari. I'm really glad you're here. The senpai also said so. Thank you so much. Ah. Yeah. Hikari made a face that was a mix of bashfulness and awkwardness. Oh, right. Hey Hikari, Takayashi-kun. What is it? It might be too late for the finals, but could you teach me how to study sometime? Eh? Why? Sakuto asked. I'm not very efficient, but I thought I might be able to do a bit better if I could mimic the methods of the two top students in our grade. Wakana said this with an untroubled smile, nodding with smiles as if to say, of course. Both Sakuto and Hikari agreed. I don't know if it'll be helpful, but if we're good enough for you. Wakana smiled happily and said, that's great. By the way, could you tell me what kind of study methods you two practice? Just for reference. Even when asked, Sakuto and Hikari tilted their heads with a look that said they weren't sure how to answer. I just memorize the textbooks, like the content of the lessons, workbooks, and notes. Just memorization for starters. Then I can apply imitation for the calculations and so on. For me, it's like intuition. It's like something just comes to me, that kind of feeling. After sharing their study methods, Wakana somehow looked terribly disheartened. Sorry. It was my fault for asking. Hee. The two didn't understand why Wakana was feeling down, but then Hikari had an idea. Maybe Chai-chan's study method would be good. Chai-chan, could it be Usami Chaikage? Suddenly, Wakana's complexion changed as she stepped back in alarm. No, there's no need. Come to think of it, Higashino-san, you always seem to have a hard time with Chaikage? Yeah, well, sort of. It's like her cold, aloof demeanor is intimidating. I feel like she's someone you wouldn't want to anger. It seemed that there was indeed a sense of discomfort. Chaikage had become more approachable than before, but it was possible that she was still feared by some students. Moreover, as a member of the student guidance department overseeing the newspaper club, and considering the recent incident where Chaikage had lost her temper, Wakana might have felt even more intimidated. Don't worry, Chai-chan might seem that way, but she's actually kind and takes good care of others. Like a big sister type. Don't underestimate me or you'll regret it or something. Not really. If anything, I feel more like the older sister. And what's with that image of Chai-chan? Hikari chuckled, but she could somewhat understand what Wakana was trying to say. There were rumors that Chaikage had softened up recently, but there was still something about her that made people keep their distance. It was probably her dignified demeanor that made her seem intimidating. If there was a chance to talk with Chaikage, Hikari thought that Wakana would surely be able to warm up to her. As the three of them approached the entrance hall, I'm going to stop by the staff room to ask some questions before heading home. Okay? See you. With a smile, Wakana left them. Afterward, Sakuto and Hikari approached Chaikage, who was leaning against the wall near the entrance. Weren't you with Higashino-san just now? She said she was going to the staff room to ask some questions. Is that so? What's wrong? Chaikage showed a troubled expression. It seems like I'm being avoided by Higashino-san. Is it because I'm one of the dogs of the student guidance department? I don't recall acting like a dog. Well, I did bark on the first day, but there was a valid reason for that. What's wrong? Hi-chan, Sakuto-kun. Seeing Chaikage's concern, Sakuto and Hikari remembered what Wakana had said earlier and couldn't help but laugh at the situation. They thought that perhaps it was all just a lack of communication. Chapter 7.5, Twin Talk. 3. Adult Conversation? I'm looking forward to the trip. Hi-chan. Yeah, I can't wait too. On the night the destination for the trip was decided, the twins were talking about it in Hikari's room. But there's just too much we have to do before that. This week we have final exams, and after that, the audit. How's the newspaper club doing, Hai-chan? It's going smoothly for now, I guess. For now? When Chikage asked with a hint of worry, Hikari simply smiled without saying a word. What about you, Chie-chan? Are you okay with the audit? Me? I'm fine, really. There's less to do than I thought. Then that's a relief. I'd like to ask more about the audit, but it wouldn't be fair to the other clubs. Chikage felt she was being evasive. Hikari's thoughts were as unreadable as ever. The use of for now suggested that there might indeed be something difficult going on. She wanted to ask, but she had already been cautioned. Saying it wouldn't be fair to ask about the audit implied that she shouldn't inquire about the inner workings of the newspaper club either. When would she ever catch up to her sister? Not just in daily matters but also when it came to her boyfriend, Sakuto. Chikage felt a sense of anxiety as if she were being left behind. By the way, what were you and Sakuto-kun whispering about last Saturday? Maybe it was an adult conversation. Wait, I want the details. Wasn't that pointed out by Sakuto-kun? Saying it's like saying my headache hurts. Hikari chuckled. But you know, Chie-chan, I think you need to be more proactive. I know, but it's embarrassing. I told you it's okay. Chie-chan is cute. You're cuter, Hai-chan. Sakuto-kun would definitely prefer you if. Lately, Chikage has always resorted to this kind of thinking. Hikari just smiled dryly, thinking that her sister really should have more confidence in herself. Chie-chan, you have bigger boobs, you know. That has nothing to do with cuteness. When did you surpass your sister in that area? Look at you. Stop it. Hai-chan. The flustered Chikage lay down on the bed, covering her chest with her hands, but Hikari's teasing didn't stop. She climbed on top of her, looking down at Chikage from above. Chikage's face turned bright red, unable to hide her surprise with Hikari's face so close. She tried to shield herself with her arms over her chest, but Hikari caught both arms, forcing her into the raised arms position. Hai-chan. What are you? A practice run. So you'll be ready if Sakuto-kun ever does this to you. Sakuto-kun wouldn't do something so forceful. You don't get it? He might end up being swept away by Chie-chan's charm and have something like this happen to you. That's unthinkable. Yet, she couldn't help but imagine about it. If Sakuto were to suddenly come onto her forcefully, Chikage knew she probably wouldn't be able to refuse. She felt her body temperature rise rapidly as she imagined such a scenario. Could something like that really happen? I can't say for sure it won't. Maybe you should be prepared, just in case. But we've only kissed twice so far. We just did it recently, remember? In the newspaper club's room. Wow. In that moment, Chikage tensed up. Now, it was her turn to look down on Hikari as they switched places. That was from you, Hai-chan, wasn't it? Yeah, it was me. After all, Sakuto-kun seems to hold back in that regard. Hikari flashed a provocatively teasing smile. By the way, how do you feel about this position? Doesn't it satisfy your desire to dominate? I don't have any desire to dominate. Being both the receiver and the aggressor, Chie-chan, you really are naughty, aren't you? Stop it. That's not true. With those words, Chikage retreated back to her own room with her face beet red. Oops. Maybe I went a bit too far. Hikari let out a sheepish grin. But seriously, how adorable can my little sister get? Even though she usually maintains a dignified demeanor, she turns bright red when teased, and a single trigger can flip her fantasy switch. As her sister, she knows it's twisted, but she can't help wanting to see the usually so serious Chikage become even cuter. If Chikage were to aggressively approach Sakuto, would she become more alluring and bold? What would happen to Sakuto then? The guy who's like a bastion of reason. Just imagining it makes her breathing rough before she knew it. I guess I'm no different from Chie-chan. It's a waste to just enjoy the imagination. Returning to her usual smile, Hikari suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Come to think of it, I haven't actually heard Sakuto-kun say he likes me face to face yet. Chapter 8. Various things during the test period. Tuesday, July 12th. At the Western-style dining canon, Sakuto and the Usami sisters had a study session after school in preparation for the final exams, which would start tomorrow. Chikage was the type to study thoroughly and steadily, while Hikari was more of a short-term intensive learner. Once she flipped her switch, she could study without being distracted by the noises around her, and she was currently in that mode. Sakuto was concerned about Hikari's state. The matter he had discussed with Takabana in the consultation space yesterday was still lingering in the back of his mind, and even after a night had passed, it would occasionally resurface. What you're doing is for the sake of Usami Hikari. Yes? It's not just for the sake of Usami Chikage, don't forget that. It's for Hikari, not just for Chikage. Sakuto felt there was some meaning behind that phrasing. Takabana deliberately didn't say it was for the twins, which must have been for a reason of his own, but she didn't clearly explain the most crucial part. It felt like he had been given a problem that was only halfway solved. Hints seemed to be scattered throughout, but it would take time to gather and put them together. It might be an issue of his own comprehension, but Takabana's unique way of speaking contained a challenge to think for himself, along with a certain roundabout complexity. Phew, I'm done. With that, Hikari stretched out widely. Hikari, didn't you have any parts you didn't understand? I think I'm okay for now. Chikage, too, seemed to have reached her limit of concentration and stretched just like Hikari. For now, I've finished the part for tomorrow. I'd like to review it again at home. Despite being tired, Chikage showed a smile. Should we order something sweet? Yes, let's do that. Then, I'll go for this Ultimate Kanon-chan special. I'll have the Kanon-chan's Northern Light Chocolate Parfait. Could the owner of this place be a beautiful girl who is also a professional wrestler? Sakuto had been wondering about this every time he looked at the dessert menu. Then I'll have the new Kanon-chan's Skull Crush Shaved Ice. Improved version. Feeling embarrassed to have to say the names of the dishes, Sakuto called over the always smiling, silver-haired, angelic waitress section. After their orders arrived, the conversation shifted from the final exams to the newspaper club. For now, even though we've entered the test period, the club's policy has gone back to normal. We'll resume activities from Friday and somehow finish by the end of the term. That's a relief. Hearing the report about the newspaper club, Chikage let out a sigh of relief. I'll be going for an audit after the tests are over, so I'll take a close look at the club activities then. Chikage, I know you understand. But yes, please rest assured that I have no intention of cutting corners. However, Chikage furrowed her brows as she looked at Hikari's smiling face and cleared her throat with a small cough as she turned red. Sakuto-kun, is it true that you and Hai-chan kissed in the club room? Wow, Hikari. You said it? Hikari had an expression that seemed to say what's the big deal? But the person she was dealing was a dog of the student guidance department. Chikage, could this kind of thing trigger an audit? It's not entirely impossible. At best, the club gets disbanded. At worst, it gets disbanded. Either way, it looks like disbandment is the only option. No way. And with that, Sakuto became terribly flustered. What should we do now? It's too late to pretend it didn't happen. So, you want me, the auditor, to keep my mouth shut? Chikage tried to appear authoritative, but her embarrassment crept in, and she brought her fist to her mouth to clear her throat again. How exactly do I keep your mouth shut? Well, please give me a kiss. Okay, I'll kiss you. Wait, what? The abuse of power was extreme. Using a kiss as a bribe was far too cliché and not something to joke about. Looking at Hikari, she was grinning. It must have been her instigation. Chie-chan, it's funny, so say it one more time. Please give me a kiss. Hikari, why did you make her say it twice? I just can't get enough of Chie-chan's embarrassed face. Chikage fidgeted and looked up at Sakuto with pleading eyes, her voice now earnest. Please kiss me. I'm begging you. Chikage, maybe keep your voice down a bit. We're still inside the store. Kiss me. All right, I get it. Now, take a deep breath. Hu-ha-hu, hu-ha-hu. That's the Lame's method, a breathing technique for pregnant women to help manage pain during labor. Sakuto was exasperated with Chikage, but at the same time, he was exasperated with himself. When it came to being pushovers, He wondered if he was any different from the Usami sisters. Perhaps that's why they were similar and spent time together like this. Nevertheless, influenced by Hikari or not, Chikage had become quite assertive lately. Just the other day, despite Hikari sleeping beside them, Chikage had secretly sought a kiss, and it felt like she was gradually losing her sense of restraint. It might be largely due to Hikari's influence, but his own rationality would crumble first if Chikage kept pressing him like this, as if seeing right through Sakuto's heart. Hikari chuckled mischievously. "You wouldn't refuse an invitation to kiss from Chie-chan, right?" It wasn't a matter of not refusing. It was clear that he couldn't refuse, and that was the implication behind her question. Sakuto scratched the back of his neck with a sigh. "I wonder what Hikari is thinking." Pushing her younger sister to be more assertive might weaken her own position as the older sibling. Of course, he intended to treat both sisters equally as much as possible, but he couldn't help wondering how Hikari could be so decisive about it. Even though she was her precious younger sister, wouldn't this approach end up causing Hikari more pain? There was a little back alley just a short distance from the north exit of Yakisigura Station. It was narrow and seldom used, making it a place not easily noticed by passers-by. The three of them stood in a line, with Hikari at the front near the main street, Chikage in the middle, and Sakuto at the back. "Okay, I'll keep watch here, so go ahead and smooch." Chikage's face turned bright red at Hikari's crude words. "Hi-chan." "Ahahaha, Chie-chan, you said you wanted to kiss, so come on, hurry up." Urged by Hikari, Chikage turned towards Sakuto. Her gaze darted left and right, unable to settle down. It seemed that the assertiveness she had earlier was gone, replaced by a lack of confidence. Perhaps it was the location that was the issue. Although there were few pedestrians, there was a busy street on the other side. The tension of someone possibly entering the alleyway was making Chikage flush with nervousness. Sakuto felt the same. Moreover, Hikari wasn't asleep today. She only turned away to watch the main street. With that thought, the situation felt incredibly awkward. He never imagined that this would happen on the way back from a study session. Then. Yeah. They both stepped half a pace forward, and Chikage gently grasped Sakuto's arms. "Thinking that Hi-chan is there or that someone might see us makes my heart race." Chikage spoke as if they were doing something forbidden. He wished he hadn't heard that. It made him feel even hotter. "But this is, how should I say?" No, it's okay. You don't have to say anything more." Chikage was clearly excited. Her breathing was rougher than usual, affected by the atmosphere. Sakuto's heart was also beating more intensely than usual. "So yes." And with that, Chikage closed her eyes quietly and offered her lips. For just a moment, Sakuto caught a glimpse of Hikari's back. Even with her consent, he wondered how Hikari was feeling right now. No, right now, he wanted to focus on Chikage. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Chikage, who had mustered her courage. Why was he thinking from such a high and mighty perspective? He himself was terribly nervous, barely able to stand. Then, as he gently pressed his lips against Chikage's, a small sound escaped from Chikage. While Hikari seemed slightly concerned, there was no indication that she was turning to look back. Perhaps she could hear but was pretending not to. This is seriously bad. He could tell that she was incredibly excited. Chikage, perhaps aware of her sister standing behind her, pressed her lips against mine more firmly than before. It was as if she wanted to surpass her sister, to show off to her. How long did that moment last? When their lips finally parted, it felt embarrassingly awkward to look into each other's eyes. So instead, they touched our foreheads together and looked down at each other's chests. Thank you very much. Likewise. Even their mutual expressions of gratitude felt clumsy and almost funny. But no other words came to mind. "So, this means the issue with the newspaper club, between me and Hikari, is settled." "That might require a bit more persuasion." "What? He. Just kidding." Chikage's mischievous smile as she blushed was irresistibly cute, and Sakuto felt his reason might truly give way if this continued. Satisfied, Chikage turned and quickly ran back to Hikari. That seemed like it took forever. "Huh? Chie-chan, your face is all red. It always turns out like this somehow. I feel kind of dizzy. Still lost in the afterglow of his kiss with Chikage, Sakuto stood there dazed while the twin sisters chatted. Now it's Hai-chan's turn. It wouldn't be fair if it was just me. Eh? Me too? I'm fine. I already had my turn in the newspaper club's room the other day. Chikage gave Hikari a gentle push on the back. Just go. It's my turn to keep watch. Eh? Oh, okay. Hikari approached Sakuto with a slight look of bewilderment and said, "Ahahaha. I kind of got pushed out here." She touched her head apologetically. "But I'm definitely not going to kiss you today, okay? I don't want to overwrite Chie-chan's kiss." "I see." He was relieved, thinking his heart couldn't take any more, but he wondered if Hikari was really okay with that. Maybe it was the shadow of the building, but Hikari's face seemed somehow lonely. So instead, "Let's hug." She hugged him. This innocent gesture was so typical of Hikari. "Is this enough?" Her voice carried a hint of sadness. "Hikari, if you want to." "No. I have to be strong at least a little bit because I am the older sister." However, Hikari's grip on his arm was getting stronger and stronger. "Sakuto." Startled by the sudden call of his name, Sakuto was taken aback. It pierced his heart like a surprise attack, as if his heart had been seized by an eagle's talons. It was different from being called by Mitsumi, his mother, or his childhood friend Kusanagi Yuzuki. It was his lover, Hikari, calling his name. Her voice was ticklish, almost coquettish, yet at the same time, it was like a young child pleading not to be left behind, an irkingly desperate tone that spread throughout Sakuto's entire being. Why did it pierce so deeply and so strongly? Perhaps there was a special meaning to this calling of his name by Hikari. Hikari, unable to resist, he hugged Hikari tightly. In doing so, he wished he could enter her inner world. He wanted her to feel that her name was special to him too. Sakuto. Sakuto. His own name leaked out every time she exhaled a breath. This hug and the calling of his name were laden with messages from her. Hikari didn't speak much. Sakuto thought that although she seemed to be always chatting happily and smiling a lot, she was actually hiding her most important true feelings behind those words and beneath that smile. Section. We will now collect the answer sheets. Please turn them over and pass them forward. It seemed the bell had rung while he was lost in thought after finishing the test. He couldn't concentrate at all, probably because he couldn't forget what happened in the back alley yesterday. He happened to run into Chikage as he prepared to leave the classroom after school. As soon as they saw each other, Chikage's face turned red, and she became visibly restless. "How was the test?" "I'm not confident this time." "Me neither. I was kind of spacing out because of yesterday." "Yes. I just can't get yesterday out of my head." The conversation halted, and an awkward silence followed. Chikage started fanning herself nervously while Sakuto stroked his sweaty neck. Then Hikari arrived, beaming with an exceptionally bright smile. "Hey there, you two." "Oh? What's this?" "Looks like a nice mood, huh?" "Hai-chan, just kidding. So, should we all head home together? Are we going to canon again today?" Hikari was all smiles as if yesterday never happened. "Am I overthinking it?" "No." Sakuto forced a smile, trying to imitate Hikari. "Then let's stop by canon on the way home. I'm hungry." "Right. What are you going to eat today, Sakuto?" Chikage suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, "Hai-chan? Since when have you been calling Sakuto-kun by his first name without honorifics?" Why don't you try calling him by his first name too, Chie-chan?" "I don't mind, personally." Wait, me? I couldn't possibly. At the very least, maybe I could use Anita. Which Anita are you referring to?" Anita literally means you but is also commonly used by married couples to call each other affectionately. In the end, things went back to the usual atmosphere. However, it's possible that Hikari is still hiding her true feelings and innermost thoughts behind that smile. Chapter 9, A Cafe with Angels? It was a little past 2 in the afternoon on the second day of the tests. Sakuto was heading home alone for the first time in a while. Club activities would resume tomorrow, but he had been busy with newspaper club matters after school, so he had let the Usami sisters go home ahead of him. There were so many things he had to do and to think about. As these thoughts crowded his mind, He felt a bit overwhelmed with information and wanted some time to himself. With that in mind, he decided to take a detour to clear his head. Come to think of it, it opened recently. In Sakuto's line of sight was a cafe, a newly opened establishment owned by an individual. The name was Ange, a word Sakuto remembered as meaning angel in French. He had been frequenting the Western-style dining canon lately, so trying out a different place for a change seemed like a good idea. If the atmosphere was nice, he might bring the Usami sisters here next time. With that thought, Sakuto opened the door and entered the cafe. The interior, with its calm atmosphere, wasn't very crowded, perhaps because it was a weekday afternoon. The sound of relaxing BGM played as the quiet chatter of women could be heard. Quite nice place. This might be a hit. From the back came a high-pitched voice saying, "Please take any open seat." So Sakuto made his way to a table in the back. The brand new sofas were stylish and comfortable. The menu was extensive and seemed promising. As he thought about how the two would surely be delighted if he brought them here, he called over a waitress. "Are you ready to order?" "Sakuto," she exclaimed in surprise. Her high-pitched voice suddenly became muffled, and Sakuto, equally startled, looked up to see, what? Yuzuki? To his surprise, it was his childhood friend, Kusaragi Yuzuki. Visibly unable to hide her surprise, Yuzuki's face turned bright red and she hid it behind an order pad. Below her face, she wore a uniform consisting of an apron dress without a chest protector that accentuated her bust, paired with a miniskirt. She looked cute. It hinted at the taste of the cafe's manager or owner, but that was hardly Sakuto's concern at the moment. "So, you're working part-time here?" "Why yeah." Yuzuki was flustered and seemed uncomfortable. Apparently, she was very embarrassed to be seen in this outfit. While trying not to stare too much, Sakuto returned his gaze to the menu and quickly ordered. "Then, I'll have an iced coffee and a chiffon cake." "You understood." The flustered Yuzuki hurried off to the back. Sakuto watched her go and let out a big sigh once she was out of sight. Not a hit, this was a miss. Section. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's your iced coffee and chiffon cake." "Thank you." The high-pitched voice from before had disappeared, and the face and voice of Yuzuki, who came back carrying a tray, had returned to the girl Sakuto knew. However, her expression was almost blank, or rather, she seemed somewhat displeased. Yuzuki placed the items on the table and sat down directly opposite Sakuto for some reason. "What?" "I got a break, so." "Oh, I see." Sakuto felt a headache coming on so strong that he wanted to groan out loud. "Why does she have to sit in front of me during her break?" Looking at her again, he thought the uniform was really cute. Yuzuki wearing it made it look even cuter. Even without the bias of childhood friendship, Yuzuki is a pretty girl. Sakuto had never heard her high-pitched sales voice before, but even that was cute. He thought to himself that the number of repeat customers coming just to see her would likely increase in the future, and he mentally complimented her for that. Nevertheless, there she was, sitting across from him while looking somewhat bored as she propped her cheek with her hand and gazed out the window even though it was her break. "Why are you taking your break here?" "This is a privately owned shop, and when I told the manager that a classmate from junior high school had come, he said I should go talk to them." "Oh, I see. It's not like there was anything in particular to talk about. There are other seats available, you know. Would it be a bother if I'm here?" "Yeah, it would be very bothersome." "That's mean. I'll send Lime to Usami-san's sisters that Sakuto is being cold to me." With that, Yuzuki started fiddling with her smartphone. "Oh, please, by all means. Do as you like." Sakuto figured they would either be pleased or not react at all. Yuzuki's hand, which had been about to send a Lime, stopped. "What's with that nonchalant attitude? It's not like that. I just thought it would be a bother to others if you stayed here." "You never used to say things like that." "Well, things are different from before." Yuzuki looked out the window again, seemingly unamused while propping her cheek with her hand. Sakuto was, admittedly, a little concerned about Yuzuki. Yuzuki had already apologized for whatever had happened, and although they attended different high schools now, she was still an important childhood friend to him. However, they weren't exactly in a relationship where they contacted each other regularly. If anything, he thought their connection had completely ended after last month's Hydrangea Festival. Speaking of the Hydrangea Festival, it seemed that she was still close to Matsuke's Shun, who had gone on to the same Yuki Academy. Back then, Yuzuki was timidly trying to match Shun's pace, perhaps to make herself likable to him. But with Shun not here now, Yuzuki's attitude seemed a little more genuine. Since there wasn't much to talk about, Sakuto casually asked, "By the way, how's Matsuke's?" referring to the absent Shun. "Shun-kun, are you concerned about him?" "No, not at all. I was just wondering how he's been since then." "Ah, I see. Well, maybe he's just become a bit less talkative." "I see." Sakuto smiled and took a sip of his iced coffee. "You know, you've changed a bit, Sakuto." "Huh? Have I? You seem to have become more laid back with women." "Why is that?" "Just a feeling." "Like?" "I just thought you must be having a fulfilling time at your school." Sakuto neither confirmed nor denied but simply sensed something behind Yuzuki's words. "Then what's it like at your school?" "I didn't get to hear much about it last time." Previously, Yuzuki had said it was so-so, but now her expression clouded over. "To be honest, it's not that fun right now." Her expression clouded over. "You know how there are those awkward hierarchies in groups, right? So, it's tough trying to fit in. I was invited to a study session today, but I had a part-time job, and I was actually relieved I couldn't go." Yuzuki's troubles seemed to revolve around her relationships with those around her. However, the subtle hierarchies she mentioned were something he honestly didn't quite understand. Was it about the small struggles for who was on top among friends? Having to deal with that sounds tough even though you have friends, but it's also relaxing in a way. "Why, didn't you just mention it as a source of worry?" "That's true for now, but I'll have someone to consult when I'm in trouble, right?" "Hanging out can be fun too. There are annoying times, but it's not always like that." While listening, he tried to relate Yuzuki's story to the newspaper club. Perhaps the newspaper club was similar. Despite some hassles, maybe they felt comfortable with each other. "A place where you belong, huh? A place where you belong?" "Ah, no. I was just thinking aloud about something else. Actually, I'm not a member but I've been helping out at the newspaper club, and it kind of feels similar." "Newspaper club? Why would you do that, Sakuto?" Sakuto explained how he came to help the newspaper club without mentioning that it was for the Usami sisters. He said it was something the student guidance teacher asked him to do. "Isn't it strange? I'm always alone, but now she's telling me to cultivate the soil. Remember Takabana-sensei from the Hydrangea Festival? Isn't it because you're smart, Sakuto?" "No, it seems more like they just wanted to dump the work on someone." Yuzuki suddenly smiled. "That's just an excuse." "Sakuto, the teacher must have believed that you would manage somehow." Yuzuki beamed with a smile. "Because whether it's sports, studies, or anything else, you've always been able to do everything on your own, Sakuto. I'm bad at cooking though. In fact, I'm not very good with household chores in general." "That's not what I meant." He didn't really mean it as a joke, but Yuzuki smiled at him. "Since you can do everything on your own, maybe she's telling you to try your hand at something more challenging." "Something without a clear answer?" "If that were the case, I wish she'd said so from the start. I would have politely declined." "You decline?" "Well, yeah, but I see, so that's how it is." He realized it was a setup to make sure he couldn't refuse. The matter of the newspaper club that had been thrust upon him, or rather dumped on him, was far from over. "For the sake of Hikari and Chikage and the sake of our future, I must do something about the newspaper club. The plot is already in place and he laid an important groundwork today. All that's left is to cooperate with the newspaper club activities from tomorrow and see through to the end of term ceremony. And then there's another important issue. Since I have the chance, there's something I want to ask you, Yuzuki." "What is it?" "What do you think of a girl who's always smiling?" "Are you talking about Hikari-chan? You figured it out?" Sakuto gave a wry smile. "Hikari-chan? She's kind of like you were in junior high school, Sakuto." "What do you mean by that?" Mitsumi had said something similar the other day, and it seemed Yuzuki had felt the same way somehow. She doesn't let others get too close, that kind of thing. We talked a bit during the Hydrangea festival. I thought she was a scary girl because she was confronting Shun-kun, but she turned out to be very easy to talk to and was considerate. She was cute, smart, and cute. Why did you say cute twice? Ignoring Sakuto's question, Yuzuki continued with a dot. But you see, what's different from Sakuto is, I think it's her expression. Expression? It's hard to explain, but the smile she showed me felt like a wall, not one that came from the heart. While you avoided people with a blank expression, Hikari-chan keeps her distance with a smile. That was something Sakuto had also felt. Hiding her true feelings behind those words and beneath that smile, that thought had become stronger after the incident in the back alley the other day. Also, even though she was easy to talk to, Hikari-chan hardly spoke about herself. It felt like she was letting me do all the talking. Now I think about it, I don't really know anything about Hikari-chan. The only impression that's left is that we talked with smiles. He could somewhat understand that. The smile Hikari directed at the newspaper club was like that. He had felt it when Hikari was interviewing Mitsumi. It seemed like a pleasant conversation, but in reality, she was focused on letting Mitsumi talk comfortably. If it hadn't been Mitsumi, the only impression left would probably have been of a girl who's pleasant to talk to, a girl with a lovely smile. In the end, it seemed that Mitsumi had realized Hikari's true identity. Why did you think her smile could be like a wall? Her attitude seems completely different when she talks with me or Shun-kun, and when she talks with you or Chikage-chan. With you, it's like more natural. With us, it feels like a sociable way of smiling. Is that so? A sociable smile and a smile from the heart. The distinction between these public and private smiles is probably not something that can be understood by someone who isn't involved with Hikari. At that point, he finally began to grasp the true meaning behind Takabana's words. Then there's Usami Hikari. She's troublesome in her own way. She hardly ever reveals her true feelings. I see. I brushed it off casually, but Takabana-sensei had seen through Hikari. By the way, Takahashi-ki, have you come to understand that when the soil is cultivated, a place for one to belong will emerge? The soil she mentioned and the place to belong, is it about a place for Hikari? A place where she can feel at ease, even without me or Chikage. That's why, it's not just for the sake of Usami Chikage. Don't forget that. This wasn't a request. This was a warning. There's more that he should be doing for Usami Hikari. Sakuto, you're making a scary face. What's wrong? No, thank you, Yuzuki. That was very helpful. And with a wry smile, Sakuto leaned back against the sofa's backrest. In the end, am I just playing into that person's hands? What are you talking about? Who's that person? Never mind. It's nothing. But, thanks to you, I feel a bit more clear-headed. Then Yuzuki frowned again, leaving me behind. What are you talking about? Never mind. After about an hour, Sakuto decided to settle the bill and leave the cafe. Yuzuki was handling the payment indifferently when she suddenly asked, which one? The receipt is fine. I don't need an invoice. Not that. I mean about the Usami sisters. Hikari-chan and Chikage-chan. Which one is it? Oh, that's what she meant, but he couldn't just answer. What exactly does she mean by which one? Yuzuki glared at Sakuto with a look of displeasure. You're dating one of them, right? Chikage-chan or Hikari-chan? No, it's not like that. Not either one. He couldn't very well say he was dating both of them. So he evaded the question. But you do have a girlfriend, right? Why all of a sudden? What makes you think that? Because, come on, just tell me. With a sigh, Sakuto scratched the back of his neck. I do have a girlfriend. Wow. So, is it one of those two after all? That's a secret. Yuzuki puffed up her cheeks in frustration after Sakuto said that with a smile. By the way, Shun-kun said he wants to meet and talk to you again. Sakuto, I never want to meet him again. What does he want? That's harsh. Shun-kun isn't such a bad guy, you know. Sakuto furrowed his brows. He might put on a good face for someone he's close to, but he says awful things to others. That's just the kind of person he is, and I don't want anything to do with him anymore. There was also the matter with Chikage. Sakuto didn't know why Shun wanted to meet, but in his heart, he still hadn't fully forgiven Shun for hurting his precious girlfriend. If you could forgive me, then maybe you could forgive Shun-kun too. That's a different story. Yuzuki, you're an important childhood friend to me. That's why. That honestly doesn't make me happy. Being childhood friends isn't that special. I see. Sakuto smiled, but it was partly to mask a slight sense of his loneliness. Well, maybe I'll meet him when I get the chance. As he said this, Sakuto left the shop with a carefree smile on his face. While thinking that maybe he shouldn't give Yuzuki the letter that Hikari was holding on to for him, and perhaps it would be better to dispose of it. Chapter 9.5, Twin Talk 4. While studying for a test? To call or not to call, that is the question, Hamlet. It was a lazy afternoon at the Western-style dining canon. The twin sisters, who had been studying for a test, decided to take a little break. Chikage was fiddling with her smartphone on the table while extending and retracting her index finger towards it. I wonder if it's a sense of smell. I just have this bad feeling. Hasn't Chi-chan been a bit too much like a puppy lately? If it's bothering you, why not just call him? But what if Sakuto-kun calls me a clingy girl? That's what I'm worried about. So, you won't call? But then again, it feels lonely, or rather, I can't help but be concerned. With that, Chikage sighed deeply. We've been together so much lately, so I get anxious when we're not meeting. Aren't you seeing him after school today? But we only said goodbye, and somehow the word goodbye felt too profound. Aren't you overthinking it a bit? While Hikari looked on in exasperation, they overheard the conversation of a group of girls at the table behind them. They were 4 female students from Yuki Academy. Well, as you can see, I'm the type that can forgive cheating. You should try saying that after you get a boyfriend. You don't know what you're talking about. If I got cheated on, I'd be shocked. I might even consult my brother about. As for me, well, I guess it's fine if he eventually comes back to me. Whoa. Hold on there. They chatted on and on, seemingly in good spirits. The last person, the one who looks like a boyish girl, might have a similar view to mine. Hikari reflected on others' views on love while still observing Chikage, who was still staring at her smartphone. Even though they were twins and both liked the same person, their stances on love were different. Indeed, while she was curious about what he was doing right now, it wasn't to the extent that she needed to call. She might send a line message, but she wouldn't go so far as to restrict his actions. There's a difference between being considerate, being possessive, and simply wanting to know. It's true that finding that balance is difficult, and Hikari has come to think so since she started dating Sakuto. Sakuto is kind. She believes that he surely would if she asked him to come right away, but she doesn't. In truth, she wants to cling to his shoulder and indulge in his kindness forever. So this is what it means to be in love. She scolded herself for blushing and thinking she was being too easy. Awawa, an incoming call? Yes, hello, this is Chikage speaking. I'm currently studying at Canon with Hai-chan. Oh? Yes, we'll be waiting for you. With that, Chikage hung up the phone. Hai-chan, Sakuto-kun wants to join us now. Hai-chan? What? Cuckoo. Hai-chan, you make that kind of face too. Eh? Did I make a weird face? No, you just look really happy. Plus, your face is all red, you know? In a panic, she checks her reflection using her smartphone's front camera. Sure enough, her face is beet red. Her bangs are a mess too, so she hurriedly tried to fix her hair with her fingers. Are you happy because Sakuto-kun suddenly decided to come? Yeah, I'm happy. Her face turns an even deeper shade of red as she feels even more embarrassed. I'm happy too. It's really sweet of him to come visit despite being busy. He's always so kind. Why yeah. He. She laughed to cover up her embarrassment and turned off the phone's camera. Then, she noticed a missed call notification on the display. It was from Sakuto. She hadn't realized it, but it seemed Sakuto had tried to call her several times. Hikari stealthily sends a line message to Chikage without her noticing. Are you really coming? Yeah. Why did you decide to come all of a sudden? Just felt like seeing you. Hikari closes the display and flops down on the table. Hi-chan. What's wrong? Are you tired from studying? Hi-chan. This hopelessly grinning face of mine. I can't let my little sister see this. Chapter 10. Reflecting the Truth. This is a really good article. It captures the subject's inner thoughts well and clearly conveys the intended message. It is the Friday after the tests, July 15th. The club activities resumed, and Hikari submitted the article she had written at home. Uehara Ayaka, the usually calm and composed president of the newspaper club, couldn't hide her excitement as she said her impression. Kazuka Maitri, the vice president, also looked over the article happily. It's clear who the intended audience is. It's got a really good vibe. Then, their classmate Higashino Wakana said with a hint of frustration, I've been beaten. Wakana, you should reduce your spelling and typographical errors a bit more before worrying about that. Maitri teased, to which Wakana puffed up her cheeks in response. Maitri-senpai, you should write articles too instead of just taking pictures. I specialize in this area, Maitri said with a proud chuckle while holding her camera. Hikari's interview article received quite a positive reaction from the club members. However, Hikari herself maintained a modest smile while watching the others from a slight distance. Wakana looked at Hikari with a frustrated expression. Hikari, how did you come up with questions like the ones in this article? I just read back issues to see what kind of interviews had been done before. I also thought of some potential questions beforehand and did some research on the work of lawyers. When Hikari explained that she hadn't come up with the questions on the spot but had prepared thoroughly, Wakana seemed utterly deflated. That's like the very basics of being an interviewer. You're really doing it properly. Wakana, this is where you need to improve. You won't be popular if you can't become a good listener. Maitri-senpai, that's why I'm telling you to write articles. And I don't care about being popular or not. While Maitri and Wakana had their exchange, Ayaka quietly asked Hikari, did you visit Kaisazaki-san's home for this? Yes, Hikari replied, causing Sakuto to tense up. She was so kind and beautiful. I was able to write this article because of her, so you should thank Mitsumi-san rather than me, Hikari said while Sakuto listened nervously beside her. Eh? Does that mean you went to Takayashiki's house? Maitri asked casually, but Sakuto was on edge. He had expected this, but Hikari had honestly answered, yes. And now you're calling Sakuto by his first name. Isn't that a bit suspicious? Maitri threw a straight jab with her words, but Hikari still maintained her smile. Though internally shaken, Sakuto reassured himself that Hikari wouldn't carelessly say anything thoughtless. It wasn't just me. My sister Chikage was with me, so we visited together. Wow, the three of you really are close, huh? Yes, I'd like to visit again if possible. Maybe to just have a casual chat next time. Sakuto breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Maitri not probing any deeper. Despite everything, Hikari seems to have convinced everyone that she and Chikage are just good friends with him by using the excuse that they visited together. Then Wakana spoke up. Of course, that's natural. After all, they're the top 3 students in the grade, so they must get along well. And what about you? One of the top 3 idiots in the grade. Are you close with the other 2? Please don't assume me as one of the 3 idiots. And isn't that kind of harsh? I mean, I still score above average. Wakana got angry, but Maitri laughed it off. Sakuto ignored them and turned to Ayaka. Ayaka-senpai, is it alright if I go around with Hikari today? Of course. I'll be going to see the assistant advisor, Nakamura-sensei, so please go ahead. Section. Nishishishi. Am I right in thinking that you wanted to be alone with me? Hikari smirked as she walked beside Sakuto, trying to gauge his reaction. To be frank, yes. I see. Not quite the answer I was expecting. Seeing Sakuto's calm response, Hikari spoke with a slightly sulky tone. I simply wanted to see how you conduct interviews, Hikari. Why is that? Well, I just wanted to see how you interact with others sometimes. There it is. Special. What? Special? In what way? Hikari bumped her shoulder against his. You know, normally, you'd observe without letting the other person catch on. Otherwise, they might start wondering about your intentions. Hikari, You can see through people's lies and true intentions, right? I thought it'd be more sincere to tell you honestly. I like that about you, Sakuto, but, you know, I'd like to hear some heart-fluttering lines like I can't stand seeing you talk to other guys, or I wanted to see you up close, even if they're lies. What's with that wild setting? Do you really want me to be like that? Hikari chuckled but also furrowed her brows slightly. So, what do you want to know about me? My 3 sizes, starting from the top. Ah, I'm not asking that. Not asking. Then, do you want to know Chie-chan's 3 sizes? Before that, have you heard of the Personal Information Protection Law? You can't just go around revealing people's 3 sizes without their permission. Probably. I'm not really sure though. He was completely exasperated, but he couldn't let the conversation continue to derail. He decided to ask honestly. Do you change your attitude when you're with me and Chikage compared to other people? Of course. Is that wrong? No. It's not wrong, but I was just wondering why. Suddenly, Hikari narrowed her eyes. Maybe it's because both Chie-chan and Sakuto try to understand me. That could be the same for others, right? I think there are people other than us who want to understand you, Hikari. I've been thinking that it's not easy to meet such a person. Why is that? Sakuto, wouldn't you understand? Looking back on my past, that's how it was. I was always alone, standing out from the crowd, but I didn't mind. My mother, Mitsumi, and Yuzuki were there for me as people who understood me. I was content as long as Chie-chan was by my side before I met you, Sakuto. I caused a lot of worries, but Chie-chan never hated or abandoned me. So, I guess what satisfies Chie-chan is what satisfies me. It seems that feeling grateful to those close to her and sympathizing with them are intertwined. In Hikari's case, that person is Chikage, and it seems she sees Chikage's matters as her own. So why did you accept me? He had heard it was love at first sight, but it still didn't quite click with Sakuto. Where did she feel that sort of feeling towards me? When I first saw you, Sakuto, my heart suddenly started beating faster, and I felt a warmth inside my chest. That's quite maideny all of a sudden, right? I felt that there are things that can't be understood through knowledge or logical reasoning. I thought, maybe this person is the same type as me. Perhaps my fated one. Hikari chuckled while saying this, and that was spot on. Why, ever since I met you, every day has been filled with irregular events, and it's fun being together. Like, I wonder what will happen next. How will he react if I set something up, an experiment to see my reaction? Something like that. Oh, but if I may be greedy, I'd like you to be a bit more predictable based on my guesses. It's fun as it is, but I'm expecting Sakuto to overreact just like Chie-chan does. I'll try my best. Sakuto reflected that he still hadn't fully met Hikari's expectations. But humans aren't that simple. Life is complex, intertwined, and humans do unpredictable things. That in itself can be interesting or it can be disappointing depending on how you look at it. In terms of not making Hikari bored, it seems that he hasn't been a disappointment so far. So, hey, Sakuto. Suddenly, she took his hand. What? How about we skip club activities and go somewhere together? I'd like a place with no people around. Her mischievous whisper made Sakuto's heart skip a beat. This must be a test. If it's an experiment to see my reaction. Sure, shall we go? What? Really? Why are you surprised? You're the one who asked me. Come on. Let's go quickly. Hikari showed slight resistance as he pulled her hand. The instigator was unexpectedly the one who got flustered and blushing. I mean, that was just a joke. I took it seriously, though. But we're still in the middle of club activities. Seeing Hikari suddenly start talking about something serious, Sakuto almost burst into laughter. He knew she had asked him because they were in the middle of club activities, and he would likely refuse, but he decided to play along. It was Hikari who overreacted and turned completely red. This is quite interesting. Usually, it's Hikari who teases him, but seeing her react like this makes him want to tease her even more. Come on, Hikari, let's go. If we're talking about a place with no people around at this time, it would be. Where are you planning to go? Holding hands so friendly. Sakuto's face turned pale in an instant after hearing that voice. When he reluctantly turned around, Chikage stood there with her arms crossed and looked imposing. Sakuto quickly let go of Hikari's hand. This is, you see." As he fumbled for an explanation, "Chie-chan, listen." Sakuto was trying to skip club activities and take me to some deserted place. Hikari had beaten him to it, twisting the story to her advantage. "Hikari?" Hikari was grinning mischievously from an angle where Chikage couldn't see. "Ah, I've been hit," he thought. Hikari must have seen Chikage was approaching and timed her trap. Ha ha. Disbandment section. Ah ha ha ha. No, I can't stop laughing when I think about it. Holding her stomach and trying to suppress her laughter, Hikari was next to Sakuto, who sighed heavily with an exhausted expression. This is no laughing matter, seriously. After that, they had to calm Chikage down and explain everything properly. It took some time to convince her it was all a joke, and it was quite a hassle. "Hikari, you almost got the newspaper club disbanded." "You?" "Sakuto, you were pretty into it too, right?" Indeed, he had gotten carried away as well, so it wasn't entirely Hikari's fault. But Chie-chan is also to blame, with her disbandment and all. "Well, it's true she might have been too personal." Hikari laughed as if she found it funny, while Sakuto could only give a wry smile. Upon reaching the first gymnasium, Hikari quickly got permission from the advisor and began interviewing the captain of the girls' basketball team. Afterward, she did the same with the boys' volleyball team and the rhythmic gymnastics club, getting permission from the advisors before interviewing the captains. Sakuto was keeping an eye on Hikari while pretending to take notes. "Please tell us about your enthusiasm for the upcoming summer tournament. We want to show the results of all the hard work we've done so far and play our best." As expected, he noticed something. Hikari first gauged the person's character from their expressions and attitudes. Then, she would adjust her speaking pace, tone, and expressions to match the interviewee and always managed to bring out a smile in the end. Her observational skills were frighteningly sharp. Her conversational skills and sense of humor too. He was reminded of the time when they first met. Those eyes that seemed to peer into the depths of a person's heart were intimidating. He realized that lies and deceit would not work on this girl. Whether it was a natural gift or a skill acquired in life, he could only observe from the sidelines and feel the remarkable nature of the girl named Usami Hikari. Still, he wonders just how much she can see. Phew. With that, I guess all my responsibilities are taken care of for now. Good work. What's wrong? No, I was just thinking, you're really amazing. What is? Hikari looked puzzled, with a smile on her face, likely unaware of her own abilities. Seriously, you're incredible, Hikari. Watching you work, you're like, a jack of all trades. Even if say so, Sakuto, are you dissatisfied with something? It's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that the truly amazing one is you, Sakuto. I'm still nowhere near that level, she said with a shy smile, seemingly pleased to be praised. Then, yeah, I got a great shot. Matori came over with a big smile on her face. Matori-senpai? What did you take a picture of? Offshots for the newspaper club, and what Matori showed was a two-shot of Sakuto and Hikari side by side. Another spy shot. It's an offshot for the newspaper club, for the yearbook and stuff. And by the way, isn't Hikari look super cute? Eh? Oh, that's true. Though embarrassed, Sakuto admitted it honestly. He's impressed that she was able to capture that moment on camera. Hikari also looked at Matori with a bashful face. Matori-senpai, could you send me that photo too? Huh? Hikari, maybe. Sensing Matori was about to realize something, Sakuto quickly looked at Hikari. Yes, I want to crop that photo and post it on Instagram without Sakuto's face showing. Whoa, going for the hint-dropping photo? Well, it's true, if it were just you alone, it might attract some misunderstandings from guys, so sure, why not? Matori grinned and cheerfully headed back to the clubroom. Hee, I got a two-shot with Sakuto. Hikari, you're too bold. But I wanted it, Hikari said in a coquettishly while smiling happily. All right, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. The progress is as written on the whiteboard, but we've made more progress than expected, so let's work hard to finish it up over the weekend. Ayaka smiled brightly at the meeting after club activities, signaling the end of the gathering. The progress was quite good, and it seemed that everything would be completed over the weekend. Behind the scenes, Hikari's efforts were a significant factor. "Hikari, you're really fast at using the computer," Wakana said, impressed. "Well, I do a lot of internet surfing at home, so maybe I'm just used to it," Hikari replied with a non-committal comment. It wasn't just about internet surfing. DTP, desktop publishing, which involves creating, editing, designing, and laying out manuscripts on a computer, was being done efficiently by Hikari. Watching from the sidelines, Sakuto was amazed that such tasks could be performed so quickly. Hikari was familiar with the software and worked much faster than the other club members. Having gained such a capable member, the newspaper club seemed inspired and worked diligently. Ayaka had said earlier, "We've made more progress than expected," but it would be more accurate to say, "We've been more serious about making progress than expected." The impact of just one talented individual joining the group was astounding. Witnessing this transformation, Sakuto could not hide his surprise. However, there was one thing that he couldn't stop thinking about: the relationship between Hikari and the newspaper club. Hikari approached him after finishing her conversation with the other club members and getting ready to leave. "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Sorry, Hikari. I just remembered something I have to do. Can you go ahead and meet up with Chikage and wait for me?" Okay. The newspaper's publication should be fine at this rate. However, there was still one important issue remaining for them. And another thing, Hikari's genuine smile was still not directed at her fellow club members. "So, I'll do what I can for the sake of the newspaper club and Hikari." Section. The following Saturday, they gathered in the afternoon. Everyone was busy turning their interview notes into articles. After about 2 hours, Ayaka stood up just when Sakuto was thinking about taking a short break. "I'll prepare some drinks. Please continue with your work. Let's take a break when I return." Saying this with a smile, Ayaka left the clubroom. "Hikari, can I leave this to you?" "Sure. I'll take care of it." Sakuto had typed up the content of an interview and placed it in Hikari's folder in the shared drive. Hikari would edit it and turn it into an article. Originally, Sakuto had intended to do all of this himself. However, Hikari had said to leave it to her, so Sakuto focused solely on typing out the conversation he remembered. Then, "This isn't quite right," Maitri muttered to herself as if troubled. Curious, Sakuto looked over. "Maitri-senpai, what's wrong?" "No, I was just trying to decide which photo to use, but none of them seem quite right." "Oh? I thought you were confident in your photography skills." "That's exactly why. I'm not satisfied with mediocrity because I care." While they were exchanging these words, Maitri suddenly exclaimed, "That's right." "Hikari, what do you think of this photo?" Hikari stopped her work and walked over to Maitri, compared a few photos, and then made a decision. "This one seems good, but, right? Something just doesn't click, does it? Should I make some adjustments?" "Eh? You can do that?" Hikari took Maitri's place in front of the computer and began editing the photo. "Wow, Hikari, you can do this too?" "I've done it before. How about now, senpai?" "Nice. Let's go with this photo." "Thanks, Hikari." Maitri was impressed, but Hikari still maintained her usual sociable smile. As a member of the newspaper club, she was recognized for her skills but didn't quite fit in with the group. She seemed detached, as if everything here was someone else's business. "I wish she would open up more, maybe brag and joke a little." As Sakuto was thinking this, Maitri suddenly had an idea. "By the way, Hikari, I'm going to have tea with Ayaka and Wakana before heading home after this. Do you want to join us?" "Eh? But you should come along. It'll be fun." Sakuto quickly interjected before Hikari could refuse. "Well, don't you think it might be nice to do something like that once in a while?" "But, right? It seems like Takayashiki is always monopolizing you." "Hikari, why not hang out with us for a change?" It was a rather blunt invitation, but Maitri's forceful way of inviting her was helpful at times like this. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. "Everyone, it's terrible." Ayaka returned out of breath and panicked. "Huh? What about the drinks? And why are you in such a hurry?" When Maitri asked, Ayaka caught her breath. That's the thing. I was approached by the president of the broadcasting club, Ishizuka-senpai, and it's really serious. Ayaka's panicked demeanor made even the usually talkative members of the newspaper club listen to her without saying a word. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Appearance. Why are we going to appear on Aragaku-ch? It was natural that Matori was surprised. A sudden invitation to participate in a project by the broadcasting club, appearing on Aragaku-ch had come out of nowhere. Moreover, it was to be a live broadcast within the school with the archive remaining on YouTube and reaching worldwide audiences. Then, Ayaka began to explain the situation with an apologetic tone. The thing is, they really wanted the newspaper club, which has been working so hard recently, to make an appearance for the special episode before the summer break. They want to feature the sports clubs that are working hard towards the summer tournament from the newspaper club's perspective. And you didn't turn them down? Well, I ended up saying of course. With a smile. Seriously? That's right. Ayaka, didn't you say you thought Ishizuka-senpai was cool? I didn't say that. I just said that people who can talk fast and talk a lot are great. While the club president and vice president were having this dispute, Sakuto and Hikari listened as if it was someone else's problem. It seems like something serious has happened. Is it really something to panic about? That's when Wakana spoke up. Isn't it because we can't afford to make mistakes during a live broadcast? Besides, we have no experience being in front of a camera, and we're usually the ones doing the interviewing. It seems the main concern was whether they could speak properly during the live broadcast. So, who's going to appear? Matori asked Ayaka the part she was most concerned about. I was thinking it would be nice if everyone had a turn to speak. I'll pass. Matori-chan, I specialize in taking pictures. Speaking in front of people is a no-go for me. Matori declined quite straightforwardly. If I could, I'd like to appear. Then, Wakana stood up and said hesitantly, by putting ourselves out there, maybe people will become interested in our newspaper. It's scary to think about making mistakes, but I want people to know about the newspaper club and read the newspaper we've worked so hard on. Despite being a junior, Wakana made her point with confidence, causing Ayaka to widen her eyes in surprise before smiling happily. Then, what about you, Hikari-chan? Ayaka asked, and Hikari showed a hint of hesitation. Either way is fine for me. Then let's do it together, Hikari, Wakana said without missing a beat, her expression brimming with enthusiasm and a smile. Because you know the overall structure of the article we're working on, right? Ayaka then spoke up. Right. The job interview article turned out to be amazing. If we can convey that our newspaper covers not only sports clubs but also articles like this, it might just showcase the value of our newspaper. Although she said this, it seems Ayaka had no intention of forcing Hikari. She wanted to leave it up to Hikari's own decision. As Hikari pondered, Matori flashed a bright smile at her. Hikari, why don't you give it a try? No matter how hard I try, I just don't look good on camera, but you'll definitely shine. Besides, everyone trusts you, you know? After a moment of hesitation, Hikari replied with a modest smile. All right. If it's okay with you. And so, although it was a sudden development, this is how the newspaper club came to make a live appearance on the broadcasting club's streaming program Aragaku-ch. The participants would be everyone except Matori, Ayaka, Wakana, and Hikari. Afterward, they held a meeting to discuss who would talk about what, but Sakuto was concerned about Hikari's expression. Section. So you accepted the offer? Hi-chan, are you sure you're okay? In the evening, Sakuto and Hikari met up with Chikage at the Western-style dining canon. Chikage was dressed in casual clothes. It seemed she had been shopping as she placed a paper bag with the store's logo on the luggage rack beside the table. I'm not sure if I'm okay or not. If it's just sitting and explaining, I can probably manage. Looking at Hikari speaking with her head down, Sakuto tilted his head. Is there something you're worried about? I'm not really the type to be in the spotlight, but didn't you speak so well in front of people? Well, I guess. Hikari laughed, but she still seemed to lack her usual energy. Seemingly unable to watch this, Chikage gave her a reassuring smile. Hi-chan, you'll be fine. I'll be standing close by on the day. Really? Really? Sakuto-kun will be there too, right? Yeah, I'll be watching over you two. Then, I guess I could feel at ease if both of you were there. I'll do my best. With that, Hikari showed a cheerful smile. However, that smile and those words should perhaps be directed towards the members of the newspaper club. The presence that ideally should reassure Hikari. It seemed Chikage was thinking the same thing. Sakuto and Chikage exchanged glances with complex emotions, but ultimately they said nothing. The next day, on Sunday afternoon. I've finished it, Ayako exclaimed, and the members of the newspaper club gathered behind her seat. Wow, doesn't the front page look great? Hurry up and print it. Just a moment, here it goes. Before sized papers began streaming out of the printer one after another. When Maitri distributed them to the club members, they began to read with delight. Doesn't this look really good? The layout and the text are so much easier to read now. Wakana smiled happily in response as Maitri said this. The headlines are great too, and Maitri-senpai's photo looks super cool. Right? You can show a bit more respect to your senpai, you know. But, wasn't this photo edited by Hikari? Don't get too carried away. Alright, let's see if there are any typos or missing words in Wakana's work. Wah, please don't just look for my mistakes. Maitri and Wakana were chatting in their usual manner, but their expressions were brighter than usual. A sense of accomplishment from having achieved something seemed to have given them confidence. Ayako approached Hikari. Thank you, Hikari-chan. I think the quality has improved considerably compared to what the club had before. I didn't really do anything. No, it's not just the content but also thanks to your technical skills, Hikari-chan. It's because of you that we were able to produce something this good despite the time constraints. Really? Thank you very much. Perhaps embarrassed, Hikari blushed and giggled. Sakuto thought to himself while observing the scene. As I thought, Ayako-senpai must have noticed. The problem with the newspaper club was originally a lack of editorial skills. Sakuto had also looked through the back issues and felt that the quality of the paper's appearance had noticeably dropped after a certain point. It was around October of the previous year, coinciding with the retirement of the third-year students who had been leading the club. The articles themselves were of no less quality than before, and it seemed that they had been conducting even more meticulous interviews than their senpai had. Previously, Wakana had mentioned the very basics of being an interviewer with frustration. It was clear that Ayaka and Maitri had been placing great importance on these fundamentals. However, reporting and editing are separate issues. I wonder if people will actually read the newspaper we've worked so hard on. The answer to Wakana's previously voiced concern lay there. In short, the problem was poor design and layout. The editing techniques that the newspaper club had cultivated seemed to have been lost, and when comparing articles before and after October of the previous year, the content was still good, but the editing flaws were too noticeable. Therefore, even well-written articles were going unread. Just as there is the concept of legibility, the paper hadn't been designed in a way that made people want to read it at a glance. In essence, the efforts of the newspaper club had not been in vain. Although their direction had skewed towards scandal news after feeling discouraged by their work going unread, their motivation and passion had been lying dormant within them. It was unfortunate that their enthusiasm had been misdirected. So that's why Takabana-sensei didn't want it to end like this. External pressure and internal reform were necessary to steer them back in the right direction. And that's where the specialist named Usami Hikari came in. With the versatile Hikari joining the team, the problem was quickly resolved. At the same time, this also contributes to creating a place for Hikari, establishing her as someone who is needed. In addition, Usami Chikage kept a watchful eye in the form of an audit from the outside. Inside and outside, the newspaper club has probably recovered this far thanks to the Usami sisters. Really, it's like we're completely into Kabana-sensei's palm. Sakuto asked Ayaka with a wry smile. Ayaka-senpai, is it time for the teacher's check now? Yes, but I think this will probably pass. I'll take it to the staff room for now. Then there was a knock at the door. Everyone is here. I see. The person who entered was Takabana. Ayako uttered an R. Upon seeing her. Takabana-sensei. Perfect timing. We've just finished the next issue of the newspaper. That's good to hear. I'll pass it on to the assistant advisor Nakamura-sensei and the teachers from the student guidance department, so please print out the teachers' copies. As Ayako began printing the necessary number of copies, Maitri looked at Takabana. By the way, what brings you here, Takabana-sensei? We're not doing anything bad at the moment, you know. So you admit to your past misdeeds and foolishness? As for my business here, I think I'll let the person in question explain directly. Please, come in. The one who entered from the door was Ishizuka, the third-year president of the broadcasting club. Hello, Uehara-san. Hi everyone. Ayaka showed a startled expression at Ishizuka's smile. Ishizuka-senpai, thank you for yesterday. Actually, I wanted to have a meeting about that upcoming matter. Is it okay if Takabana-sensei joins us? That's fine. But why Takabana-sensei? Because it's a live broadcast. We've got the school's permission, but we still need to discuss things like words that shouldn't be during the broadcast and the performers' attitudes in advance. Ishizuka explained the situation smoothly. Officially, the broadcasting club is engaged in streaming activities known as the Influencer Club, but since they represent the school on the internet, there are quite strict meetings behind the scenes. This serious approach is one of the reasons why the school values them. That's why I'm here to see the participants of the broadcast, Kazuka. Well, since I'm not participating, I'll step out for a bit. Maitri left with her camera, and Sakuto stood up as well. I'm going to use the restroom. Saying that, Sakuto followed Maitri. Maitri was standing in the corridor away from the club rooms, looking down with a camera in hand. She lacked her usual lively atmosphere and seemed somewhat downcast. Is there something wrong? When Sakuto spoke to her, Maitri let out a small laugh. It kind of stinks really bad. What do you mean? How this whole thing is proceeding too smoothly. Doesn't the timing of the broadcasting club seem too good? Maitri said this and then leaned forward on the railing, elbows resting on it, and aimed her camera. Am I the only one who feels like someone is pulling strings behind the scenes? Aren't you a little overthinking it? What do you think? The broadcasting club that triggered us to start writing scandal pieces is suddenly trying to pull us into a broadcast. It feels too blatant. At least that's what my intuition is telling me. Maybe that is the skepticism of a journalist at work. I'm a photographer. Capturing the truth is my job. With that, Maitri suddenly pointed her camera at Sakuto and pretended to take a picture. Sakuto was taken aback by the audacity of someone who was about to write a fabricated article saying such things, but he decided to listen to Maitri's story. Well, I have no proof, but it's all too convenient. Our newspaper articles have been perfect so far, and the only thing left is how to spread them. Of course, we distribute them around the school on foot, but if we use the broadcasting club stream, our recognition would skyrocket. Listening to her, Sakuto was completely exasperated. You're capable of such thought, yet you go into writing scandals news and ignoring the risks. Shut up. A cornered little mouse will go chomp chomp a kitty. A cornered rat will bite a cat. I've never heard such a cute proverb before, but were you really that cornered? Sort of. By what? Maitri made an awkward face and took a deep breath. Since Ayako and I took over, the newspaper club has been ignored by everyone. Our reliable advisor went on maternity leave, and the assistant advisor, Nakamura-sensei, is mainly focused on the art club, so he doesn't care about us. What choice did we have but to do it ourselves? I guess I can somewhat understand that feeling. We were aware that we were inferior to the senpai who won the Asada newspaper award the previous year. So, maybe that's why we felt pressured. The graduated senpai were nice people, but there was this insurmountable wall, you know? That kind of thing was there. Sakuto could understand that, but something still bothered him. But to change direction and run with scandal articles, I think that's a bit questionable. Because the broadcasting club became so popular. Well, Ayako said she wanted to somehow keep the newspaper club for the next person, Wakana, but I wanted to leave some sort of mark during our time. I see, Sakuto said, understanding yet dismayed. More like scars than marks though. Scars that last a lifetime. Shut up. I know. I'm sorry, okay? Maitri said this and then sighed deeply. I really am reflecting on it. Maitri's dejected look was somehow endearing, unlike her usual character. Then, why don't you appear on the broadcasting club's broadcast? Show them that you're reflecting and trying hard. That's a different matter altogether. Why is that? Because it's a school-wide broadcast. It gets archived and goes on YouTube, right? I'll definitely mess up if I go live with this character. She seemed reluctant to show her face that much. There's no such thing as definitely. If I mess up, I'll become a topic for having a cute embarrassed face, and that'll be broadcast all over the world on YouTube, and then I might get scouted by a talent agency, become a model or actress, gain even more popularity, and eventually end up as the wife of a rich IT company CEO. That's definitely not going to happen, Sakuto declared emphatically at this point. That's terrible. You just said there's no such thing as definitely. Then I stand corrected. But why does it sound like you end up leading a pretty good life as the story goes on? The possibility is not zero, right? Zero, it's zero. Ah, this person is beyond help, Sakuto thought. Then, as if the previous conversation had been a joke, Maitri laughed and began to fiddle with her smartphone. Here you go. Sent it. Puzzled, Sakuto checked his smartphone. Displayed on the screen was a photo of Hikari with a lovely smile. Took this a while back. She had a nice expression. So why are you sending this to me? It's kind of frustrating that Hikari always makes that face when she's with you. She must be really into you, huh? That couple shot from yesterday looked good on you guys too. Why don't you just date already? Sakuto responded with a wry smile to the teasing remark. Photos capture the truth. I can tell a real smile from a fake one. Your smile seems fake too, but so does Hikari's. She's gradually opening up to us, but that face of hers is still holding back. Ah, I can't take it anymore. With that, Maitri walked off towards the clubroom. Photos capture the truth. Looking at Hikari's smiling photo again, Sakuto wondered if perhaps Maitri had always noticed Hikari's fake smiles. Section. The meeting with the broadcasting club lasted a little over an hour, and it concluded with the three who would join asking questions about the parts they were concerned about. All right then, see you after the 3-day weekend on the 19th at noon. Do your best, okay? Ishizuka left with a smile, and Takabana left with a soft chuckle. I'm getting nervous, but let's do our best. Newspaper club, fighting. Why yeah, I'll do my best too. Fighting. While Ayaka and Wakana were psyching themselves up, Sakuto spoke with Hikari. Hikari, do you think you'll be okay? I guess I should be fine if I just act normal. I just need to memorize the script. Then with a complicated expression, Wakana approached Hikari. I said I'd do my best, but now I'm really getting nervous. Are you okay? Why yeah. As Wakana seemed nervous and unsure, Sakuto wondered what Hikari would say. Quietly, she moved closer and gently hugged Wakana. Hikari? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? My little sister, Chai-chan, she's always been the type to get sick from nervousness. That Chikage-san? Yeah, despite how she looks. But you see, doing this always cheers her up. I see. Yeah, I kind of understand. It's warm. Wakana's tense expression softened. Sakuto watched in amazement. The Hikari from a little while ago would never have embraced a classmate like this. As Sakuto watched with a smile, Maitri suddenly grinned mischievously. Takahashi-ki, what's with that lewd look in your eyes? What? Jealous? Should we give it a try too? All right, bring it on. With Senpai's oppai, you're the last person I'd ever do that with. That's mean. A flustered Ayaka stepped in to stop Maitri. Maitri-chan, don't get carried away. Takahashi-ki-kun has the right to choose to. Ayaka, you're the worst. Seriously. Eek, don't cling to me. Before he knew it, Wakana and Hikari had separated and were giggling to themselves. Sakuto closed his eyes in relief. Hikari is laughing genuinely. Just a little more to go. Unbeknownst to the girls, Sakuto steeled his resolve once more in his heart. Section. And then, the day of the much-anticipated live broadcast arrived. Tuesday, July 19th. Just as lunch break began. Sakuto. Thank you for coming to help clean up. It was a big help. Well, it's quite a task. The other person on duty fell ill, so it couldn't be helped. Concerned about Hikari, Sakuto had come to the field. The first-year girls' physical education class was hurdle running, and Hikari was left to clean up alone under the scorching sun. Unable to watch her do it alone, he had decided to help. It took a considerable amount of time to load and transport the hurdles onto the cart. The teacher had gone to the infirmary to attend to the sick student, leaving Hikari alone to finish the cleanup. By the way, where's Higashino-san? Wakana-chan? I let her go ahead. She offered to help, but Ayako-senpai would have been in trouble if we both got delayed. If Hikari had been left to clean up alone, she might not have made it in time for the broadcast. It seems coming to check on her was the right decision. The cart goes in that shuttered warehouse, right? Yes. Thank you. Pushing the cart loaded with hurdles, they headed towards the shuttered warehouse. This warehouse was used to store items for track and field events and the sports festival, and even old equipment that spoke of Arashiyama Academy's history was kept here instead of discarded. It was dim and damp but felt better than the heat outside. Sakuto pushed the cart into the back of the warehouse and let out a sigh. Just the two of us, huh? Hikari's teasing voice came with a chuckle, and Sakuto responded with a wry smile. You've got a broadcast after this, you know? TSK, we could have had some alone time here if it weren't for that. Hikari sounded disappointed, but her expression was bright. Well, everyone's waiting, so let's get going, Hikari said, turning towards the exit. Then, bang! Suddenly the shutter closed, and the warehouse was plunged into darkness. What happened? I don't know. It just closed all of a sudden. They knew the building was old and the fittings were poor, but they never expected it to close on its own. However, if it was just the shutter coming down, it wouldn't be a problem. Sakuto approached and tried to lift the shutter from the inside, but it's so heavy. Even with Hikari's help, the shutter only slightly trembled and rattled. It seemed that something was caught in the box-like area where the shutter was supposed to fold and store, preventing it from lifting any further. Looking around the warehouse, there was no other exit to be found except for a narrow skylight that was too high and too small for a person to pass through. It can't be helped. For now, let's try calling the staff room. Sakuto said this while reaching into his pants pocket, then his face turned pale. Damn it, my smartphone. He had left his smartphone in the classroom. Don't tell me, Sakuto. Yeah, it looks like we're trapped here. Chapter 12, Archimedes' Tears. As lunch break arrived, the members of the newspaper club gathered in a small conference room to wait for the broadcast to start. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. Ayako-senpai, fighting. I'm nervous too. The staff, or more accurately, the members of the broadcasting club, were busily checking and preparing the equipment for the live stream. One of the girls approached Ayaka. The broadcast starts in 10 minutes. Are you okay? Why yes. Ayaka seemed quite tense, while Wakana was concerned for her timid senpai and tried to ease her nerves. Ayaka-senpai, you don't need to be so nervous. Just think of it as casual conversation. I get tipsy really easily. You mean you like drinking in the evening? Ayaka was so flustered that Wakana didn't even understand what she was saying. Wakana was worried whether Ayaka would really be okay, but Hikari was there today. The reassurance of Hikari's presence helped to alleviate Wakana's anxiety. With Hikari here, everything will be fine, right? Fighting. Watching this, Chikage had something on her mind that had been bothering her for a while. Hi-chan, Sakuto-kun. They're late. It was 10 minutes before the broadcast, and the two of them still hadn't arrived. Chikage had sent a line message, but it remained unread. Unable to wait any longer, Chikage spoke to Wakana. Higashino-san, what happened to Hi-chan? I think Hikari will be here soon. Weren't you together after gym class? Yeah. She was putting away the hurdles, so maybe she's just running late. Chikage was vaguely anxious. Could it be those two? Chikage pictured the situation of the two in her mind. We've got a broadcast coming up, and I'm so nervous. Hey, honey, you're ruining your cute face with that expression. Sakuto, can you hold me tight? Honey, come here. I'll ease your nerves, I'll give you. Nah? Chikage suddenly screamed, causing Wakana and Ayaka to jump in surprise. What's wrong all of a sudden? Chikage-chan, what happened? As the two of them asked nervously, Chikage cleared her throat with a cough. It's nothing. Just a sort of attack from a chronic condition. Just then, Maitri approached them. By the way, isn't Hikari and Takayashiki late? I don't really mind about Takayashiki, but I'm worried about Hikari not being here yet. Chikage agreed. Do you think so too, Maitri-senpai? Yeah. How should I put it? I have a bad premonition. Let's go look for them. My intuition also tells me something serious has happened. Oh, you're pretty confident about that, huh? Maitri's bad feeling and Chikage's intuition were similar yet different things. However, when their intuitions connected, their sense that something serious has happened was frighteningly accurate. Meanwhile, Sakuto and Hikari, who were locked in a shuttered warehouse, were Sakuto, Hikari, just a little more. Almost there. That all you've been saying? I can't take it anymore. The two were working together. They put all their strength into trying to lift the shutter, but the shutter wouldn't budge. No use. It seems like it won't open after all. Despite their persistence, the shutter remained closed. Time was running out as their broadcast was approaching. I guess all we can do is wait and hope someone comes for gym class 5th period. With that, Hikari plopped down onto the large green mat used for high jump. Hikari, are you giving up on making it to the broadcast? Looks like there's no way out, so we don't have much choice, Hikari said with a resigned smile. Back to the small conference room. The anxiety was growing as Hikari still hadn't appeared. Even if we say we're going to look for Hikari, the place is so big. Where should we start? Wakana interjected. Well, we had physical education on the field during the 4th period, so maybe they're still there cleaning up. Maitri crossed her arms and pondered. The field, huh? Then, could they be at the girls' locker room now? There's no way Sakuto-kun would be in the girls' locker room, Chikage exclaimed, her eyes wide with anger. Right? If he were there, that would be a huge problem, wouldn't it? We're talking about Hikari here. As Maitri looked exasperated, Chikage had a sudden realization and opened her tablet. On the map of the premises was a heart mapping Chikage's identified lovey-dovey spots. It was likely that Sakuto and Hikari were together. If that was the case, they must be doing something unbelievable before the broadcast. Chikage's instinct had stumbled upon a not-so-far-off possibility. If the two of them are together, from the field to the girls' changing room and then to the small conference room, she instantly connected the dots while adding elements of variability and potentially perverse elements and arrived at one possibility. I've got it. It's the Shutter Warehouse, Chikage declared with certainty. Huh? How did you figure that out? That place is a love spot. No, I mean, the first-year girls have hurdle races in physical education. If the hurdles were put away in the Shutter Warehouse, there's no other place they would likely stop by. Something must have happened while they were putting things away. All right, I'll go check it out. I'm coming too. Good. Dogs of the Student Guidance Department, let's go. Woof woof. The two of them dashed off. But aren't you here for an audit? Isn't it bad to leave your post? So, stay. Woof. Chikage, who suddenly received the command to stay, howled sadly. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Hikari back. Takayashiki, not so sure. See you. As Maitri sprinted off, Wakana and Ayaka watched. Will Hikari make it in time? I don't know. What if she doesn't come? Wakana-chan, let's at least prepare the manuscript. By the time Maitri had dashed out of the small conference room, Hikari was sitting on a large green mat, hugging her knees, seemingly resigned. Why does this always happen to me? Every time I try to do something with someone, it never goes well for me. Is that so? Yeah. Like now, I ended up locked in here. It's like I'm cursed or something. In the dim light, Hikari managed to smile, but to Sakuto, it looked like she was forcing her smile. At first, to be honest, I didn't like those three. I see. But as we worked together on the newspaper, I realized they're actually nice people. Hikari continued to smile while gazing out at the slender sky framed by the window. Because even though I kept my distance from everyone, I wanted to be friends with you, Hikari. Hikari's heart skipped a beat. We're in the same class. And you seemed easy to talk to. To be honest, you were so dazzling and attractive. She showed how much she needed me as she pursued friendship. She said she wanted to be friends. Although Higashi no Wakana has an overwhelming presence and is a bit difficult to handle, she is serious and hardworking, and in those ways, she's similar to Chikage. There's also a senpai who finds Wakana amusing and treats her affectionately. Hikari, why don't you give it a try? No matter how hard I try, I just don't look good on camera, but you'll definitely shine. The vice president, Kazuka Maitri, is a bit odd. Her tone is rough and fiery, and I still find it difficult to deal with. Yet, she lives her life most true to herself. I don't dislike the occasional kind face she shows. And then there's another senpai, one with a kind heart who's considerate. Hikari-chan, please take care of me. The club president, Uehara Ayaka, is cute, gentle, and kind like an angel. But she's the timid type. Honestly, she can be unreliable at times. During my conversations with Ayaka, something very memorable happened. It was when Sakuto, Chikage, and I were in the East Building. She had gone out of her way to come and find me. I didn't want Sakuto and Chikage to ask about the newspaper club, so I was talking to Ayaka separately. Me, in the newspaper club? Yes. Would you consider coming back and joining us again? They said it's okay if you don't show up to the club every day, but I heard you were absent from school for a while, and I just couldn't stop worrying. Why? It's just my personality. I went through a lot during junior high school, and there were times I couldn't go to school, but the reason I'm here now, the reason I have a now, is because of Maitri-chan and Wakana-chan. I'm grateful to those two. My situation is different from yours, Ayaka-senpai. I won't say I understand how you feel, Hikari-chan. However, as the president, I can assert that the newspaper club is a fun place. What do you think? Would you like to join us and work together from now on? If Hikari-chan needs us, we will do our best to support you. Ah, what? Tears suddenly overflowed from Hikari's eyes. This is not supposed to happen. I was supposed to have kept a proper distance. I was needed, but I never said I needed them. I was smiling, but I hadn't let my guard down. This is a really good article. It captures the subject's inner thoughts well and clearly conveys the intended message. It's clear who the intended audience is. It's got a really good vibe. I've been beaten. Being praised, acknowledged, and needed. It honestly made me happy. Thank you, Hikari. Nice. Let's go with this photo. Thanks, Hikari. It's all thanks to you, Hikari-chan. Really, thank you. Deep down, I knew all along. For every smile, for every thank you, I realized how weak my own heart had become. Then let's do it together, Hikari. When Wakana's voice echoed for the last time, Hikari clenched her back teeth tightly. Sakuto, who had been silently watching, sat next to Hikari and gently took her hand. Hikari, were you happy to be needed by everyone in the newspaper club? Well, yeah. Did you want to do your best for everyone? MMHM. Hikari only nodded, but her feelings were overflowing from her whole being. Sakuto smiled warmly at her. Then, instead of staying here, shouldn't we think of a way to get out? Hikari wiped the corners of her eyes. That's right. Yeah. I've got to go for everyone's sake. Section. Meanwhile, in the small conference room, what should we do? Hikari isn't coming. Calm down. I'll read Hikari-chan's manuscript. While Wakana and Ayaka were panicking, Chikage also began to feel anxious. More than anything, she was worried whether the two of them, who were so flustered, could really handle the broadcast. Hai-chan is so important that it's this difficult without her. That's how much Hai-chan is needed by the newspaper club. While Chikage was worried, she was also glad to know that Hikari was needed by someone. At first, she was the type to run away pretending to be me. Now, everyone relies on her so much. That's when Chikage had a sudden idea. No, 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 that's definitely not it. She shook her head, trying to dismiss the idea that had just come to her. However, Ayako-senpai, that's my line to speak. I am sorry. Oh no. Only 3 minutes left. Seeing the two of them in a panic, Chikage groaned in distress. 2 minutes left. Wow. She wanted to wait for Hikari, but she also couldn't leave these two alone. If she could reassure these two and also fill in for the late Hikari, the worst possible idea she could come up with was now eagerly awaiting launch. A voice inside her head screamed, "Runway clear. All systems green. Ready for takeoff at any time." That's right. It's time for Usami Chikage to act. Protect the newspaper club until Hai-chan arrives. And once it's over, let yourself be spoiled by Sakuto-kun to your heart's content. Chikage. Well done. Huh? As expected of my girlfriend, I'll grant you any wish you have. Sakuto-kun, I love. Suddenly, a fiery determination blazed in Chikage's eyes. Any wish? Chikage was finally ready to make her resolve. For the record, Sakuto hadn't said anything. Then Usami Chikage, here I go. To reiterate, Sakuto hadn't said anything. Section. Meanwhile, inside the shutter warehouse, Sakuto and Hikari had begun to move towards their escape. Hikari, how do we get out of here? If there's something we can use. Hikari's thoughts expanded to encompass the entire shutter warehouse. Trying to open the shutter with bare hands was futile. On the other hand, there was a window high up that seemed reachable with a base, but it didn't look like one could get through it. The shutter seemed to be the only exit after all. So, how to open this shutter in the current situation? Sakuto, do you understand the structure of this shutter? Wait. Sakuto, having received the baton from Hikari, pulled from his memory information he had seen on a TV news segment called Home Troubleshooting Corner that aired in the evening. The reason the shutter wouldn't open, it might be due to wear and tear on the pulley or shaft. The structure of the shutter involved a shaft, similar to a clothesline pole, with a pulley attached to it. The slats that block the entrance are rolled up at the top, allowing it to open and close. Hikari, maybe the pulley and shaft are worn out and that's why it won't open. Where is the pulley located? At 2 places on the left and right. And the baton was passed back. I see. Archimedes, with an idea in mind, Hikari started gathering things that could be used inside the warehouse. Bases were found quickly. 2 red and white ones used by the leaders of cheer squads. There were several long iron rods leaning against the wall. These were crowbars, used to make holes before driving stakes into the ground. 2 of these were taken. Now they had the tools. And there were 2 of them. Next, they placed the bases in front of the left and right sides of the shutter. They placed an iron rod on each base, with one end under the shutter and the other end to apply their weight. Depending on the position of the fulcrum and the point of effort, they should be able to lift even the heaviest objects. In other words, the principle of the lever. It's a simple principle learned in elementary school, but its origins go back to around 250 BC. Archimedes of ancient Greece was a first-class scientist of classical antiquity, renowned not only for the principle of the lever but also for the principle of buoyancy, the precursor to integral calculus with methods for calculating the area of parabolic sections and spheres, and the invention of the water screw, among other achievements in various fields. With the help of such a genius from the past, Hikari had found a way to escape. If we both apply force to the pulley parts on the left and right at the same time and push straight up, it might move. All right. Then, we just need to create a gap big enough for the iron bar to fit, right? Yes, please. However, it's heavier than I thought. If we could just get the iron bar under the shutter, it seems like we might manage somehow. But the shutter isn't giving even the slightest gap. Hikari tries to help, but even with the 2 of them, it doesn't seem like it will budge. At that moment, Hikari, are you there? Maitri rushed over. That voice. It's Maitri-senpai. I'm here too. Maitri-senpai, please help us. Understood. What should I do? Hikari shouted instructions to Maitri with a loud voice. Senpai, please lift the shutter. Even a small gap will do. Got it. Leave it to me. Sakuto, conscious of the time, shouted through the shutter. Do we have time before the broadcast starts? 3 minutes left. Regaining their focus, Maitri and the others tried to lift the shutter. What the? It's stuck. Thanks to the combined strength of the three, the light leaking from the gap between the shutter and the concrete began to widen just a little more. It's lifting a bit. Hikari, now is the time? That moment of carelessness proved costly. The shutter they were pushing up began to close again. Clang. But, for some reason, it didn't close, and the movement of the shutter stopped. Something black was wedged between the shutter and the concrete. Sakuto and Hikari realized what it was and couldn't believe what they were seeing. This is Matori-senpai's. How could this happen? In the moment the shutter was about to close, Matori had jammed her cherished personal camera into the gap. Crushed by the shutter, a cracking sound came from the camera. This is Senpai's precious. I can always work more shifts. Hurry up. I want you to go to Hikari. ! Hikari, now's our chance to put the bar in. Right. The metal pry bar was inserted into the gaps on both sides. Sakuto, on the count of 3, push with all your might. Yes. Ready. Sakuto and Hikari, along with Matori, try to lift with a lever from the center upwards. Indeed, the combined strength of the three is transmitted to the shutter, which, despite catching and resisting, gradually begins to open. It didn't need to be fully opened. Sakuto and Hikari slip through the slightly opened gap and out of the building. Phew, we made it. Hikari collapses to the ground as if all her strength has left her. Sakuto and Matori both exhaled a long sigh in unison, but they knew their task wasn't over yet. Come on. Let's keep going. What about you, Matori-senpai? I'll go to the staff room and explain the situation. It looks like the shutter is broken. With a wry smile, Matori receives a bow from Sakuto and Hikari. Thank you so much, Matori-senpai. We're really grateful. We'll make it up to you later. Don't worry about it. Now hurry up. Urged on by Matori's bright smile, Sakuto and Hikari dashed towards the small conference room. Left alone, Matori quietly picks up a camera. She strokes the camera affectionately in her hand. She continues to press the power switch, but the cracked display remains dark and silent. Ah, I got a pun. A camera's shutter broken by a shutter. How ironic. Lame. Drops of water fall onto the ground of the sports field, one by one. Sorry, Canon-chan. It must have hurt. I'm sorry. And thank you. Section. Hikari, still in her gym clothes, stands in front of the small conference room with Sakuto. From inside, they can hear lively voices. It's already started? We didn't make it in time. Just as Hikari seems about to get downhearted, Sakuto flashes her a reassuring smile. No, it seems like we're just in time. The two peek through the gap in the door of the small conference room. They arrive just in time for the first self-introduction segment. Hikari-san, what are your thoughts on participating in the newspaper club's activities? For me, well, I'm not that emotionally invested, maybe even the opposite. Hey wait, Hikari? You should say something nice about the newspaper club. Something nice? It's not that there aren't any good points, but if you ask if there is, maybe there isn't. No. I'm telling you, Hikari. Say something positive. Ahahaha. The exchange between Hikari and Wakana, reminiscent of a comedic duo, was met with roaring laughter from the host, Ishizuka. Ayaka, too, relaxed and showed her usual gentle and easygoing smile. Wah, Chai-chan? Sitting there with a beaming smile was Chaikage. Chaikage had let her hair down, which she usually tied up with a ribbon, and was wearing her uniform in a slightly disheveled fashion. That was indeed Chaikage. It looks like Chaikage was stalling for time until you arrived, Hikari. The atmosphere inside seems good too. They could have asked Wakana-chan or Ayaka-senpai to fill in for me. Maybe things didn't go as planned, but it's just reading the manuscript. I think Matori-senpai mentioned it earlier, but Chaikage really wants Hikari to appear too. Personally, I don't think there's a substitute for you, Hikari. Just reading the manuscript. Even so, everyone, not just Sakuto, but also Chaikage, Matori, and probably Wakana and Ayaka, understood that there was more to it than that. Perhaps there was a meaning to it because it was Hikari. Do you think you're not needed if Chaikage is taking your place? Hikari shook her head vigorously from side to side with a no. I won't run away anymore. I don't want to run away. I've realized that everyone needs me. I feel like I've understood what's truly important. Her expression as she spoke with such conviction was brighter and more radiant than ever before. I see. Sakuto let out a soft smile. Then, Hikari, off you go. Suddenly, Hikari approached him and pressed her lips against his. It was a brief and light kiss, like an exchange of greetings that over in just a moment. Phew, a kiss for good luck. Here, we're in the hallway. That's why I kept it light. After the broadcast, let's do something more intense. Jokingly saying so, Hikari opened the door to the small conference room with a grin and confidently entered. From inside, voices of surprise could be heard exclaiming, "Hugh kept it light, huh?" Seriously. Sakuto remained standing in front of the small conference room for a while, his face showing an embarrassed smile, yet also one of relief. Epilogue. After the closing ceremony, let's move on to the next segment. It's the newspaper club's career interview. But yes, I'll explain that part. Wait, huh? To Hikari-san's? Ishizuka is surprised by Usami Hikari's sudden appearance in her gym clothes. So, then, this Usami-san is? Okay, Chie-chan, introduce yourself. I'm the twin sister, Usami Chikage. What? The scene was enveloped in voices of astonishment. After all, everyone had been convinced up to this moment that she was Hikari. Section. Quite an interesting twin swap prank, huh? Takabana chuckles while looking at her smartphone. By the side of the road leading to the staff parking lot, in front of a hydrangea flower bed, Sakuto and Takabana lean against a wall side by side, watching yesterday's video. It turned out to be a prank just by chance. Plus, it's something only those involved can enjoy. Even so, it seems that the story has come together as a prank that the newspaper club set up for the broadcasting club. The broadcasting club was thrilled. They even edited in sound effects for the prank. Look at the YouTube comments section. The gist of the comments is, they were twins? Or what part was the prank? Showing that to those unfamiliar with the Usami sisters, it indeed felt like a failed insider's joke. However, the reason the video had more views than any they had posted before was due to enthusiastic support like Hikari-chan is so cute, and Chikage-chan is the best. Typical Usami sisters. Well, yes indeed, maybe this will be the start of them entering entertainment industry or marrying an IT company president, huh? Are you saying that too, sensei? What do you mean by too? Takabana tilts his head in confusion, but Sakuto is not in the mood to explain Matori's comment. So, was this really okay for me? It was more than I expected. As expected from Takayashiki. Flattery won't get you anything, you know. Takabana smiles as she puts her smartphone back in her pocket. I'm grateful. Thank you, Takayashiki. There's one thing I haven't mentioned yet. What is it? About the newspaper club matter. Actually, I received an SOS from the club president, Uehara Ayaka, before it came to you. Before? What do you mean by an SOS? Section. The origin of this turmoil goes back to May. The newspaper club's publications are shared among the staff, reviewed to see if they are okay to distribute, and then handed out. However, the issue published in May was so bad that it couldn't possibly be distributed. During the severe student guidance that followed, a remark was made by the club president, Uehara Ayaka. She wanted to improve the newspaper club but didn't know how, so she was wondering what to do. Ayaka, who is serious and has a strong sense of responsibility, is timid and unable to control the unique members of the club. She was encouraged to do her best since she is the club president, but the June newspaper also ended up undistributable. The first time was a warning, the second led to a staff meeting, and a third would mean disbanding the club. This was the consensus among the teachers. I read last year's articles, and Uehara Ayaka and Kazuka Matori were originally excellent. The wrong direction was simply due to a lack of supervision on the teacher's side. It's not solely their fault. Does that mean you've just dumped this big problem on me, Hikari, and Chikage? Well, I thought you guys could handle it, but as you say, it was a complete handoff. Sorry about that. Sorry, huh. However, it turned out to be a blessing that Usami Hikari was in the newspaper club this time. Takabana said this and closed her eyes in relief. If she hadn't been there, I wouldn't have asked you to take on this issue. As for Usami Chikage, I had originally intended to ask her to take on the role of an auditor. Is it because Hikari is a genius? No. It's because she was looking for a place to belong. Takebana kept her smile as he looked at Sikuto. Despite appearances, that girl is as delicate as glasswork. Handle her with care, okay? You're treating people like objects. It's a metaphor, just a metaphor. I thought it might be too much for you alone. That's why I thought it would be good if she had another place to belong. And that place is the soil. The newspaper club? Yes, to put it metaphorically, she's also like fertilizer. The newspaper club has regained its luster remarkably. On the other hand, your role is that of a caretaker. You're there to put the soil, water the plants, and so on. That's your role. You're there to prepare and maintain the soil. What about Chikage then? She's like the weather, I suppose. There are sunny days and days when she brings thunder. She provides strictness, and that's why I asked her to take on the role of auditor this time. I see. The metaphors are easy to understand, but they're a bit roundabout. You should have just said that from the start. If I had told you from the beginning, wouldn't you have refused? Yes, definitely. If it hadn't been for the chance that Maitri and Wakana weren't targeting him with a scandal, he would not have been involved in this matter. While there were gains in creating a place for Hikari, it seems that Sakuto himself ended up with a relationship with the newspaper club, which is less of a connection and the more of a bad bond. I guess you could say that I won this time, Takebana said with a chuckle, but then she showed a sly smile. You're quite the strategist yourself, aren't you? Me? What do you mean? For the sake of the newspaper club, you even went out of your way to ask for help from Ishizuka. Sakuto made an awkward face. You knew? I think it was last Thursday. I happened to be patrolling the school and saw you talking with Ishizuka. So, what did you say to convince Ishizuka? It was nothing special. I just went to the third-year classrooms to ask for help. Ishizuka-senpai is genuinely a good person. He listened to me attentively and was cheerful and serious. When I talked to him, he immediately thought it would be interesting to feature the newspaper club in a broadcast and set up a plan right away. He even exchanged contact information with me and showed concern for the progress of the newspaper club. That's typical of Ishizuka. If he weren't that kind of person, the broadcasting club wouldn't have become as popular as it is. Yes, it's all thanks to Ishizuka-senpai, and I'm not some mastermind, you know. It was too blatant, and I almost got caught by Maitri-senpai. Plus there were unexpected incidents like getting locked in the storage room on the day. It was one thing after another, a strategist drowning in their own schemes. Takebana chuckled amusingly. Well, even so, you managed to pull it off with the Usami sisters. By the way, I think we could build a good partnership too. What do you think? I respectfully decline. Please take it easy during the summer break. No. I've got various things to do, and I have to go on business trips here and there. Teachers don't really get much of a break, you know. That sounds tough. Thank you for your hard work. Taking it as sarcasm, Takebana let out a small laugh. Indifferent. Are you? Well, have a good summer break. As an aside, next time, try to stand out more instead of just supporting from the shadows. It'll be for the Usami sisters' sake. Though he thought it was superfluous advice, Sakuto smiled and left the scene. Section. After the conversation with Takebana was over, what were you and Takebana-sensei talking about? Hikari? Suddenly, Hikari popped out from around the corner of the school building, surprising him. Seems suspicious. What were you talking to Takebana-sensei about? Sakuto shoved his hands into his pockets. Just a greeting before the summer break. Well, whatever. Let's go to the clubroom. Chie-chan seems to be heading there too. With a bright expression, Hikari linked her arm with his. We'll draw suspicion if we walk around the school with linked arms. Well, whatever. Sakuto chuckled wryly as Hikari pulled him along. Then, just as they started walking, Hikari spoke softly. Really? Thank you for everything, okay? Huh? You've been doing a lot for me and the newspaper club. I actually didn't notice what was going on with the broadcasting club. At that time, my head was so full of newspaper club stuff. I see. That explained why Maitri suspected something. Yet Hikari didn't say anything. No. I had fun. It was nice seeing how you've changed, Hikari. I've changed? Yeah. That's why I've come to like you even more. Wow. Hikari suddenly stopped in her tracks, her face turning bright red. What? What's wrong all of a sudden? What's wrong with you? I mean, you suddenly said you liked me? Huh. As far as I remember, I thought I had already conveyed that I liked you before. Not when it's just the two of us. Indeed, he had no recollection of saying he liked her when they were alone. Oh, right. Sorry. No, it's not that. I was just surprised because it was so sudden, but I was happy. There was a slight sense of relief amidst her confusion. Perhaps she had been feeling insecure. Realizing this, Sakuto felt a pang of regret for not having paid enough attention to her feelings. But, even if you say you like me, Before she could finish, Sakuto had embraced her. Sakuto. This is a school. It's a love spot within the school. It was just in a blind spot. Hikari, I like you. Please take care of me from now on! I'm so happy right now that I don't know what to say. Hikari, with her eyes closed and lips presented, was met with Sakuto's kiss. This was not a casual goodbye kiss. It was the passionate kind that Hikari had mentioned just before going live on her broadcast section. In the newspaper club's room, Ayaka, Maitri, and Wakana were gathered. We did it. We managed to distribute all the newspapers. I'm so happy. Everyone seemed interested and took them willingly. Yeah, it feels great. The live broadcast yesterday really helped. There was even a crowd around the school's bulletin board. The three of them were happily discussing the day's events. Sakuto had been watching the newspaper club members distributing the newspapers since morning. He felt relieved seeing them energetically handing out the papers, including Hikari. Many students took newspapers from Hikari, who seemed to have gained popularity thanks to yesterday's broadcast. Students who had seen the broadcast told her it was interesting, and Hikari responded with genuine smiles, not just social ones. Still, I'm a bit jealous of Hikari's popularity. I worked hard too. Wakana, that's the problem. Girls who sulk don't get popular. That's mean. Maitri-senpai, you're not one to talk about being popular. I have my camera as my lover. What's that supposed to mean? Maitri and Wakana were having their usual banter, but something was off. Maitri's chest was missing the precious Canon hug model camera she always wore around her neck. It must have been broken when she was helping Hikari. Then, Chikage cleared her throat with a cough and stepped forward. Everyone, can I have a moment? I've prepared the audit report and submitted it to the committee chair. It will be discussed in the budget meeting after the summer break, but there should be no issues. No issues, you say? When Ayaka timidly asked, Chikage responded with a smile. It means it's the same as every year. Is that really true? Yes. So please continue to publish a wonderful newspaper, okay? Yes. The three of them beamed with joy. And then, here, Hai-chan. Yeah. As Hikari stepped forward, tension returned to the faces of Ayaka and the others. Hikari knew that after this matter was settled, she would leave the club. I was only here for a few days, but I really enjoyed it. Everyone was so nice to me, and I'm truly grateful to have had the chance to work with everyone. The three looked sadly downcast. That's why I want to continue working hard in the newspaper club. What? Please continue to work with me. When Hikari smiled brightly, the members of the newspaper club's faces lit up with joy. Of course. We're looking forward to working with you, Hikari. You're very welcome. We're counting on you from now on. Hikari, I'm so glad I won't be the only first year anymore. Thank you. As the three crowded around Hikari, she smiled happily. It wasn't a social, guarded smile but one genuinely coming from the heart. Sakuto felt relieved seeing this and pulled something out of his bag. While we're at it, Maitri-senpai, please accept this. Takahashi-ki. This is Canon-chan. What Sakuto placed on the table was a Canon single-lens reflex camera released the year before last. Yes, well, I mentioned Maitri-senpai to my aunt, and she said she bought it but hardly used it, so if it's alright with you, please use it. Is it really okay? Well, if you don't need it, it could be equipment for the newspaper club. I need it. Thank you. Takayashiki. Sakuto had been worried about being refused or declined, but he was relieved that it was accepted so easily. By the way, the camera he gave to Matori was the high-end model called Canon Kiss Mark IV, a piece of equipment that even professionals use, costing around 300,000 yen. According to Mitsumi, it's a useless piece of junk, so give it to someone who needs it. However, this was also for the future. Sakuto decided to curry favor until the very end, but not for the sake of the newspaper club and certainly not for Matori. He reminded himself of that. Well, with that said, I've also been in your care. Why don't you just join the newspaper club too? We'd welcome you. No, I'll pass on that. Instead, please write serious articles like this time, not scandalous articles, okay? I get it. Thanks, Takayashiki. Matori casually extended her right hand. Thank you as well. If there's another chance. You're always welcome at our place. Sakuto and Matori firmly shook hands. But then, Matori-senpai, what are you doing? 30 minutes later, Sakuto had cornered Matori against the wall of the newspaper club's room. I'm not taking sneaky photos or anything, okay? I made sure to get permission. That's not the issue. Why are you making Hikari and Chikage wear cosplay? Sakuto was truly livid, but at that moment, Hikari and Chikage approached. I actually like this outfit, so it's fine by me. While saying this, Hikari spun around to show off her outfit, which was quite something. A maid outfit it was, but with the stomach and back fully exposed and an extremely short skirt. It was a rather sexy version of a maid outfit. The white tights maintained the so-called absolute territory, adding to the provoking design. One could imagine that any master would be overjoyed to see their maid dressed like this. I thought I was going to wear a shrine maiden outfit. Chikage, who was blushing and embarrassed, was also dressed rather striking. A shrine maiden outfit it was, but again with the stomach and back fully exposed, and while the sleeves were wide, the hakama had been transformed into a mini-skirt just as short as Hikari's, stimulating sinful thoughts rather than conveying any sense of purity or sanctity. Even Sakuto was taken aback by this. One could imagine that even the gods would grant any wish if they saw their shrine maiden dressed like this. What are you planning to use these photos for? Sakuto pressed Matori even further. For the newspaper after the summer break. Rejected. We don't need a gravure page in the school newspaper. And how did you even get these cosplay costumes? Then Ayaka timidly raised her hand. They're mine. Sewing is my hobby. What kind of things are you making? Didn't you have enough money for fabric? The amount of fabric is clearly off. But shorter things are cuter. So, then, having been silent until now, Wakana shyly raised her hand. I'm supposed to be a witch, huh? Oh, yeah. A witch outfit it was. There was no but. Just a plain witch, like something out of a Western painting, properly clothed from top to bottom, with no cutouts, no playfulness, and no interesting features, just holding a broom. In other words, Wakana was just Wakana. Tragically, she was just standing there holding a broom. It's fine? It suits you, I think. Probably, though I don't know. What's with the temperature difference? What's with that look? You just compared her to the Usami sisters. Matori-senpai. Anyway, this kind of thing is not acceptable. Don't ignore me. Get excited. In any case, the idea for a gravure page in the newspaper was strictly forbidden. Wakana's witch outfit, pitifully, ended up being used for the newspaper club's recruitment section. Really? That person sometimes. Well, it's Matori-senpai, after all, but that maid outfit was so cute. Hai-chan, that's not really a reason, you know? Sigh, it was so embarrassing. You know, if one step went wrong, it could have leaked to the outside. You need to learn to choose not to wear it before putting it on. At the Western-style dining canon, Sakuto sighed in exasperation. But still, not just Matori-senpai, we need to be more careful from now on. Are you talking about yesterday's broadcast? Yeah, it seems like the two of you got quite popular. Originally, it was only supposed to be Hikari subtly appearing in the video, but Chikage ended up on camera too, drawing more attention to them than expected. There was a concern that if things continued as they were, their secret might eventually be discovered. First of all, the main issue is that Chai-chan was showing off her boobs, right? I was not showing them off. I was just imitating Hai-chan's usual style. I planned to button up my shirt before the broadcast, you know? Ugh, just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed again. By the way, isn't the archive still up on YouTube? I'll ask the broadcasting club to take it down. Chai-kage, now blushing all over again, looked rather adorable. Well, to be serious for a moment, about what's to come, is it going to be tough after summer break? No. We might need to be careful even during the summer break. I want to spend the whole summer break all lovey-dovey with Sakuto. Watching Hikari chuckle while pushing her cleavage together, Sakuto turned red and muttered, let's set aside the serious and gloomy talk and discuss our summer vacation plans. That sounds good. Let's make it a fun summer break. Despite feeling exasperated on the inside, Sakuto thought about Hikari and Chai-kage. Wanting to protect the smiles of these two was probably a luxury. Not just one, but two. One would be a luxury in itself, but two is extravagantly so. As the semester came to an end, he wondered how long their secret relationship would continue. By the way, Sakuto-kun, you'll do anything I ask of you, right? Yes? What are you talking about? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Sakuto looked at Chai-kage with confusion. Because, you know, when I substituted for Hai-chan in the broadcast, you said, Chai-kage. Well done. Huh? As expected of my girlfriend. I'll grant you any wish you have. What? I didn't say that. What's that about? It was just Chai-kage's fantasy. Anyway, since I worked hard, please let me be super clingy during the summer break. Well, that is. Okay. Then Hikari looked at him with mischievous eyes. I also got a lot of help this time, so I want to do something to thank you. No, really. Don't worry about it. Not at all, that sort of thing. I know. How about we do it newspaper club style? Newspaper club style? What do you mean by that? Hikari giggled and gestured towards her chest. She flashed a glimpse of her bra through the gap in her shirt, causing Sakuto to hurriedly avert his gaze. Want to compare me with Wakana-chan? No, I don't want to compare. And Hikari, don't let the newspaper club corrupt you. Hey, Hai-chan. That should be me. Sakuto-kun, between me and Hai-chan, who do you think has the perfecto body? Chai-kage, that's not right either. Also, your English pronunciation is quite good. I'll have to learn a lot more from Maitri-senpai and the others. Hikari. That's it, you need to quit the club. And so, the days they spent together flew by, and before they knew it, summer break was upon them. Solving the problems of the newspaper club. Creating a place where Hikari belongs. Having cleared these last two challenges set before them, a fun new problem awaited: how to make the most of their summer vacation. Their relationship, having grown a bit more, was moving on to the next stage. Next is, a trip for the three of us. End of Volume 2.